Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1431, The Accidental Capture of Francis I. The Saker Falcon is the king of the sky, and killing a few pigeons is simply a piece of cake. Marin was very happy since he discovered this ability of the Saker Falcon. With a Saker Falcon that specializes in killing pigeons, it means that the enemy's rapid message transmission by pigeons can be destroyed. Even through the pigeons caught by the Saker Falcon, the specific intelligence transmitted by the enemy can be obtained. This is too important for message blockade. Before, Marin had used the Cossack cavalry to intercept the messenger to block the message. But that was also good luck. In the previous few times, if the enemy used pigeons on a large scale, this interception would become meaningless. The main thing is that pigeon breeders are high-paid technical workers in Europe at present, and raising pigeons is not so popular. The most important thing is that Europeans currently do not attach so much importance to intelligence work, which made Marin lucky not to be exposed in the previous few times. However, European powers, such as France and Spain, still have special pigeon delivery teams. If there is no professional way to intercept pigeons, it will definitely be difficult to block the transmission of messages. In order to win the intelligence war in the future, Marin decided that if he sent someone to Daming next time, he would contact the old relationship of the Yeha tribe and buy a batch of Iwenki falcon training slaves from them. At the same time, a batch of falcons were introduced, specially trained locally to deal with other people's pigeons. This approach later had a miraculous effect. Wherever there are Saker falcons, the communication of other people's pigeons is basically paralyzed. Only when the pigeons of their own family are released, they instruct the Saker falcon trainers not to let the eagles go up to the sky temporarily, so that they can pass smoothly. After Louis XII led his army south to Italy, Marin sent a team and quietly came to Paris, ready to make a big move. What big move? Naturally, it is to assassinate Margaret of the Tudor family and her son, Henry VIII. The existence of this little Prince Henry has a great impact on England. With this kid, a large number of Edward's opponents quickly gathered again under the banner of the Tudor family. Not only England was threatened, but even Scotland, because of this, little Henry, having the blood of the Stuart royal family, also gathered a group of Scottish exiled nobles, using this little kid to restore the country. Therefore, whether for the stability of England or for the stability of Scotland, this little Henry must die. Now, Louis XII has led his army south to Italy, and the guards of Paris are empty. As for the 20,000 militiamen pretending to be the garrison of the French, they can deceive the English, but not Marin. After all, this strategy was made by Marin's spies. Now there are only 4,000 real garrisons in Paris, but 3,000 people need to be stationed in the palace and several key locations in Paris. The remaining 1,000 people also have to maintain the safety of the entire city of Paris. As for Margaret of Tudor, it is said that there are only 20 guards left. As long as someone is sent to raid once, there is a great chance of killing this pair of mother and son, who make people worry. In fact, Margaret of Tudor originally lived in a military camp with a scale of thousands of people, and the security was very high. However, Louis XII was now on a southern expedition to Italy, taking away most of the soldiers in that camp, leaving her with only 20 guards. How could such a great opportunity be missed? Therefore, Marin sent a 30-man assassination team to specialize in assassinating Margaret of Tudor and her so-called son. Are you sure it's here? Why is it empty? Hansel, the captain of the special forces who led the team, frowned. He was the leader of the assassination team and the proud disciple of Nicholas Cage, the commander-in-chief of the special forces of the North Sea Kingdom. Originally, Marin planned to let Cage lead the team in person this time. However, Cage could not speak English. So, he had to let Hansel, a Frisian, lead the team. The reason why these 30 people spoke English or Frisian, which is similar to English, was to shift the blame to the British. Anyway, it was reasonable for the British to want to kill Margaret of Tudor. As for Marin, it would be better for him to hide behind and make a fortune. In the middle of the night, the spy of the Paris branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce who served as a guide replied, "That's right, this is the place." It was originally a barracks in the northwest of the city, with thousands of soldiers stationed in it. Because of this, it was not convenient for us to assassinate that woman before. However, this time Louis XII led his troops south, and the French troops in this barracks were basically transferred away. So, it looks so empty. Oh, that's it. Hansel nodded and asked, "Is it easy to attract French garrisons here?" "It will take some effort to get rid of 20 guards. The French should not come so quickly, right?" The guide shook his head and said, "No, there are only 4,000 garrisons in Paris now, and 3,000 people are stationed in the royal palace and several key points, and only 1,000 people are mobile. However, this is the edge of Paris, and the 1,000 mobile troops will not appear here by chance. What's more, it's already midnight, who would come here in the middle of the night for no reason? Hansel nodded and ordered, "Brothers, get ready." After saying that, he took the lead and put on the black mask used by assassins. Then, nearly 30 special forces soldiers from the North Sea Kingdom, including the guide who led him, all put on black masks. They were also wearing pure black clothes, and they looked like assassins at first glance. However, in this dark night, this outfit was just right to hide themselves. In addition to the black clothes, each of the 30 special forces soldiers also took a sailor's scimitar, and held a very simple small wooden shield in his left hand, which was obviously made temporarily. There was no way, Paris was very strict, and it was difficult to transport standard shields in. As for armor, special forces were not used to wearing it. The only rhino leather armor they were used to wearing was also not allowed to be worn. Once worn, it would expose their origins. After all, other European countries don't wear this stuff these days. During the last expedition to Italy, Marin's soldiers wore a lot of rhino leather armor. If the special forces wore rhino leather armor this time, their true origins would be exposed. In order to conceal their identities, the weapons they used were all sailor scimitars commonly used by English sailors. This kind of scimitar is very suitable for sailors in close combat, and is also suitable for these North Sea special forces who often practice close combat. As for the shield of the deputy, it is purely used to resist the weapons of Margaret of Tudor's guards. After all, it is better to have a shield in hand than not. However, these shields are too broken. At first glance, they are small wooden shields made by sawing off the broken door panels and nailing a handle. It is very sloppy. When they came to the outside of the military camp where Margaret of Tudor lived, Hansel saw that the time was almost up, so he waved his hand, and then took the lead with a shield in his left hand and a British sailor scimitar in his right hand. He rushed up. The two guards guarding the gate of the camp were quickly chopped into meat sauce by the special forces, and then Hansel continued to rush forward with his men. However, the previous slashing alarmed the inside, and the guards inside seemed to be awakened. Then, the gate of the inner camp was closed. At the same time, there were sounds of dogs barking and people shouting. "Damn, there are dogs." Hansel frowned. However, thinking that this was a remote place in Paris, the Paris defenders would not come so quickly. So he ordered his men to attack. In addition, some people pulled out throwing knives from their waists and threw them inside, quickly injuring several enemy guards. Just when Hansel was about to launch a general attack, something surprising happened. Countless torches suddenly appeared on the street, and it seemed that a patrol team of 200 or 300 people appeared. Fuck, so unlucky. After cursing, Hansel looked at the guide angrily. "Didn't you say there was no patrol at this time? Where did this team come from?" It was a coincidence that this patrol of 300 people would not come out in the middle of the night, but today a new commander came. A new official takes office with 3 fires. Look, tonight this young commander got excited and brought his men to patrol the night. Looking at the hundreds of fully armed enemies, Hansel was a little depressed. If they were all strong special forces, even if they were 10 times fewer, they could still beat the enemy back. After all, they have high martial arts skills, which is much better than ordinary soldiers. However, the special forces sent to assassinate this time are not masters of special forces who are good at fighting in battle formations, but dexterous ones who are good at assassination. Strong ones are good at fighting in battle formations, while dexterous ones are good at assassination. Facing enemies with a small difference in number, dexterous ones may be able to crush them with martial arts. However, facing an enemy 10 times larger than the regular army, Hansel had a lot of words in his mind. What should we do? Everyone turned their eyes to Hansel, the commander. At this moment, the young officer leading the French patrol rode on his horse and shouted, "Follow me and take down these guys of unknown origin." After that, he actually took the lead and rushed over on horseback. Hansel's eyes flashed, a good opportunity. Then, Hansel went straight to meet him, and when the young officer swung his knife down, his body suddenly twisted and avoided the knife. Then, he threw away the shield in his hand and smashed it at the French soldiers rushing up from behind. Then, he turned around and grabbed the young French officer on the horse and pulled him off. The young French officer was pulled off the horse and was immediately knocked unconscious. When he was a little more awake, he saw a sailor's scimitar across his neck. Seeing this, the French patrol who was originally planning to rush forward suddenly did not dare to rush forward. Hansel immediately realized that this was a big fish. Sure enough, soon an officer dressed like an adjutant shouted, "Boy, let our prince go quickly, otherwise you will be dead." Of course, this is French. What did he say? Hansel asked the guide next to him in English. This guide has been lurking in Paris for many years and knows French. Moreover, he is also a Frisian, so he naturally knows English. Moreover, Hansel also deliberately spoke English. He said, "Let their prince go quickly." "Is it a prince?" "Your Highness." "Which prince?" Hansel suddenly asked in Latin, the common language of the nobility. The young French officer said arrogantly, "I am a branch of the Valois royal family of the Kingdom of France, François of Angoulême." "Damn, Prince François." Hansel was so scared that he almost swore in German. Fortunately, he held back. As the leader of the assassination team sent to Paris, Hansel knew the general situation in France. He knew that the Prince François in front of him seemed to be the fiancé of Princess Claude, the only surviving daughter of King Louis XII of France, and the future King of France. Now we don't have to die. With this big fish, we can get out of the city safely. Hansel breathed a sigh of relief and began to use Prince François as a hostage and demanded a safe evacuation. Chapter 1432 Ada, I will get a sterilization. Prince François is the future King François I of France, the unlucky king captured by Charles V. However, in this life, because Marin saved Prince Juan, Charles V had no chance to unite with Spain. Even the struggle between France and Spain in Italy had nothing to do with Charles V. After all, Charles V in the future was only the monarch of Austria. At most, at the suggestion of Marin, Maximilian I planned to let Charles V marry Anna of Bohemia, so that Charles V would have the opportunity to obtain the Kingdom of Bohemia and the Kingdom of Hungary in the future. However, the hegemony of the Italian region, mainly the Kingdom of Naples, was none of his business. As for the Duchy of Milan, because of Marin's intervention, Ludovico Sforza's family was still alive and well, and there was no extinction. Therefore, it was difficult for the Habsburg family to obtain the Duchy of Milan. The most important thing is that without the support of the American gold and silver of the Spanish Empire, the Habsburg family of Charles V could not afford so many troops to compete with France for hegemony. Of course, because of the marriage relationship, Spain will definitely join forces with the Habsburg family to deal with France in the future. In this way, even if François I becomes the King of France, he will not be able to suppress Charles V. Prince François is 19 years old this year and was born in 1494. The year he was born, Marin had just traveled through time and was still a wandering knight. In the blink of an eye, 19 years have passed. François is a prince of the branch of the Valois dynasty. His great-great-grandfather is King Charles V of France, and he is exactly the same generation as Princess Claude. The French nobles did not want Princess Claude to marry Charles of the Habsburg family, so they chose Prince François from the branch of the Valois dynasty as Princess Claude's husband and the future King of France. However, Princess Claude was born in 1499 and is only 14 years old this year. According to custom, princesses usually get married at least 15 years old. Therefore, the royal family has decided to hold a wedding for Prince François and Princess Claude next year. This time, Louis XII went on an expedition to Italy, and he had planned to take Prince François to see the world. Unfortunately, Prince François fell ill before the expedition and missed the expedition. After he recovered from his illness, he came to Paris and was responsible for the defense of Paris under the arrangement of his father-in-law, Queen Anne. As a new official, Prince François was naturally very excited. Then, in the middle of the night on his first day on duty, he took people out for night patrol. Then, he met Hansel and his party unlucky. Because of his youth and impulsiveness, Prince François did not consider that his men were all infantry, and he was the only one on horseback. So, when he rushed out, he distanced himself from the main force, and was captured alive by Hansel when he got the chance. That was the princess's fiancé, the future King of France. The Parisian garrison naturally did not dare to act rashly, but they sent people to bypass Hansel and his party and blocked the gate to the camp to prevent Margaret of Tudor and her son from being stabbed. Hansel didn't care about assassinating Margaret of Tudor at this time, because Marin had ordered that if the assassination succeeded, it would be a success, and if it didn't, forget it. Then, Hansel and his party took Prince François hostage and retreated to a sewer exit in the northwest corner of the city. This sewer exit also had an iron door, and it was covered with a heavy iron chain. But this did not bother the spies of the North Sea Kingdom. As early as the first night before the attack, this small iron door was corroded by the spies of the North Sea Kingdom with sulfuric acid, and it was only a little bit connected to avoid being seen. Tonight, the task of Hansel and his party was to quickly assassinate Margaret of Tudor and little Prince Henry. After finishing, retreat directly to the iron door of the sewer exit, take down the iron door, and get out from here. In order to withdraw before the city defense army fully surrounded him, Hansel did not hesitate to hold Prince François hostage to the iron door of the sewer and let someone pull down the iron door that was still connected. Then, taking advantage of the night, everyone took turns running from the sewer exit, braving the stench of the sewer, including the kidnapped Prince Francois. After leaving the city, the group rode on the war horses that had been prepared long ago and fled to the northern coast. After all, pretending to be British, it is natural to do a full set of drama. Moreover, there are boats to pick up at the seaside. When the French sent hundreds of cavalrymen to chase around the city gate, the group had already run far away. But what the French didn't know was that on the way, Hansel took 2 of his men and hid Prince Francois in a secret stronghold on the way. The team of dozens of people was missing 2 or 3 people, but the French did not find it. Instead, they chased for 2 consecutive days until they reached the seaside, and then found the horses left by the special forces who had boarded the ship and went to sea. However, the French didn't know that Prince Francois was actually imprisoned in a small village on the Seine River only 30 kilometers away from Paris. There was also a small stronghold of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. A large mound in the village was hollowed out as a secret room. The unlucky Prince Francois was locked in this hollowed-out mound. Why did Hansel hide Prince Francois here? Because when everyone got on the horse to escape, Prince Francois was extremely uncooperative and kept struggling on the horse's back, almost tossing the horse over. In desperation, Hansel had to take Prince Francois and leave the team halfway to hide so as not to drag down the large army. In addition, Hansel thought that since he had caught this big fish, it should be useful. Therefore, after he settled in this small village called Wet, he asked the North Sea spy in the village to send out pigeons to report the matter to Auric and asked for instructions on how to deal with it. What? Margaret and her son were not killed, but Prince Francois was captured. Marin was stunned when he heard the news. He felt a little sympathetic to Francois. What sin had this man committed? Why was he so destined to be captured? Originally in history, this guy was captured by Charles V. In this life, Charles V will definitely not be as strong as in the original history. However, unexpectedly, he was captured by his own men in advance. This guy. It seems that he is destined to be captured. How to deal with this guy? Force him to sign a humiliating treaty. Marin just had this idea, but he rejected it. Why? Because in history, after being captured by Charles V, this guy signed the humiliating Treaty of Madrid with Charles V, expressing his willingness to give up Italy's territorial claims and even agreeing to return most of the territory of the Duchy of Burgundy previously occupied by France. However, after returning to France, this guy immediately turned his face and refused to recognize this treaty. It can be seen that this guy is a profit-oriented guy, a monarch different from the medieval monarchs who valued promises, and somewhat similar to the shameless monarchs of modern times. When dealing with such a person, don't expect him to abide by the agreement. But, it seems that he is very unwilling to let him go like this. Marin was struggling, and suddenly, Leonardo da Vinci broke into his office carrying a small medicine box, and said happily, "Grand Duke, the ligation operation you mentioned, I succeeded in the experiment. I can do ligation." Chapter 1433, Sterilizing the Future King of France. Puff, Ma Lin spurted out a mouthful of tea, and a document on the table was wet. Damn, what good news is this? Ma Lin was speechless. This sterilization operation is clearly a chicken rib. This operation is a black technology method developed by later Chinese to control population. Back then, probably in the 1980s, in order to control population growth, the country withdrew the evil sterilization operation. According to the parents, because the birth of a second child was repeatedly banned, the upper level got angry and directly forced all men who had given birth to be sterilized. It is said that on that day, all the middle-aged men with children in Ma Lin village were deceived into the only 2 hand tractors in the village, and were deceived to the township health center in the name of going to the township for a meeting, and all were forced to be sterilized. Coincidentally, Ma Lin's father in his previous life went out on a business trip that day and missed the collective action. Then, he escaped. Afterwards, the village cadres asked Ma Dad to go to the township for a sterilization operation. As a result, Ma Lin's father was afraid of surgery, so he gave the doctor in charge a pack of cigarettes and was spared the surgery. Afterwards, Ma Lin came out. Then, the old cow in Ma Lin's family was taken away as a fine for having more than one child. At the same time, Ma's father was surrounded by village cadres and went to the township health center for a sterilization. So, Ma Lin was later nicknamed the child exchanged for the old cow by the villagers, and his classmates also called him the one exchanged for the old cow. Later, they just called him the old cow. As for why he was named Ma Lin, it is said that the fortune teller told him that he lacked wood in the 5 elements. And he was the second son, so he was named Ma Lin. If the third son lacked wood, he might be named Ma Sen. In fact, Ma Lin was very grateful to the fortune teller. If he hadn't said that he lacked wood, he might have been named Ma Erbau, or Ma Erniu, or even Ma Ergu, or other cheap names that were easy to raise. However, that was in the later China with a population explosion, and this sterilization surgery was meaningful. However, in 1513, when there was an extreme shortage of population, what was the use of sterilization? I just said that a while ago. As a result, the research-loving Leonardo da Vinci really went to study this useless operation. For this reason, Marin secretly approved several bodies of male death row prisoners who had just died for this old pervert to practice. After successfully practicing on the male corpse, this guy went to toss the living death row prisoners. It happened that many old nobles in Bremen province were sentenced to death in this war. Then, Leonardo da Vinci, the old pervert, went to the prison and captured several former noblemen to do sterilization research. It is said that one of the 5 male nobles he captured died on the spot, and 2 were turned into eunuchs. Only the last 2 people were lucky enough to be fine. After observing for a while, Leonardo da Vinci excitedly came to report to Marin the sterilization was successful. Marin looked at Leonardo da Vinci, who was so happy that he was like a fool, and wanted to spray him. I am short of population, who do I want to do sterilization for? Oh. No, it seems that male slaves can be sterilized. Marin suddenly remembered that he didn't want black people to reproduce in America. But it's not good to lock up black men all the time. When the number of black slaves increases, they will rebel if they are locked up all the time. Why not? Ada, your research is very useful. Marin patted da Vinci's shoulder with a smile. He has decided that in the future, all male black slaves introduced to the American colonies will be sterilized first and then sent to the farm. No matter how they do it, they can't make any little black slaves. After a few hundred years, there is no need to worry about black guys making trouble. Marin does not dislike those generations of black slaves, because all the black slaves who can survive are well-trained and honest black slaves. As for the dishonest ones, they have long been clicked by their black compatriots who captured them. Those who stay are all willing to be obedient slaves. But the second generation of black slaves is different. Black people are naturally active and love freedom. Those second-generation black slaves have not experienced terrible life and death choices and killings, and have no awe. Therefore, such black slaves are very difficult to discipline. Unfortunately, black people have a strong desire for reproduction. Otherwise, Africa is so poor, the conditions are so bad, and there are so many people. Marin does not want a group of black guys and gangsters to make trouble in the colonies of the North Sea Kingdom hundreds of years later, so it is better to cut off this source hundreds of years ago. At present, Marin has to import a batch of black slaves to help develop America. But he is not happy that black people take root in America, but castrating them is too inhumane. Therefore, the best choice is naturally to be sterilized. In this way, it prevents black people from reproducing crazily in America, and does not prevent them from being happy. As long as they don't leave cubs, Marin doesn't mind giving them better treatment. Of course, the black guys sent to Japan don't need to be sterilized. Marin hopes that they can spread seeds in Japan and lower the local IQ. Marin laughed happily, and then his eyes suddenly fell on the information sent by Kohler before. The future Francois I. Marin's eyes suddenly shone. If I sterilize the future king of France. Marin was too beautiful to think about it. If the powerful magic demon has no heirs. Hee. Ha. Marin has seen the confused future of the French. However, he thought about it and still didn't find any benefit he could get from it. After all, even if Francois I had no heirs, the French nobles would choose other branches of the Valois dynasty from the country to become kings, and they would not be cheap to foreigners. Otherwise, the 100 Years' War between England and France would not have broken out. But who cares, although this is a bit harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. However, if the European hegemon France can be in chaos for a while because the king has no heirs, Marin will also be happy. Then, Marin told Leonardo da Vinci with a smile that he would send a group of apprentices to learn how to sterilize from him. Most of these apprentices would be sent to Grenada Island in America. Marin planned to set up a sterilization center there. All male slaves transported from Africa had to be sterilized before being sent to colonies around the world. As for the remaining person, Marin planned to send him to France to perform a sterilization operation on the future king of France, Francois I. Then, a group of clever young people were selected and sent to Leonardo da Vinci to learn sterilization from this old pervert. As for the specimens needed for the experiment, they were naturally corpses at first. Then, a group of old nobles from the Bremen area who had been arrested for participating in the rebellion were pulled out of prison. Anyway, these people were his mortal enemies, and Marin didn't regret it even if they were played badly by the apprentices. At this time, Prince François, who was locked in a secret room far outside Paris, suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. Chapter 1434, Delaying Time. It is no small matter to sterilize the future King of France, especially since France has decided that Prince François will marry Princess Claude next year and become the next King of France. If it is exposed at this time, France will have to do its best to attack the North Sea Kingdom. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing. Therefore, when selecting apprentices, Marin specially asked Kohler to select several orphan teenagers to learn. Why choose orphans? Because Marin has planned to kill them after the good thing. After all, sterilizing the future King of France must not be leaked. Otherwise, the more than 80,000 French troops will now come back to attack the North Sea Kingdom. Although it is said that if Marin transfers the 2 legions of England back to the country, he may not be defeated by the French army, at least, he can defend it. However, there are still the German princes who are eyeing the side. If the German princes take advantage of the fire, Marin can only run away. Therefore, Marin dare not gamble now and can only keep it secret as much as possible. When Ada taught the apprentices to sterilize, Marin specifically instructed that the technology of sterilization should not be leaked. This is because if the news leaked out, the French might examine Prince François. If they knew the principle of sterilization, they might respond. Also, if the news of sterilization came from the North Sea Kingdom, and then Prince François was found to have sterilization marks. Needless to say, even a fool would know who the murderer was. Therefore, Marin only sent a dozen orphan teenagers to Leonardo da Vinci as disciples. Moreover, after these orphan teenagers learned, except for the one who stayed to operate on Prince François, the others would all be sent to Grenada Island, where they would take root permanently and perform sterilization on male slaves from Africa. As for mainland Europe, this technology was completely unnecessary. Moreover, Marin asked Leonardo da Vinci not to disclose this matter. The reason was that this technology violated the principles of the Vatican and was easily targeted by people in the Church. This reason was very powerful, and the Church still had a great influence on Europeans. For example, the Church did not allow premarital behavior, and people now still abide by it well. Moreover, the Church strictly prohibited abortion because it was murdering life and disobeying God. Similarly, sterilization hinders fertility, is also a murder of life, and is against God. This reason is so strong that even Leonardo da Vinci had to succumb. While the dozen orphans were being trained, Marin and Kohler began to plot to sterilize Prince François. Kohler expressed strong opposition. "My lord, according to what you said, sterilization requires a cut outside the testicles. Prince François is not a fool. How could he not know that his testicles were cut? When the time comes, they will definitely investigate this matter. How should we explain it?" Marin was stunned. Indeed, he thought too simply. Although sterilization surgery is very traumatic, a small cut is still required on the outside of the testicles. Prince François is not a fool. How could he not know that his testicles were cut with a knife? Moreover, although the sterilization surgery is very small, it only takes 7 days to recover. However, within a week, the pain in the testicles is still a little bit, he can't be unaware of it. How can we make Prince François ignore the pain on his testicles? Use anesthetics. This can be done. When working on smokeless gunpowder, Marin had already made ether, and da Vinci also figured out the anesthetic method of ether. It's not as magical as the one on TV where a person falls into a coma after being blinded for a while, but it still has an anesthetic effect if it is blinded for a longer time. At that time, before the operation, use ether to make Prince François unconscious, so he won't know that his testicles have been operated on. As for the pain in the testicles after waking up, what to do? Then whip him with a whip so that his whole body hurts, and he will ignore the pain in his testicles. Moreover, if the whip makes him hurt all over, the small cut on his testicles will not be obvious. Kohler said viciously. Good idea. Divert attention. Marin immediately liked this suggestion. First, whip Prince François so that he is covered with wounds, and he will naturally feel pain all over. At that time, the pain of a small cut on the testicles will naturally be nothing. In addition, if Prince François is tied up, he will not be able to check his balls. Afterwards, as long as the wound is disguised to look like a whip wound, it can be fooled. For this reason, Marin specially found Lu Tai, who was in charge of the palace, and asked for advice on how to fake the wound. After all, he was at the level of an imperial doctor. Old Lu quickly gave the method of faking the wound, making the surgical wound look like a whip wound. In addition, Old Lu also gave a recipe for a knockout drug. This recipe, combined with strong liquor, can make Prince François sleep for 7 days in a row. Even if he wakes up for a while and eats and drinks, because there are whip wounds on his body, it will cover up the pain on his balls. Then, Marin found a reliable spy and asked him to take a barbed cowhide whip to the outskirts of Paris, specifically responsible for torturing Prince François. This spy used to be a jailer and was very good at whipping prisoners. As a veteran, he can accurately control the technique to make the prisoner hurt all over, but it's no big deal. Marin's request to him was to add a batch of scars on Prince François' body, the kind that was difficult to remove. In addition, let Prince François feel very painful, but it was not a big deal. In short, let Prince François shift his attention to the scars from being whipped. At the same time, Marin sent another group of spies to shoot secret letters into the city of Paris by archery, and put forward his own conditions, demanding the heads of Margaret of Tudor and her son in exchange for Prince François. After the letter was received by Queen Anne, who stayed in Paris, Queen Anne was relieved. Why? Because this letter showed that the other party had no intention of harming Prince François, and her prospective son-in-law was still safe. As for the request in the letter to send the heads of Margaret of Tudor and her son, Queen Anne was not a pushover, she used a trick, delay. Then, at the designated reply location, Marin's spy received Queen Anne's reply, His Majesty the King is far away in Italy, and it is not easy for me, a woman, to make the decision. Therefore, I need to ask His Majesty first. You take care of Prince François first, I will send someone to ask His Majesty. But then, this woman sent another letter, saying that Prince François is not my son-in-law yet, and I don't care about his life or death. After all, Prince François is dead, so we can pick a new son-in-law for our daughter. Of course, it would be best if we can get the child back. For this, she is willing to pay a ransom of 10,000 gold coins. When the news was passed back to Auric, Marin sighed, Queen Anne is not a good person either. Although this woman cannot decide who her husband is, she is also politically wise. In her 2 letters, she deliberately said that Prince François was not irreplaceable while shirking the responsibility. In this way, Margaret and her son were saved, and the kidnappers who kidnapped Prince François were helpless. They don't care about the life or death of this prospective son-in-law, so it's useless for you to kill him. However, Queen Anne didn't expect that her delaying method was exactly what Marin wanted. Because Marin also needs time to perform a vasectomy on Prince François. So, both sides just dragged it out, and no one was in a hurry. Chapter 1435, Returning the Prince, but he has no heir. Crack crack, as the barbed cowhide whip was swung, the screams of Prince François were heard from the secret room in the earthen hill. Your Highness, write a letter and tell your mother-in-law that you are being beaten. If she refuses to hand over the heads of Margaret and her son, you will be beaten every day until you are beaten to death. Mold, a spy who was a jailer, threatened in French with an English accent with a fierce look on his face. No, you can't do this. I am the future King of France. What you are doing is against the rules of the European aristocracy. Prince François said in horror. Sorry, Your Highness, we are just a group of pirates who have a grudge against that bitch Margaret, not aristocrats. So, we don't care about any rules. Mold said with a wicked smile. Prince François has already determined that they were sent by the current King of England, Edward, and wanted to explain. However, the only answer he got was a barbed cowhide whip. After a few more bloodstains on his body, Prince François became obedient and began to write a letter to his future mother-in-law, begging her to save him. Then, the letter was shot into the Paris palace by a bow and arrow. After seeing the letter, Queen Anne asked with a sullen face, Have you found out who sent the letter? Also, have you found the whereabouts of Prince François? The leader of the city guard, Peter, half knelt on the ground and bowed his head and said, Sorry, Queen, we are short of manpower. What he said was also true. At this critical juncture, the Paris garrison, which only had 4,000 real defenders, could only prioritize the safety of the palace and key areas of Paris, and was really unable to conduct a large-scale search. As for the search in the city by some soldiers of the city guard, it was child's play for the spies of the North Sea Kingdom. They all had legal identities and had lived in Paris for many years. How can you determine who is guilty without catching them in the act? Alas, it's just a pity for François. Queen Anne had no one to help her, so she had to give up. However, in order to make her future son-in-law feel better, she collected 1,000 gold coins and sent them to a designated location outside the city for Marin's spies to take away. This was done in the hope that those people would be gentle for the sake of money. As for the other protagonist of the incident, Margaret of the Tudor family, she had already hidden in the palace after the attack that night and lived with the palace guards. For a while, Marin almost wanted to let the fat brother take action and poison the woman. However, the fat brother was the top chef and was only responsible for the meals of the king's family. As for the woman, she usually ate with the officers guarding the palace. Their meals were made by ordinary low-level royal chefs. Even if the fat brother wanted to do it, he had no chance. Moreover, Marin was counting on the two of them to help inquire about the news in the palace, so he didn't let them do it in the end. On the North Sea side, after more than 10 days of training, more than a dozen teenagers had skillfully learned to tie the knot. After all, sterilization is just a small operation and is not difficult to learn. The difficulty is that you have to be gentle with your hands and feet, and it is best not to break the vas deferens. After more than 10 days of practice, more than a dozen orphan teenagers have learned to perform sterilization operations skillfully in suture wounds. And the teenager Gucci, who was singled out by Marin, also learned from Lu Tai how to disguise the sutured wounds after sterilization as whipping scars. Then, the other dozen teenagers were shipped to Granada. There, Marin will build a sterilization center for them. All black slaves transported from Africa must undergo sterilization operations at the sterilization center and then rest for a week. Then, they will be sent to specific farms. As for the teenager Gucci, he was secretly sent to the small manor outside Paris by Kohler's spies. Most of the people in that manor are spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Louis XII, who was far away in Italy, also received a letter from Queen Anne. Upon learning that his prospective son-in-law and heir had been kidnapped and that they were demanding an exchange for the heads of Margaret and her son, Louis XII's first reaction was, "Edward did it." At this time, Louis XII was leading his army to Naples. At this time, the large army, including the baggage corps, had left the Papal States and entered the Kingdom of Naples. As for the vanguard of 10,000 cavalry, they had already arrived outside Naples and destroyed the docks of the port of Naples. Louis XII was obviously unwilling to hand over tutors Margaret and her son. After all, that was an important chess piece for him to interfere in England in the future. As for Prince François, Louis XII didn't like him much. Because, until now, Louis XII was still dreaming of giving birth to a son and did not regard Prince François as the heir to the Kingdom of France. Of course, as the King of France, Louis XII could not just give up the prince of the side branch. So he signed an order not to exchange the lives of Margaret and her son. But at the same time, he proposed to exchange Prince François for 50,000 gold coins. Then, this order was brought back to Paris by a carrier pigeon. Then, Queen Anne wrote the reply in a letter and sent it to a designated location outside the city as a reply. At this time, our young boy Gucci was performing a ligation operation on Prince François. Hansel received the reply and directly followed the script and wrote back to Queen Anne, saying that 50,000 was too little and he wanted 100,000. In fact, this guy was just stalling for time. After all, even if the ligation operation was completed, it would take 7 days to recover. After 7 days, it was not very obvious. During the operation, Gucci had someone cover Prince François' mouth and nose with a towel with ether. After covering it for a while, Prince François fell into a coma. Before he fell into a coma, Prince François was terrified. He thought the other party was going to suffocate him to death. After successfully completing the ligation operation, Gucci disguised the sutured wound as a whipping wound. Afterwards, Gucci took out the knockout drug prepared by Dr. Lu and told Hansel to give it to Prince François every day with strong liquor. In this way, Prince François would be drunk and drowsy every day, and he would not feel that his balls had been tampered with. A few days later, Gucci removed the stitches from the sleeping Prince François and left. However, not long after leaving the secret base, poor Gucci was killed by the killer sent by Kohler. And our Prince François was already covered with wounds and had hundreds of external injuries. The pain of the wound made him not realize at all that his balls had been tampered with. As for the scar on the balls, he thought it was accidentally whipped by the whip. And these days, Queen Anne finally reached an agreement with Hansel and his party. They were willing to redeem Prince François with 80,000 gold coins. As for the extra 30,000 gold coins, they were actually from the Count's house of Angoulême, a branch of the Valois dynasty where Prince François belonged. Prince François' mother, Princess Louise of Savoy, had only one son, and her husband had died long ago, so she was naturally willing to spend everything to redeem her son. Others in the Angoulême branch, such as Prince François' uncle John, also fully supported their sister-in-law in redeeming their eldest nephew. Because he understood that if his eldest nephew became the King of France, the Angoulême branch would rise in the future. If it were an ordinary earl's family, he might wish his nephew would die so that he could inherit the title. But if the nephew had the opportunity to become king, that was another matter. Therefore, the Earl's House of Angoulême collected 30,000 gold coins, plus 50,000 gold coins allocated by the royal family, and sent them to the Seine River outside Paris. In the middle of the night, Hansel sent people to transport all the gold coins away by speedboat. The French army did not dare to chase them because they were afraid of angering the kidnappers and causing Prince François to be in danger. The next day, Prince François, who was covered in wounds, was sent to a small town outside Paris. Afterwards, he was taken to the Paris palace. However, the French did not know that the future French king had been sterilized. The French royal family was destined to be extinct this time. Chapter 1436, Siege of Naples. Seeing her future son-in-law covered in bruises, Queen Anne quickly arranged for the royal doctor to help check. After the check, Queen Anne asked, "How is he? He is not disabled, right?" The royal doctor shook his head and said, "Although there are many wounds on his body, they are all superficial injuries. It will take less than a month to recover. The only doubt is that your highness seems to have been whipped on his testicles, which caused some wounds. That is, I don't know if your highness can still be humane in the future." Queen Anne frowned immediately. She didn't want her daughter to marry a eunuch. Fortunately, her daughter is not married yet. If it really doesn't work, she can regret the engagement. So, she waved her hand and called a beautiful maid with big breasts, saying, "You, go and seduce Prince François." "Ah! Spare my life, Queen." The maid was terrified. Seducing the fiancé of the Queen's daughter, is this asking her to die? "Don't be afraid, I just want you to confirm whether Prince François' brother can still stand up. If you prove this, you don't have to continue. If you do this well, you will be rewarded." The maid breathed a sigh of relief, came to the room where Prince François was recuperating, began to undress, and then shook her chest and twisted her waist. Prince François was only 19 years old, which was the age when he was most angry. Seeing this scene, I almost had a nosebleed. As for the younger brother, he naturally saluted. Seeing this, the beautiful maid breathed a sigh of relief, quickly put on her clothes, and went to report to Queen Anne. Prince François was confused. "What is this? I was aroused, but you ran away. Who will help to cool down?" Queen Anne was relieved to hear that her prospective son-in-law could still stand up to the sky. However, Queen Anne suddenly remembered a secret that Louis XII had mentioned. That is, the current King of England, Edward, had his eggs kicked by the kick master he sent, and he could no longer have children. So, she asked François nervously, "François, my dear child. Have you ever been kicked in the crotch while you were captured?" François didn't know about the expert in kicking balls. He thought for a moment and said, "No, I was only whipped. But the whip has barbs, and it hurts when it hits my body." After saying that, he shuddered with fear. Queen Anne breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about it again, it seemed that the expert in kicking balls who was sent by Louis XII to kick Edward's balls was later ordered to be killed by Louis XII. Moreover, that guy didn't pass down any apprentices. Therefore, it is unlikely that Prince François' balls were broken by someone. In addition, the level of the French court doctors was not very good, and it was difficult to see the knife wound on the outside of the balls that was disguised as a whip wound. After all, European doctors are still at the level of bloodletting treatment, and it is difficult to see the problem at a glance. Because there was no problem after thinking about it, so the matter just passed. Of course, the victim, Prince François, must be upset. He has already determined that the English kidnapped him, so he plans to seek revenge on the English after he inherits the throne of France. It would be best to have a comprehensive national war and destroy England to relieve his hatred of being whipped. But after the news reached Italy through pigeons, Louis XII was silent for a while, and then ordered a reply to Queen Anne, just as if nothing had happened. After all, Louis XII was still dreaming of having a son, and if he gave birth to a son within 2 years, he still hoped that his son would marry Edward. Therefore, even if it was Edward who sent someone to assassinate Margaret and her son, and hurt Prince François by the way, Louis XII didn't care too much. After all, if he had a son, Prince François would be nothing. Besides, didn't he have any big problems? As for Margaret of Tudor and her son, Louis XII also had plans. If he gave birth to a son and married Edward's daughter, he would order the woman to be executed without Edward's action to eliminate future troubles. After all, if he had a son, England would belong to his son in the future, so how could he allow such a troublemaker woman to survive? But now, with nothing certain, Louis XII meant to turn a deaf ear and let the matter pass. Moreover, France's only task now was to dominate Italy. If he provoked England again at this time, his brain would definitely be kicked by a donkey. In order to seize the strong city of Naples, Louis XII ordered tens of thousands of troops under his command to launch a strong attack on it. Of course, it was not the French who took the lead in attacking the city, but the 22,000 Italian mercenaries he hired in Milan. The muskets in Naples were indeed powerful. The 50-gram lead bullets fired by this musket blew away the Italian mercenaries who tried to climb the city wall. Then, the lead bullets created huge blood holes in the bodies of these unfortunate people, causing blood to spurt wildly. The Italian mercenaries were always timid, and they were frightened by this situation and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. At this time, Louis XII showed his ruthless side. He ordered the French knights and Swiss mercenaries to support the rear, forcing the Italian mercenaries to attack the city like ants and let them serve as bait to consume the few ammunition of the Spaniards. At this time, the leader of the Italian mercenaries, Pastor, saw the danger. He didn't want to be cannon fodder for the French, but if he didn't want to be cannon fodder for the French, who would be cannon fodder? So, he asked to see Louis XII, knelt down on his knees and said, "Your Majesty, I have a way to consume the enemy's ammunition, please don't force us to consume the Spanish ammunition." Louis XII did not look up, but asked lightly, "Tell me." Pastor plucked up his courage and said, "Your Majesty, what you are afraid of is nothing more than the Spanish bullets. However, it is too wasteful to let us, the Italian mercenaries, go up to consume the enemy's bullets. After all, after the city is broken, we can still fight with the Spaniards in the city. And the task of consuming the opponent's bullets can also be completed by others." "Find others?" "Who?" "French warriors." Louis XII's voice became cold. Pastor waved his hands, "No, no. Your Majesty, what I mean is we can capture local young and strong farmers to attract the defenders' bullets." "Local young and strong farmers. Will the Spaniards shoot when they see them? They are not stupid. When they see young and strong farmers who pose no threat, will they be willing to shoot and waste ammunition?" Louis XII said dissatisfiedly. Pastor chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, if it were just local farmers, the Spaniards would certainly not shoot. But what if we Italian mercenaries are mixed in with them? We will force those captured local militiamen to climb the city wall. Then, we will send people with short knives hidden on their bodies to mix in with them. If the enemy shoots, it doesn't matter. If not, our people can climb up to the top of the city wall and take the opportunity to attack and seize a section of the city wall." Louis XII's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is a good idea, you go and be responsible for capturing people." Pastor was overjoyed and immediately led his people to leave the camp and go to the surrounding villages to capture people. Chapter 1437 After the robbery. Seeing her future son-in-law covered in bruises, Queen Anne quickly arranged for the royal doctor to help check. After the check, Queen Anne asked, "How is he? He is not disabled, right?" The royal doctor shook his head and said, "Although there are many wounds on his body, they are all superficial injuries. It will take less than a month to recover. The only doubt is that your highness seems to have been whipped on his testicles, which caused some wounds. That is, I don't know if your highness can still be humane in the future." Queen Anne frowned immediately. She didn't want her daughter to marry a eunuch. Fortunately, her daughter is not married yet. If it really doesn't work, she can regret the engagement. So, she waved her hand and called a beautiful maid with big breasts, saying, "You, go and seduce Prince Francois." "Ah! Spare my life, Queen." The maid was terrified. Seducing the fiancé of the Queen's daughter, is this asking her to die? "Don't be afraid, I just want you to confirm whether Prince Francois's brother can still stand up. If you prove this, you don't have to continue. If you do this well, you will be rewarded." The maid breathed a sigh of relief, came to the room where Prince Francois was recuperating, began to undress, and then shook her chest and twisted her waist. Prince Francois was only 19 years old, which was the age when he was most angry. Seeing this scene, I almost had a nosebleed. As for the younger brother, he naturally saluted. Seeing this, the beautiful maid breathed a sigh of relief, quickly put on her clothes, and went to report to Queen Anne. Prince Francois was confused. "What is this? I was aroused, but you ran away. Who will help to cool down?" Queen Anne was relieved to hear that her prospective son-in-law could still stand up to the sky. However, Queen Anne suddenly remembered a secret that Louis XII had mentioned. That is, the current King of England, Edward, had his eggs kicked by the kick master he sent, and he could no longer have children. So, she asked Francois nervously, "Francois, my dear child. Have you ever been kicked in the crotch while you were captured?" Francois didn't know about the expert in kicking balls. He thought for a moment and said, "No, I was only whipped. But the whip has barbs, and it hurts when it hits my body." After saying that, he shuddered with fear. Queen Anne breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about it again, it seemed that the expert in kicking balls who was sent by Louis XII to kick Edward's balls was later ordered to be killed by Louis XII. Moreover, that guy didn't pass down any apprentices. Therefore, it is unlikely that Prince Francois's balls were broken by someone. In addition, the level of the French court doctors was not very good, and it was difficult to see the knife wound on the outside of the balls that was disguised as a whip wound. After all, European doctors are still at the level of bloodletting treatment, and it is difficult to see the problem at a glance. Because there was no problem after thinking about it, so the matter just passed. Of course, the victim, Prince Francois, must be upset. He has already determined that the English kidnapped him, so he plans to seek revenge on the English after he inherits the throne of France. It would be best to have a comprehensive national war and destroy England to relieve his hatred of being whipped. But after the news reached Italy through pigeons, Louis XII was silent for a while, and then ordered a reply to Queen Anne, just as if nothing had happened. After all, Louis XII was still dreaming of having a son, and if he gave birth to a son within 2 years, he still hoped that his son would marry Edward. Therefore, even if it was Edward who sent someone to assassinate Margaret and her son, and hurt Prince Francois by the way, Louis XII didn't care too much. After all, if he had a son, Prince Francois would be nothing. Besides, didn't he have any big problems? As for Margaret of Tudor and her son, Louis XII also had plans. If he gave birth to a son and married Edward's daughter, he would order the woman to be executed without Edward's action to eliminate future troubles. After all, if he had a son, England would belong to his son in the future, so how could he allow such a troublemaker woman to survive? But now, with nothing certain, Louis XII meant to turn a deaf ear and let the matter pass. Moreover, France's only task now was to dominate Italy. If he provoked England again at this time, his brain would definitely be kicked by a donkey. In order to seize the strong city of Naples, Louis XII ordered tens of thousands of troops under his command to launch a strong attack on it. Of course, it was not the French who took the lead in attacking the city, but the 22,000 Italian mercenaries he hired in Milan. The muskets in Naples were indeed powerful. The 50-gram lead bullets fired by this musket blew away the Italian mercenaries who tried to climb the city wall. Then, the lead bullets created huge blood holes in the bodies of these unfortunate people, causing blood to spurt wildly. The Italian mercenaries were always timid, and they were frightened by this situation and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. At this time, Louis XII showed his ruthless side. He ordered the French knights and Swiss mercenaries to support the rear, forcing the Italian mercenaries to attack the city like ants and let them serve as bait to consume the few ammunition of the Spaniards. At this time, the leader of the Italian mercenaries, Pastor, saw the danger. He didn't want to be cannon fodder for the French, but if he didn't want to be cannon fodder for the French, who would be cannon fodder? So, he asked to see Louis XII, knelt down on his knees and said, "Your Majesty, I have a way to consume the enemy's ammunition, please don't force us to consume the Spanish ammunition." Louis XII did not look up, but asked lightly, "Tell me." Pastor plucked up his courage and said, "Your Majesty, what you are afraid of is nothing more than the Spanish bullets. However, it is too wasteful to let us, the Italian mercenaries, go up to consume the enemy's bullets. After all, after the city is broken, we can still fight with the Spaniards in the city. And the task of consuming the opponent's bullets can also be completed by others." "Find others?" "Who?" "French warriors." Louis XII's voice became cold. Pastor waved his hands, "No, no. Your Majesty, what I mean is we can capture local young and strong farmers to attract the defenders' bullets." "Local young and strong farmers. Will the Spaniards shoot when they see them? They are not stupid. When they see young and strong farmers who pose no threat, will they be willing to shoot and waste ammunition?" Louis XII said dissatisfiedly. Pastor chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, if it were just local farmers, the Spaniards would certainly not shoot. But what if we Italian mercenaries are mixed in with them? We will force those captured local militiamen to climb the city wall. Then, we will send people with short knives hidden on their bodies to mix in with them. If the enemy shoots, it doesn't matter. If not, our people can climb up to the top of the city wall and take the opportunity to attack and seize a section of the city wall." Louis XII's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is a good idea, you go and be responsible for capturing people." Pastor was overjoyed and immediately led his people to leave the camp and go to the surrounding villages to capture people. Chapter 1438, Success or Failure. Starting from the second day, the French army adopted a new way of siege. Italian mercenaries led by Pastor used knives and guns to force the 4,000 captured local farmers to climb the city wall with ladders. The so-called ladder is not a longer ladder. It is a poor crew in later generations who used ordinary ladders to save money. It is a joke to attack the city with ordinary ladders. If ordinary ladders are really used to attack the city, the soldiers defending the city do not need to use weapons, but can directly overturn the ladder from above. Then, the people climbing the ladder will fall down with the ladder. The real ladder is actually a large chariot with wheels at the bottom. Its main body is an inclined staircase, but there will be a movable auxiliary ladder on it. The ladder is similar in height to the city wall. When the ladder is pushed under the city wall by the soldiers will turn the movable auxiliary ladder upside down and put it on the city wall. At this time, the top of the ladder is basically parallel to the city wall, and the auxiliary ladder is like a plank on the dock between the long bridge pier and the ship. This type of auxiliary ladder with a plank is not as easy to knock down as the ordinary long ladder that is placed diagonally on the city wall. Because it is placed horizontally, if someone steps on the auxiliary ladder, it cannot be lifted. What's more, the auxiliary ladder and the main body of the ladder vehicle are connected by an axis, so it is difficult to move it away. In addition, there is another type, which is a long ladder fixed to the vehicle body. Because it is connected to the siege vehicle, the defenders cannot overturn it. However, this integrated ladder has a fatal flaw: as long as the defenders roll stones or logs from the top, all the siege soldiers on the ladder can be killed at once. Therefore, it is safer to use the one with an auxiliary ladder. The inconsistent slope can block the integrated attack of rolling logs and stones. As for the ladder with a parallel auxiliary ladder, the defenders generally have no way to deal with it. Rolling logs and hitting stones is not very useful, so they have to use bows and arrows to shoot the enemy on the ladder. Another way is to use a spear to stab the enemy who dares to approach. Moreover, it is not necessary to stab the opponent to death, just stab the opponent to fall off the ladder. Of course, you can also use a sledgehammer to smash the secondary ladder on the city wall to destroy it. Another way is to pour oil and ignite the secondary ladder of the cloud ladder to make it burn. However, the attackers are not fools. There are archers on the cloud ladder to prevent you from destroying the cloud ladder. If you dare to show your head, I will shoot you. However, that was a tactic in the era of cold weapons. If the sword and shield soldiers hold large shields and charge on the gentle secondary ladder, the defenders on the top of the city will be helpless and easily attacked on the city wall. Because, facing the large shield, the archers seem very powerless. At this time, the warriors can only kill or push down the enemy sword and shield soldiers who accidentally rushed up the city wall. But in the era of muskets, it was much more difficult for sword and shield soldiers to rush up the city wall from the gentle secondary ladder of the cloud ladder. In particular, large caliber muskets such as the muskets are particularly threatening to sword and shield soldiers. The huge impact of the 50-gram lead bullet, even if it can't kill you, can also knock the sword and shield soldiers charging on the auxiliary ladder off the auxiliary ladder and become disabled. In front of the musket, no matter you are a sword and shield soldier or a plate armor knight, you will fall down after being bombarded. Therefore, the French army did not use the precious French knights at the beginning, but let the Italian mercenaries go first to consume the defenders' ammunition. However, Pastor and other Italian mercenary generals are not fools. How could they be willing to die easily? So, they captured 4,000 local farmers and asked them to carry the broken door panels and rush forward from the auxiliary ladder of the cloud ladder. What's going on? Who are these people? Torres, the general of the garrison, was a little puzzled on the top of Naples. Because the people attacking the city today don't seem to be any army. Because these people are just carrying broken door panels, and they are holding the door panels with both hands, without even a knife in their hands. Report to the general, these people seem to be nearby villagers. Said a low-level officer who often deals with local people. He still recognized the attire of the nearby villagers. So, should we kill them? The adjutant asked. Torres hesitated and said, I always feel something is wrong. What do they want to do with the villagers? Could it be, that's right, they want to consume our bullets. Then should we still shoot? Stop firing, but send spearmen and sword and shield soldiers to stop them from climbing the wall. If they rush to the wall, order them to squat down with their heads in their hands immediately, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Torres ordered. Hold your heads and squat down, throw away the door panels. Otherwise, kill without mercy. The Spanish officer in charge of defense shouted in Italian. They have lived in Naples for several years and still know some of the local language. However, things are not that simple. After hearing the shouts of the Spanish officers, most of the local villagers who were forced to rush to the city wall honestly threw away the door panels and squatted on the top of the city. However, these people are not all local villagers. There are also some mercenaries under pastor mixed in. Although these people were wearing ordinary people's clothes, they hid daggers in their clothes. Taking advantage of the Spaniards' negligence that they thought the situation was settled, a group of Italian farmers who were squatting on the top of the city suddenly stood up, took out daggers from their clothes, and quickly rushed towards the unprepared defenders on the top of the city. The Spanish soldiers on the top of the city were caught off guard and a group of them were killed. Then, a group of Italian mercenaries saw the opportunity and rushed up quickly from the corresponding ladders, trying to control the top of the city controlled by those people. The Spanish defenders were caught off guard at first, but General Torres reacted quickly. Reinforce that section of the city wall. Make sure to drive those bastards off the city wall. Then, the most elite group of General Torres' men were sent over and started a fierce fight with the Italian mercenaries who began to surge onto the top of the city. This group of elites under Torres were basically heavy armored infantry. However, the armor they wore was a castrated version of plate armor that exposed their backs, buttocks, and the back of their legs. The advantage of this kind of plate armor is that it is much lighter. As for the problem of no defense at the back, that's okay. Only people who run away will expose their backs. Such people deserve to die. Just like that, relying on this group of elite Spanish warriors who were originally close guards wearing backless plate armor, the offensive of the Italian mercenaries was finally repelled. Oh, what a pity. If it was the French knights who rushed up, they would not lose at all. Seeing this scene, Louis XII in the distance was so depressed that he jumped up and down. If it was the French knights with high martial arts skills just now, they would definitely be able to gain a foothold on that section of the city wall and meet up with the follow-up troops. It's a pity that the combat effectiveness of the group of Italian mercenaries is too poor. But he didn't want to think about it. So early, would he be willing to send out the French knights as a trump card? Moreover, this attack was clearly a test by the Italian mercenaries, and no one could guarantee success. Just like that, this clever plan that Pastor came up with failed because of the problem of the combat effectiveness of the Italian mercenaries. Chapter 1439, Hammer and Tomahawk. The Spaniards were also shocked by the surprise attack. Fortunately, the assault point chosen by the Italian mercenaries was not far from the city gate tower where General Torres was. He sent his elite warriors to support in time, which prevented the city wall from falling. Next, General Torres no longer dared to be careless. He ordered that even if the opponent was a peasant, as long as the opponent dared to climb the ladder and rush towards this side, he should open fire without hesitation. But after fighting for a while, Torres felt something was wrong again. No, if we continue to fight like this, won't all our ammunition be wasted on these farmers? But we don't have much ammunition at all. What should we do? At this time, in front of a ladder, a Spanish soldier who originally planned to smash the ladder with a war hammer suddenly swung the war hammer and swept down the ladders of several Neapolitan farmers who were holding broken doors, causing them to fall off the tall ladders and get injured immediately. General Torres' eyes suddenly lit up and said, "This is a good idea, use a war hammer to deal with the broken door panels." Those local farmers who were charging with broken door panels had no weapons in their hands. The warhammer is specially used to deal with plate armor soldiers. Facing the farmers holding broken door panels, it seems that they can also knock them back or even knock down the ladders. After all, those farmers basically hold the broken door panels with both hands, and they have no weapons in their hands, so they are not a threat to the defending soldiers. Archers really can't do anything to them, but the warhammer can knock them back or knock them away. So, General Torres, who was inspired, ordered loudly, "All warhammer soldiers, assemble. Use warhammers to deal with those farmers holding door panels with both hands. Hit them, don't use muskets, save ammunition." So, hundreds of soldiers using warhammers were assembled. They were all responsible for dealing with the enemy plate armor knights who fell off their horses in the Marin phalanx. Ordinary swords can't deal with those knights wearing full sets of plate armor, even if they are Roman. However, soldiers using warhammers are an exception. Facing the heavy blow of warhammers, even if they are wearing full sets of plate armor, they can't stand it. In addition to hundreds of soldiers using warhammers, more than 200 barbarians using two-handed axes were also sent to the city wall. These warriors using two-handed axes come from the Basque region on the western foot of the Pyrenees Mountains in northern Spain. Most of them are tough Basque mountain people. They have narrow faces, high noses, dark skin, and stick to traditions, refusing to be assimilated by the main Iberian ethnic group. For example, the two-handed axes in their hands are the tools used by the Basques to chop wood in the mountains, and they are very skilled in using them. It just so happens that the Spanish army also needs a group of melee warriors to deal with the enemy's plate armor soldiers. The two-handed axe, like the two-handed hammer, is a weapon for dealing with plate armor. The difference is that the two-handed hammer is directly smashed, while the two-handed axe, when facing plate armor and shields, the user will use the back of the axe to smash the opponent. When facing unarmored enemies, they will switch to the frontal axe to chop. It just so happens that Torres' army has a battle axe company composed of more than 200 Basque mountain people. So General Torres simply asked them to cooperate with the battle hammer team to smash the local farmers who wanted to rush up the city wall with broken doors. Seeing that the Spaniards had stopped firing their muskets and were using hammers and axes to deal with the farmers, Pastor suddenly became anxious. So he asked his men who were mixed in with the farmers to draw their daggers, hold the door with one hand and use the dagger with the other hand, intending to deal with those who used hammers and axes. At the beginning, he really injured a few people. However, the Spaniards soon thought of a countermeasure. The musketeers were on the side. If it was an ordinary farmer holding the door with both hands, the musketeers would not shoot. If they found someone who pulled out a dagger and wanted to hurt the hammer soldiers and Basque axe soldiers, they would open fire and fly them away. Then, after a day of fierce fighting, Pastor found that the plan to use local farmers as cannon fodder to attract the Spanish to shoot failed. In the evening, Louis XII's face was not good, and Pastor was trembling with fear when he attended the meeting. Finally, Louis XII said, "Pastor, don't be clever. Let's do this. Tomorrow you send sword and shield soldiers to follow those farmers holding broken gates. Even if the enemy musketeers injure some people, as long as they can get close to the city wall under their cover." Pastor had a bitter face and had to agree. What can he do? Now all these Italian mercenaries have been kidnapped by the French. If they don't fight the Spaniards, the French will really use them as a knife. So, starting from the next day, the Italian mercenaries began their career as cannon fodder again. However, this time the Italian mercenaries learned a lesson. They let those local farmers holding broken gates walk in the front and on both sides, so that even if the enemy in front of them shoots, they will hit those unlucky farmers first. And these mercenaries can also die less. Relying on the means of those farmers as cannon fodder, the Italian mercenaries did rush up the city wall several times. However, they were killed back by the Spaniards. In particular, those Spanish armored warriors wearing backless clothes are still very skilled in martial arts. After all, most of those people are also the sons of Spanish nobles, strong men who have practiced martial arts since childhood. In the face of such elites, ordinary Italian mercenaries are really not enough. What? Are you asking if there are such plate armor warriors who have practiced martial arts since childhood among Italian mercenaries? Yes, but not many. Why? Because many children of Italian knight families who have no inheritance rights did not follow the tradition and become wandering knights who work hard, but went to do business. That's right, most of the noble children in Italy, except for the eldest son who has the right of inheritance, went to do business, and few people were willing to be wandering knights or mercenaries who work hard. There is no way. The business atmosphere in Italy is too strong. Venice, Genoa, Siena, Pisa and Lucca, these states, are all commercial republics in the Middle Ages. Not to mention those businessmen, even ordinary Italian farmers know how to do some small business. As for those literate Italian noble children, of course they can do business. Moreover, they have more capital than ordinary people and a higher starting point for doing business. Generally speaking, only the sons of nobles who failed in business would become mercenary officers with a high risk factor. This is the adverse effect of a strong business atmosphere. Look at Germany in this era. Most of the sons of nobles become wandering knights and work hard for their employers. Therefore, it is easy to find wandering knights as officers in Germany. But in Italy, where everyone is doing business, it is difficult to find a son of nobles who are willing to work hard. Just like in later generations, if you go to a place like Wenzhou with a strong business atmosphere to recruit soldiers, it will be very difficult. People's families are all doing business, and their families are rich. They are crazy to be willing to be soldiers. For the same reason, it is difficult to recruit good soldiers in places with a strong business atmosphere. Moreover, Qi Jiguang's principle of recruiting soldiers does not want city people and sons of merchants. Because these people are too cunning and easy to desert. Moreover, people have no worries in life and look down on the hard work of being a soldier. Just like Pastor, he was originally a son of a noble. At the beginning, he was also a businessman. Unfortunately, he was not that kind of material. After losing a lot of money, he had no choice but to join the army. After all, being a mercenary is also a kind of business. For example, when robbing, the profit is still very high. As for Spain, the business atmosphere is stronger than Germany, but much weaker than Italy. Therefore, in Spain, it is still possible to recruit many noble children who are willing to join the army. Moreover, most of Spain is mountainous, and the majority of soldiers are mountain people. Although they are not as barbaric as the more brutal Germans, they are much more powerful than the shrewd and cunning Italians. Therefore, in the next few days of fighting, Italian mercenaries rushed forward to give the Spaniards heads. However, these Italian mercenaries did a good job in completing the task assigned to them by Louis XII, consuming the Spanish ammunition. Chapter 1440, Spice Islands and Exchange of Interests. In the royal palace of Toledo, the capital of Spain, the King of Aragon came from Zaragoza angrily to discuss the dispatch of troops with his son Juan III. The intelligence of the French dispatching troops to the Kingdom of Naples was eventually sent back to Barcelona by sea by Spanish spies, and then to Zaragoza. However, because the sea route was slow and there was a long delay in the middle, the Spaniards missed the best rescue time. In particular, the French had an army of 70,000 to 80,000 troops heading south, and Ferdinand II had no confidence in letting the Kingdom of Aragon and the French fight one-on-one. You know, in terms of national strength, the Kingdom of Aragon is not as good as the Kingdom of Castile. However, it is true that the Kingdom of Aragon has a strong navy. At the beginning, in order to compete for Sicily and Sardinia, the Kingdom of Aragon developed a strong navy. In the Mediterranean, except for Venice, Aragon's navy is the strongest, much stronger than the Genoa navy, which has begun to decline. Although the Kingdom of Castile has a stronger national strength, its navy started very late. At the beginning, Queen Isabella I sent Columbus to find the Indian route with only 3 small boats because the Kingdom of Castile's maritime industry was not developed enough. However, there was no way. Because at that time, King Ferdinand II of the Kingdom of Aragon, where navigation was more developed, did not support Columbus's voyage. Therefore, Queen Isabella I could only give Columbus 3 small boats. However, in the past 20 years, because the Kingdom of Castile has gained a lot of benefits from navigation, especially from the Indian spice trade, it has made huge profits. Therefore, the shipping industry of the Kingdom of Castile has also developed. Even the combined naval forces of the Kingdom of Castile and the Kingdom of Aragon are no longer afraid of Venice. Of course, when it comes to the army, the Kingdom of Castile is still stronger. Even the famous Spanish general Gonzalo de Córdoba is from the Kingdom of Castile. In order to deal with tens of thousands of French troops, Ferdinand II had to come to Toledo to discuss with his son. However, in the Kingdom of Castile, except for Juan III, other nobles did not seem to care much about rescuing the Kingdom of Naples. Why? Because the interests of the Kingdom of Naples were basically taken by the Kingdom of Aragon, and the Kingdom of Castile had nothing to do with it. Therefore, the nobles of the Kingdom of Castile were not very enthusiastic about rescuing the Kingdom of Naples. After a few days, Ferdinand II was busy arguing with the group of nobles in the Kingdom of Castile, but there was no result. In desperation, Ferdinand II could only do his son's work first. Juan, you have to support me in the Kingdom of Naples. Because, after I die, the Kingdom of Naples will definitely be yours. Remember, you are not only the King of Castile, but you will also be the King of the Kingdom of Aragon in the future. And the King of Naples. Juan III nodded, he naturally understood this. Afterwards, Ferdinand II said to his daughter-in-law Margaret of Austria, Margaret, write a letter to your father to see if he can send troops to help. You should know that if the French annex Italy, it will be very disadvantageous to Austria. Queen Margaret of Castile nodded and said, I have contacted my father by pigeon, but Austria's troops are basically piled up on the Swiss battlefield, and it is difficult to send troops to support. The main reason is that the French sent troops to rescue the 17,000 Swiss mercenaries who were imprisoned. Now, the Habsburg army is dragged on the Swiss battlefield and cannot move. What should we do? If we don't have enough troops, we can't fight the French. Ferdinand II was a little distressed. Queen Margaret thought for a while and said, Father, there is actually a way to convince those Castilian nobles. Oh. Tell me quickly. Ferdinand II's eyes were full of expectation. It's like this. 2 days ago, the fleet sent to the Spice Islands for reconnaissance returned. Ferdinand II was stunned, how come I didn't know? After saying that, he looked at his son Juan III. Juan III explained, the ship docked at the port of Cádiz in the Kingdom of Castile. Of course, the news was sent to Toledo first, and then to Zaragoza, the capital of Aragon. What about the Spice Islands? Are there many spices? Ferdinand II also became interested. At the beginning, Marin described the situation there to him in Rome. However, he was skeptical. After joining forces with Portugal to monopolize the Indian spice trade, he sent a fleet to scout the Indonesian islands. Juan III replied, the situation is similar to what Marin said. Cloves and nutmeg are abundant there. It is said that the cloves and nutmeg in the Calicut market are basically from the Spice Islands, which are shipped to the Indian market through the Strait of Malacca. Because they are transferred in the middle, the price in the Indian market is much higher than pepper. Its profit is also much lower than that of pepper. If the Spice Islands are controlled, the profit of cloves and nutmeg will be much higher. Ferdinand II thought for a while and said, this is indeed good news, but what does it have to do with rescuing the Kingdom of Naples? The most important thing for us now is to send troops to Italy. Queen Margaret interrupted at this time, "Father, what I mean is that the Spice Islands will definitely bring huge benefits in the future. If you promise to give more benefits to the great nobles of Castile when developing the Spice Islands in the future, I think they will still be willing to send troops." Ferdinand too hesitated. If he did so, it might be difficult to explain to the nobles of Aragon. However, at this critical juncture, it is impossible to defeat the French without relying on the power of the Kingdom of Castile. In desperation, Ferdinand too had to nod, "Okay, I'll go back to Zaragoza and discuss it with the ministers." Then, Ferdinand too rode back to Zaragoza with his men to discuss the matter with the ministers of Aragon. Sure enough, many Aragonese nobles were not very satisfied with the transfer of interests. However, if the wealthy Kingdom of Naples is lost, it seems that the loss is also very large. If part of the interests of the Spice Islands are exchanged for the interests of the Kingdom of Naples, it is not impossible. However, this amount needs to be carefully considered. So, Ferdinand too simply took a group of top nobles from the Kingdom of Aragon and collectively took the spring-shocked carriage sold to them by Marin to Toledo to discuss the distribution of interests with the nobles of the Kingdom of Castile. The nobles of the Kingdom of Castile seem to have seized the opportunity to blackmail the nobles of Aragon. Even the nobles of the Kingdom of Castile wanted more of the gold interests of the Zimbabwe Empire, which the two sides had agreed to share equally. Then, the nobles of the two countries had a fight in the Parliament Hall. Many nobles were bruised and battered. But the meeting had to continue, and both sides continued to discuss the issue of interests with injuries. In the end, the nobles of the Kingdom of Aragon made concessions and agreed to give up most of the interests of the Spice Islands in exchange for the full military support of the Kingdom of Castile. Chapter 1441 Queen Margaret's Advice. On the way back to Zaragoza, many Aragonese nobles with bruised faces complained to Ferdinand too, "Your Majesty, those Castilian bastards are too much. From now on, we can only get a small share of the benefits of the Spice Islands. The loss is too great." Ferdinand too sneered and said, "How can it be so easy? I have thought about it. Although most of the benefits of cloves and nutmeg on the Spice Islands must be given to the Castilians. But it is only the cloves and nutmeg on the Spice Islands." Some ministers heard the voiceover, "Your Majesty, what do you mean? I heard that when the Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea went to India to buy spices, he brought back some spice seeds. Moreover, it was successfully planted on the tropical island called Grenada. Although the current output is not large, we can find a place to plant more cloves and nutmeg." At this time, Aragon Foreign Minister Fernandez hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, our current colony, Mozambique, may not be suitable for spice cultivation. The Spice Islands should be very suitable for growing cloves and nutmeg." Ferdinand too waved his hand and said, "I know this, so I don't plan to grow cloves and nutmeg in Mozambique. I plan to find a large island near the Spice Islands, occupy it, and grow cloves and nutmeg. Have you seen the map drawn by the expedition team? There is a large island called Timor Island in the southwest of the Spice Islands. It is very close to the Spice Islands and has a similar climate, so it should also be suitable for growing cloves and nutmeg. At worst, we can occupy Timor Island and grow cloves and nutmeg on a large scale on Timor Island. By then, our interests will not be reduced at all." Hearing this, the great nobles of Aragon were finally relieved. But Ferdinand too was relieved in his heart, because half of these words were true, and the other half were actually a lie. He had personally witnessed the development of the West Indies. He knew very well how difficult it was to open a sugarcane plantation on Hispaniola, Haiti. Even if Timor was really suitable for growing cloves and nutmeg, it would not be possible to develop it on a large scale without decades of development. Moreover, he would definitely not see the day when clove and nutmeg cultivation on Timor would be scaled up. After all, he was already 61 years old and had only a few years left to live. In fact, according to history, he only lived until 1516. Of course, in Europe, where medicine was extremely backward, this was already considered a long life. So, what he said was nothing more than comforting the Aragonese nobles whose interests were damaged. As for what would happen in the future, God knows. Ferdinand too had heard that some spice trees took 5 or 6 years to grow. On a tropical island full of poisonous insects and mosquitoes, a spice plantation was reclaimed and then expanded. God knows how long it will take to catch up with the already well-developed Spice Islands. But anyway, Ferdinand II's deception finally appeased the great nobles of Aragon. At present, the whole of Spain is also fully operational to recover the Kingdom of Naples. In order to concentrate on dealing with the French, Ferdinand II and his son Juan III unanimously decided to temporarily transfer Gonzalo de Córdoba, the first Spanish general stationed in northern Morocco, and his 20,000 garrisons to Italy. As for the defense of northern Morocco, the daughter-in-law Queen Margaret gave a very good suggestion, hiring Italian mercenaries to replace the Spanish troops originally stationed in northern Morocco. Just as the French used Italian mercenaries as cannon fodder, Queen Margaret believed that the group of Italian mercenaries could not beat the Spanish army, the German mercenaries, or the French army. But they were professional soldiers after all. The cavalry transferred to Morocco in the Ouattaz dynasty would definitely not work for field battles, but there would be no big problem in guarding important cities such as Fez, Tetuan, Ceuta and Melilla. They couldn't beat people in the wild, but they could still defend the city. Even if Spain lost most of Morocco's territory during this period, what would happen? As long as they defended a few important cities, they would wait until the Spanish army dealt with the French in Naples, and then they would come back to deal with the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty in Morocco. In addition, Queen Margaret also suggested that while the German region was on a truce, they should quickly hire a group of veteran German mercenaries to participate in the battle in Italy. Even, they could hire some troops from Marin, the top fighter in the northern German region, to help. Ferdinand II and Juan III, the father and son, were stunned by their daughter-in-law's, wife's, actions, and they could only nod their heads. No wonder, in history, after her husband died, Margaret of Austria returned to the Netherlands and raised her nephew Charles V. It can be said that the famous European overlord Charles V in history was brought up by Queen Margaret. How can such a woman be simple? Then, Ferdinand II and Juan III, who were shocked by their daughter-in-law, took action. After Ferdinand II brought the great nobles of Aragon back to Zaragoza, he began to increase the number of troops within the Kingdom of Aragon and imposed a wave of war taxes. Although there is no need to impose war taxes due to the huge profits of the spice trade. But it is not bad to prepare more money. Similarly, Juan III also declared a state of war on the Castile side and began to recruit troops from the country. It was mainly to recruit a group of fierce mountain people in Spain, including the Basque barbarians in the northern mountains. Spain in this era is not the funny southern European waste in later generations, nor is it the fifth of the 5 stupid pig countries. In this era, the Spanish have not been funny and decadent, and they are still one of the European countries that can fight. Otherwise, there would be no Spanish phalanx that is famous in Europe. Because there are many mountains in the country, there are still many mountain people in Spain at this time. Even if they are not as tough as the German mountain people, they are much better than the Italians. Historically, Spain really fell into decline after it had the gold and silver in America. The social atmosphere became extravagant and the Spaniards began to covet enjoyment. This is like the Mongols and the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty entering the Central Plains and quickly corrupted. The Spanish had the gold and silver in America, and the elite class also quickly corrupted. As for the civilian class, in ancient times, the civilian class was not educated. Their fashion was that the nobles learn from the king and the civilians learn from the nobles. The elite class was abolished, and they still counted on the illiterate civilian class. In addition, Spain and Britain and France have been hostile for a long time. Unfortunately, these two opponents are also very strong. They have pressed Spain to the ground for 200 or 300 years. In order to prevent Spain from rising again, Britain and France have long suppressed Spain, not playing with them, and not allowing them to interfere in European affairs. Then, Spain can only entertain itself by recalling the glory of the colonial empire. Gradually, they all became idiots. This is just like the later Britain. After the collapse of the colonial empire, the British also became a group of idiots immersed in past memories, and even wanted to break up with Europe. But now, the Spanish are still capable of fighting. Even if the quality of the soldiers is slightly lower than that of the French, they can still be better than the French by relying on advanced tactics and battle formations. In particular, they now have a top general Gonzalo de Córdoba. Chapter 1442, Refusing to send troops and dealing with old grain. Recently, Italian mercenaries seem to have good luck. Because they frequently receive employment contracts, their lives are settled. Although the more than 20,000 people hired by the French are unlucky and are used as cannon fodder. However, for mercenaries who exchange their lives for money, this is normal. And now, another group of Italian mercenaries have received employment contracts. This time the contract is provided by Spain, and the danger of this contract does not seem to be great, it is just to guard several important cities in Morocco. If it is to defend the city in Europe, it may be difficult. After all, European countries all have artillery, and siege is dangerous. But defending the city in Morocco is relatively easy. Moroccans don't even have enough normal siege equipment, let alone artillery. For example, the Moroccans can't make a ladder with a secondary ladder, and can only make a ladder with only one main ladder. This kind of ladder can be easily dealt with by rolling logs and stones. Therefore, the Juarez dynasty has been unable to break through European castles such as Ceuta and Melilla on the seaside for so many years. As a well-informed mercenary, he must have heard of this. Therefore, the Italian mercenaries were very happy to get this order. For example, Pagani, who had just returned from the North Sea Kingdom a few months ago, received a big order. He will lead 4,000 Italian mercenaries to guard the old capital of Fez, Morocco for more than half a year. Pagani is also a lucky man. Originally, he was not very famous. However, this time he was deceived by Marin to lead Oldenburg. As a result, under the stimulation of the supplies in Oldenburg, he burst out with powerful energy and resisted tens of thousands of enemy troops for a long time before he failed. Then, he was given the name of good at defending the city. This time the Spaniards wanted to transfer the Moroccan garrison and replace it with Italians, so they thought of him. Pagani was very happy, although he failed to guard Oldenburg before and only received part of the salary. However, there is not much danger in guarding Fez this time. The Juarez dynasty had long been defeated by the army of Gonzalo de Córdoba, leaving only some remnants. If fighting in the field, Pagani might be a little afraid of the opponent's cavalry. However, in the battle of defending the city, the group of scimitar cavalry on the opposite side is weak. This is the weakness of nomadic peoples. They are good at fighting in the field, but not good at attacking the city. Therefore, nomadic peoples can only harass agricultural peoples, but cannot completely conquer them. Only the Mongols who obtained the technology of the Central Plains and the Hui cannons from the Arabs can sweep the world. And the Qing dynasty, after obtaining the technology of the Red Barbarian cannon, has the ability to conquer the city. The remnants of the Juarez dynasty in Morocco obviously do not have these technologies. Therefore, facing the fortresses of the Spanish and Portuguese on the coast, they have no way. Therefore, for these Italian mercenaries, this trip is relatively easy and not dangerous. After the Spaniards handed over the employment contract, about 15,000 Italian mercenaries signed the contract and began to board the ship to Morocco to replace the 20,000 Spanish troops originally stationed there. The other group of people galloped from the land, concealed their identities, passed through southern France, and came to the German region. Then, they went to various parts of Germany to hire those veteran German mercenaries who had just ended the contracts of the princes. However, after hearing that they would face 60,000 French troops and more than 20,000 Italian mercenaries, many German mercenaries were somewhat hesitant. But in the end, nearly 20,000 people signed the contract and were willing to help the Spanish. Among them, the Austrians helped do a lot of work. Although the Habsburg family had no money and no troops to help, they could still use their only prestige to help. In addition, the Spaniards also sent a group of people to Auric in the north to meet Marin, hoping to hire the North Sea army to fight against the French army. How could Marin agree? It was he who fooled the French to Italy. He did this just to make Spain and France consume each other. How could he get involved himself? That would not achieve the goal of consuming the two countries at the same time. So, Marin refused to send troops to help Spain in the name of being too close to France on land and afraid of retaliation by France. However, in order not to make the relationship with Spain too stiff, Marin agreed to provide Spain with a large amount of rye at a landed price of 1 pfennig per pound. The so-called landed price is the price that includes the freight. Freight is expensive these days, so the German rye, which costs 1 pfennig per pound, is shipped to Spain, where grain prices are very high, and the starting wholesale price is generally 1.3–1.5 pfennigs. Marin's CIF price is definitely very friendly. Moreover, the quantity is large. Because of the war, the autumn harvest of the North Sea Kingdom last year was actually greatly affected. For example, the wheat fields in the province of Oldenburg were burned. Fortunately, the North Sea Kingdom has accumulated a lot of old grain in recent years. Therefore, Marin is also in a position to use a batch of old grain as a personal favor. Anyway, the North Sea Kingdom is not short of food. After receiving Marin's reply, Ferdinand II and Juan III were a little disappointed that Marin did not send troops, but they could understand it. Because, as a European country, there are indeed not many countries that dare to offend France. Marin explained in his reply that he had a bad relationship with the German princes and was worried about being jointly attacked by the princes. If he offended France again, it would be easy to be jointly targeted and might even destroy the country. This explanation was reasonable, and Ferdinand II and Juan III had nothing to say. At least, Marin is willing to provide a large amount of affordable military rations. Spain now has to mobilize tens of thousands of troops and strengthen the food supply of Italian mercenaries stationed in Morocco. It is indeed very stressful. Unfortunately, there are many mountains in the Iberian Peninsula of Spain, and it is not rich in food. Therefore, Spain is indeed short of food at this time. In addition, the Kingdom of Naples is an important grain-producing area in Spain. Now that it is occupied by the French, Spain is also a little unprepared. The most important thing is that the granary of Naples is in the city of Naples. Now that it is surrounded by the French, there is no way to rescue the food. Today, there are two main grain-producing areas in Spain. One is the Golden Basin in Sicily, which mainly produces durum wheat for making pasta, which is the most valuable territory. The other is the Kingdom of Naples. However, the main product of the Kingdom of Naples is barley, and durum wheat is also available, but it is not the main variety. However, in terms of output, the Kingdom of Naples still produces more barley. Unfortunately, the largest granary in Naples was surrounded by tens of thousands of French troops. So now Spain is also short of food. With tens of thousands of troops and tens of thousands of civilians, the food has to be consumed by shiploads. Fortunately, Marin offered a friendly price of 1 pfennig per pound, which made Spain feel much better. But they didn't know that Marin was just clearing out some of the old grain. Not only could he cash in a lot of money, but he could also do a favor to the Spaniards. Chapter 1443 New Malawi Copper Coin. The reason why Marin was able to deal with a lot of old grain for the Spaniards was mainly because the production of spirits was suspended this year. In the past few years, the North Sea Kingdom was in full swing and produced too much spirits. After all, the North Sea Kingdom has so much grain production that it can make as much wine as it wants. But the problem is that the price of spirits is so expensive and the market capacity is limited. In this era, the price of grain in Europe is extremely expensive, and the spirits brewed with grain are naturally also expensive. Unfortunately, Europe in this era is very poor. Especially the Eastern European region that likes spirits the most, that is, the poorest region among the poor regions. And the richest Italian region, people there don't like spirits, they only like wine. So, after producing a lot of spirits at full power, the spirits are now a little unsaleable. After the spirits were unsaleable, the brewery under the name of Marin in the North Sea was full of oak barrels filled with spirits. Fortunately, spirits are not afraid of expiration and deterioration, and the longer the time, the better. Otherwise, Marin would not have time to cry. This is also the reason why Marin chose to mass-produce ergotu instead of beer. Ergotu is durable, and beer, even if it is durable cooked beer, can only be stored for 6 months. And draft beer can only be stored for a few days. What? You said that strong liquor is difficult to sell in Western Europe? For this, Marin has already made a countermeasure. As long as there is an order, it can be blended on the spot. Use the strong ergotu, boiled water and maple syrup, and blend the Royal Salute with a degree of about 20 on the spot. Then, use the canning process to steam and boil the packaged Royal Salute, and it can be sold as a top-grade noble wine. Originally, the North Sea Brewery could continue to brew ergotu. Anyway, ergotu is not afraid of long storage. But the problem is, it seems that the North Sea Brewery has too much rye ergotu in stock. Even the oak barrels for wine are not enough. In addition to the poor harvest last year, Marin simply suspended the production of the North Sea Brewery this year. It just so happened that there was a batch of old grain left. Seeing that Spain was short of food, he gave it to them as a favor. Of course, it was not given for free. Although the price was not high, it was old grain, which would almost go bad after the next year. It just so happened that Spain made a lot of money by monopolizing the Indian spice trade, and Marin also needed a lot of money now. Then, the two sides hit it off. However, Marin didn't know that at this time in the Toledo Palace, Ferdinand II and his son Juan III were discussing a major coinage issue. Juan III looked at the Queen and said, "Father, Margaret and I have discussed it, and I decided to use the cheap copper ingots imported from India to mint an additional batch of Maravedi copper coins." Ferdinand II frowned and said, "Juan, I know that using cheap Indian copper coins can make huge profits. But the problem is that most European countries now do not recognize copper coins. What they want are gold and silver coins. No matter how many copper coins you mint, no one will recognize them outside of Spain." Juan III glanced at his wife and said confidently, "It's nothing. At most, we will only use the newly minted copper coins in the domestic market. Then, use copper coins to exchange gold and silver coins from the public for international trade." Obviously, he and the Queen had discussed this issue and had a mature idea. "Then how many do you plan to mint?" "Let's start with 3.4 million, which is exactly worth 100,000 reals. 1 real equals 34 maravedis. When I bring back more copper from India next time, I plan to mint 34 million maravedis copper coins." Poof! Ferdinand II spat out a mouthful of tea. However, there was no one in front of him, so he didn't spray anyone. "Ahem, you have a big appetite." Juan III smiled, "This is also what Marin inspired me." Since he gave us the right to trade in spices, he has sent ships to follow our fleet to India every time. Although he can only buy tens of thousands of pounds of spices, his ships always purchase a lot of saltpeter and copper ingots from India. Moreover, the North Sea Kingdom has also issued a lot of copper coins. The price of copper in India is several times cheaper than that in Europe. We use Indian copper to cast copper coins, and the profit is very high. However, I have seen the copper coins of the North Sea Kingdom. Their copper coins are very shiny and look a bit like gold coins. I don't know how they do it. Of course, he didn't know that the copper used in the North Sea Kingdom's coins was zinc brass. Europeans didn't know what zinc was, so how could they cast copper coins that looked like gold coins? With Juan III's order, the Royal Mint of Toledo began to work at full capacity, casting the 1513 Maravedì copper coins day and night. In fact, Juan III and Margaret of Austria had discussed the issue of coinage for a long time. Margaret of Austria was a woman with great vision. She believed that copper coins would definitely be an indispensable part of trade in the future. Because it was too inconvenient to trade with silver coins. Ordinary people could only earn 1 or 2 small silver coins after working for a day. However, some small commodities could not be changed with silver coins. Therefore, bartering was still widely practiced among the people. After marrying to Spain, Margaret of Austria was surprised to find that the Maravedì copper coins made by the Spanish seemed to be very useful in private trade. At least, they were very useful in small commodity trade. Although copper coins seemed too heavy for bulk commodity trade, they were very convenient for settlement in small commodity trade. What made Margaret of Austria even more tempted was that if she learned from Marin to buy copper ingots from India, it seemed that the cost could be reduced several times. Using Indian copper to cast Maravedì copper coins could obtain several times the seigniorage profit. In addition, Margaret of Austria also discovered a serious problem. Every time the Spanish fleet went to India to buy spices, it had to spend a lot of gold and silver. In the long run, there would be insufficient gold and silver in Spain. Even if spices can be used to earn gold and silver from European countries, there will be less and less gold and silver in Europe. Eventually, there will be a shortage of money in Europe. Therefore, Margaret of Austria instigated her husband Juan III to promote copper coins made from low-cost Indian copper ingots in Spain. Use the currency made from Indian copper ingots to make up for the shortage of currency in the domestic market and avoid a shortage of money in Spain. Moreover, she has a longer-term plan, to make all of Europe accept copper coins, except Spanish copper coins. In fact, she wanted to suggest that her father Maximilian I promote copper coins in Austria and the Netherlands. However, Maximilian I and Prince Philip had many concerns about this. Mainly, they were afraid that no one would accept it if it came out too early. Therefore, Queen Margaret simply suggested that her husband increase the issuance of Maravedì copper coins in Spain. On the one hand, take advantage of the low cost of Indian copper to earn huge profits from coin casting. On the other hand, spread the Maravedì copper coins in the Kingdom of Castile, the Kingdom of Aragon and the Kingdom of Naples. Then, spread it to the entire Italian peninsula. Then, it affected the German region. When people in the German region also accepted copper coins, her poor father, Emperor Maximilian I, could mint copper coins to improve the poverty of the Habsburg family. After all, there are still many copper mines in Austria. Although many were mortgaged to the Fugger family, the Habsburg family and the Fugger family cooperated and could still make a lot of profits by minting copper coins. If it doesn't work, you can also use the relationship with Spain to buy some cheap Indian copper and mint copper coins for emergency. Even, at the instigation of Queen Margaret, Juan III wrote a letter to Marin, asking Marin whether he would accept Spanish copper coins as a means of payment for food. After receiving the letter, Marin almost vomited blood and "Do you think I don't know that you just bought a ship of copper ingots from India? Let me accept your copper coins. You are so beautiful." Therefore, Marin directly wrote back to reject Juan III. Of course, the letter also said that unless Spain was willing to openly supply merino sheep, he would be willing to accept Spanish copper coins this time, and only this time. In addition, Marin also asked that the collected Maravedì copper coins could be used to buy merino sheep. Chapter 1444, Radish and Goat Milk Products. Marin obviously didn't want to be a sucker and accept the cheap copper coins made of Indian copper. In fact, if the copper price in India is followed, the copper coins should be devalued several times. For example, like in the Ming dynasty, 1 tael of silver was exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. If you accept the copper coins made of Spanish Indian copper, it means that the Spaniards will make several times the difference. Although the relationship is good, Marin doesn't want to be cheated. As for asking to buy merino sheep, it is completely a lion's mouth. Because the Spaniards are impossible to agree. The Spaniards treat merino sheep as treasures and hold them back. Marin has thousands of merino sheep in Leon, but the Spanish side does not allow him to sell merino wool. Therefore, Marin has high-quality wool but cannot sell it in the European market. Fortunately, Marin uses the North Sea sheep, a breed that is a cross between British ewes and merino sheep, which is a sheep with very good wool quality. Although the quality of wool is not as good as merino sheep, it is a grade higher than British wool. However, after a few years, there are only 30,000 to 40,000 sheep of this high-quality breed, and they are still trying to expand their numbers, which is not enough to impact the European market. However, with the rise of East Frisian dairy sheep, the residents of the North Sea seem to prefer East Frisian dairy sheep. The reason is that East Frisian sheep can provide a lot of dairy products, providing a stable source of food and nutrition for sheep farmers. In this era of expensive food prices, any food is precious. The goat milk products provided by East Frisian sheep are obviously a low-cost, high-nutrition food. Moreover, it is very cheap. After all, sheep only need to eat grass. Now, sheep farmers are lining up to raise East Frisian sheep, but not very willing to take North Sea sheep. Fortunately, most farmers are serfs these days, and Marin forced the promotion, so that North Sea sheep will not be ignored. Before going to daming, Marin selected a group of East Frisian ewes with the best milk production ability for optimization breeding. Now, 3 or 4 years later, those 1,000 ewes give birth to 2 or 3 lambs on average every year. And the lambs grow up in 1 year and can give birth to lambs again. In this way, after 3 or 4 years, there are actually more than 10,000 ewes. However, after another screening, only 5,000 ewes can maintain an annual milk production of more than 500 pounds. The production capacity of other ewes has deteriorated a little. The 5,000 ewes that produce less than 500 pounds of milk per year that were handed over to the private sector for self-cultivation are terrible. After 3 or 4 years, their number has increased to more than 50,000. There are more than 30,000 ewes alone. Moreover, there are more than 7,000 ewes that produce more than 500 pounds of milk per year. Then, these high-yield ewes were taken back by Marin and concentrated for cultivation to avoid breed degeneration. However, there are still more than 30,000 ewes of East Frisian sheep that have been lost to the public. These East Frisian sheep that produce less than 500 pounds of milk per year are very popular among the public. Because all the farmers and manors that raise East Frisian sheep have endless cheese and cream and endless goat milk. Children grow taller when they eat more dairy products. So now, all the manors below are eagerly waiting for the breeding center under Marin to promote the high-yield East Frisian sheep to the people. In this way, everyone in the manor may be able to eat dairy products. Unlike now, because of limited production, they can only give priority to children. In fact, Marin is also anxious, and he also hopes to obtain stable high-yield varieties as soon as possible. However, stable varieties cannot be cultivated in a few years. Only those with stable production capacity over several generations can be considered high-yield varieties. Otherwise, a sudden explosion in a certain generation does not count. Just like Yao Ming is 2.26 meters tall, can you say that Chinese people are giants? Therefore, it takes several generations of observation and cultivation to obtain truly stable and high-yield varieties. However, there is a big problem with goat milk now, that is, the sheep smell is relatively strong. Those children who eat too much goat milk always have a smell of mutton on their bodies, which is very unpleasant. Unlike noble children like Caesar, who drink milk every day, they smell better. How to get rid of these mutton smells? Marin suddenly thought of radishes. Cooking radishes with mutton can absorb the mutton smell. Cooking with goat milk is the same. Last year, after Marin returned from daming, he brought back radish seeds. Later, he asked people to promote planting in several manors near Williamport where he hid in the early days. I don't know how it is now. So he called Kohler and asked him to send someone to take a look. Soon, the people sent came back. The report said that several manors over there are now full of radishes. However, now the manor owners don't know how to deal with those radishes, and they dare not make decisions on their own, so they piled up the radishes in the warehouse, and as a result, a lot of them rotted. Of course, there is no problem with the preservation of seeds, but the radishes themselves are not durable. Damn! Marin burst into a swear word, blaming himself for being careless. He almost forgot about those radishes. According to the report from the people sent, 3 crops of radish have been planted locally, with an average of 1 crop planted every 3 months, and a lot of radish has been harvested. However, the only crop that has been preserved now is the one harvested last winter. Most of the first 2 crops have rotted, and the managers of the manor dare not eat them. How many radishes are stored now? Marin asked. The person sent to investigate thought for a while and said, there are probably millions of pounds. The thing called radish is too productive, and it can be planted once every 2 or 3 months. However, the locals dare not eat it casually. Because this is something that you, the Grand Duke, personally ordered, and you didn't let them eat it. Then why didn't they report to me that the radish was ripe? Marin was a little depressed how many radishes had been wasted before. The person reporting paused and said, they said that the manager of a small manor is not qualified to report to you, the Grand Duke. Marin thought about it. It was true, the manager of a small manor was equivalent to the village chief in later generations. Have you ever seen a village chief report to the national leader? So, in the final analysis, it was my own negligence and I didn't send anyone to follow up. In fact, with the radish seeds that the manors now have, if there is enough land for planting, they can produce millions of pounds of radishes every season. Now, the reason why there are only 1 million pounds is that they dare not expand the planting area privately. After realizing his mistake, Marin immediately sent people to transport the radishes and gave them to the farmers who raised dairy sheep so that they could use them to cook with goat milk. After cooking, the goat milk will remove the mutton smell. The radishes that have absorbed the mutton smell can be used as feed for livestock. In addition, Marin also asked the manors that planted radishes to divide some seeds and give them to the farmers who raised East Frisian dairy sheep so that they could plant them themselves. In this way, they can plant and harvest radishes by themselves in the future and use their own radishes to cook goat milk. The goat milk cooked with radishes will no longer have the mutton smell, and the processed dairy products will be more popular. And the children who eat goat milk products without the mutton smell will not only be healthy, but also will not have the unpleasant mutton smell on their bodies. Chapter 1445, Buying Iceland for Cover. The combination of dairy sheep and radish, white radish, is a match made in heaven. Dairy sheep have low feeding costs and only need to eat grass. Radishes not only have high yields per moo, but can also be planted for more than 3 seasons a year. It does not need to be planted in a large area to meet the needs of a group of dairy sheep for goat milk. In addition to solving the problem of the mutton smell of goat milk products, cooking white radish with mutton can also remove the mutton smell. It is indeed a super good thing. Originally, Marin planned to promote dairy products from black and white dairy cows. After all, drinking milk is the mainstream. But the problem is that the growth cycle of black and white dairy cows is too long and the birth frequency is too low. In the absence of modern veterinary standards, black and white dairy cows not only need to grow for 2 years to produce milk, but also may not produce 1 calf every year, and 1 or 2 calves in 1 litter. As a result, the population expansion speed is very slow. East Frisian sheep are different, they produce 2 litters a year. The annual growth rate of the number is more than twice that of the black and white dairy cow. According to the power of 2, the speed of expanding the population is terrifying. The only drawback is that the goat milk has a strong smell. Now, with the appearance of the terrifying Chinese white radish, this problem has been solved. Every dairy sheep farm only needs to plant a few acres of radish to remove the smell. Then, people can drink goat milk without the smell of mutton. As for the problem of milk production, Marin also decided to combine earthworm farming to promote milk production. Using cow dung and sheep dung to breed earthworms is a good project. Marin originally planned to use the earthworms bred with cow dung and sheep dung to raise chickens to promote laying eggs. However, Marin suddenly remembered that in his previous life, there seemed to be a legend that the earth dragon soup made from earthworms had the effect of promoting lactation in parturient women. So, Marin decided that after the earthworms were successfully cultivated, some would be fed to laying hens, and the other part would be processed into dried earthworms, ground into powder, and added to the feed of dairy cows and sheep. It can not only supplement nutrition, but also promote milk production. However, the problem of choosing earthworm varieties is a headache for Marin now. Although there are many earthworms in Europe, it takes long-term cultivation in comparison to select the most suitable ones for breeding with cow dung. Marin remembered that the earthworms that farmers used cow dung to breed in later generations seemed to be a kind of red earthworms bred in Japan, and it seemed to be a high-quality variety that was hybridized from American red earthworms and Japanese native earthworms. Anyway, Marin didn't understand it very well. Anyway, he asked his men to collect various varieties of red earthworms, breed and observe them, and see which earthworms are efficient in eating and converting cow dung, and grow fast. If it doesn't work, you can also send people to North America to find the so-called American red earthworms. Then, Japan is also a colony, so people can be sent to find good red earthworms. Thinking of the crawling of red earthworms, Marin suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. However, in order to promote milk production in dairy sheep and cows, this matter still needs to be done. Anyway, it is not me who raises earthworms myself. I just move my mouth. It is better to let serfs do such a terrible thing. In the evening, seeing the pasta with reddish-brown soy sauce, Marin suddenly felt a little nauseous, and his mind was full of earthworms crawling around. Then, a bowl of pasta was wasted. The next day, Kohler hurried over and reported, "My lord, it's bad. The several volcanoes we bought in the Kingdom of Naples were confiscated by the French army." "It's confiscated. Anyway, those volcanoes are just used to cover up people's eyes and ears. We don't really need volcanic ash." Marin didn't care. "My lord, the problem is not here. Once the French cut off our supply of volcanic ash, how can we explain our continued high grain production in the future? It will arouse suspicion from others." Marin took it seriously. Just a few days ago, the city of Naples was finally breached. Due to insufficient ammunition, the Spanish defenders' combat effectiveness was greatly reduced after the Italian mercenaries and Italian farmers used up all their ammunition. To put it bluntly, the Spanish army has been very powerful recently, but it is only powerful in muskets. If we really want to compare martial arts, the Spanish are still not as good as the French, who have always attached great importance to the martial arts training of knights. Now, after running out of ammunition, the French went up personally. Under the cover of the Italian cannon fodder mercenaries in front, a group of French knights wearing the clothes of Italian mercenaries inadvertently killed their way onto the walls of Naples. Although they were beaten back several times, the French finally gained a foothold on the city wall. Then, a large number of French knights wearing plate armor rushed up this section of the wall. Without the muskets that specifically restrained plate armor, the weakness of the Spanish people's low martial arts was quickly magnified. Then, the Spanish defenders on the wall retreated step by step under the attack of the French knights in plate armor. The French entered the city, emptied the debris in the city gate from the inside, and opened the cast iron city gate. Then, tens of thousands of French troops swarmed in, relying on the absolute advantage in numbers and the martial arts advantage of the French knights, and defeated the Spaniards. In the end, only more than 2,000 of the most elite Spanish warriors escaped from the city with ropes. It happened that they escaped in the evening, and the French could not catch up, so they fled into the nearby mountains. So far, the French finally conquered the most difficult city of Naples in the Kingdom of Naples. The next day, the French divided several troops and rushed to various parts of the Kingdom of Naples to control various cities. Other cities basically had no defensive power, and in front of the large French army, they could only surrender. Afterwards, Louis XII sent the remaining 16,000 Italian mercenaries to garrison several important cities. Louis XII himself, with the main force of the French army of less than 60,000, waited for the arrival of the Spanish main force in Naples, preparing for a decisive battle. However, in the process of conquering various parts of the Kingdom of Naples, all volcanoes were forcibly confiscated by the French army without any compensation. Some of Marin's subordinates who had been sent to Naples to buy volcanoes were also driven away by the French. Even the tools and facilities used to dig volcanic ash, including the temporary docks for loading and unloading volcanic ash, were forcibly requisitioned by the other side. Then, the French began to forcibly requisition local farmers to dig volcanic ash for them. After the excavation, they hired merchant ships from Genoa. They were afraid of being sunk by the Spanish fleet if they used their own merchant ships, and shipped them back to France. "My lord, how should we deal with this? We have to find a cover." Marin thought for a while and said, "Didn't we also buy a volcano in Sicily? We can also use it as a cover." Kohler shook his head and said, "We only bought one volcano near the sea in Sicily, and its volcanic ash production is not enough to provide cover." "Then let me think about it." Half an hour later, Marin thought of a solution: buy Iceland. Iceland is a large volcanic island, known as the land of ice and fire, and the fire, in this, ice and fire, refers to volcanoes. There are more than 100 volcanoes on Iceland's 100,000 square kilometers of land. Sometimes, the volcanic ash ejected by a volcanic eruption can float over the European continent. There was even a volcanic eruption, and the volcanic ash fell on the sea, directly forming a small island of 2.1 square kilometers. Of course, Iceland is also quite miserable. Because of its high latitude, its territory is located on the Arctic Circle. Although it is not particularly cold due to the influence of the North Atlantic warm current. However, it has nothing to do with warmth. The most important thing is that in winter, there will be polar nights here, that is, it is dark all day. Therefore, the light here is seriously insufficient. And crops need to accumulate heat, so in later generations, grains cannot be grown in Iceland, and at most some cold-resistant crops such as potatoes can be grown. In order to grow vegetables, Icelanders need to turn on the headlights in the vegetable greenhouse all day to provide enough light for the vegetables to maintain photosynthesis. Iceland is cold, and it is still in the Little Ice Age at the moment. Moreover, there is no promotion of crops such as potatoes in this era. Therefore, in Iceland now, people can only raise a few kinds of livestock such as Icelandic horses, Icelandic sheep and reindeer. Then, the rest is fishing. Therefore, the local population is now very small, only a few thousand people. Moreover, they live concentratedly on the narrow plains along the southwest coast. Denmark naturally will not pay attention to such a place. So, Marin asked Kohler to send someone to Denmark to offer 20,000 gold coins to buy the place of Iceland. As for the reason, of course it is not for volcanic ash, but for Icelandic horses. Icelandic horses are a kind of dwarf horse, similar to Mongolian horses, cold-resistant, hardy, and strong. Of course, heavy cavalry is popular in Europe now, and tall horses are popular. Icelandic horses, which are similar to Mongolian horses, are naturally not popular, and Marin is not interested in them. However, it is a reason to buy Iceland. If more reasons are needed, just say that these horses are favored by the children of the nobles of the North Sea Kingdom. But at the same time, Marin will secretly reveal to the French, I bought an island full of volcanoes, and I don't need the volcanic ash from Italy. In the future, the grain production of the North Sea Kingdom will still be high, don't be confused. Chapter 1446, The whole show must be done. What? You said the French would come to seize Iceland after hearing the news? Don't be ridiculous, France doesn't even have a decent fleet now. What's more, now when English ships see French ships, they go up and press them on the sea surface. So, even if the French know that there is volcanic ash in Iceland, they can only stare blankly. Although it is indeed a luxury to spend 20,000 gold coins to cover it up. However, compared with the real secret of the high grain yield of the North Sea Kingdom, this amount of money is really not worth mentioning. If others realize that the secret of the high agricultural yield of the North Sea Kingdom is not volcanic ash, the North Sea Kingdom will probably be finished. By then, all of Europe may organize a coalition to force the North Sea Kingdom to hand over the secret. Marin should be thankful that Europe is still in the era of serfdom in this era, and the population is not very mobile. If it were the modern era with free population movement, agricultural secrets would not be kept at all, and sending troops would be useless. Only by closing the country to the outside world can the secret be kept. Just like the Qing dynasty, it was not until the Opium War in the 19th century that a missionary named Fortune sneaked into Wui Mountain and stole black tea seeds because the country was opened in the 1850s. Then, Assam milk tea was born. Marin is now implementing a policy of seclusion. It is okay at ordinary times. Once the spring plowing and autumn harvest period comes, soldiers are everywhere in several areas of Beihai Kingdom that adopt new agricultural technologies. When they encounter strangers without road permits, passes, they will be arrested and tortured, eliminating the possibility of secrets leaking out. In particular, Marin raised a large number of mounted police in Beihai Kingdom and equipped them with powerful Alsatian wolfhounds, making it quite difficult for spies to get in. After deciding to buy Iceland as a cover, Marin and Kohler conducted situational reasoning in the secret room. After reasoning, Marin found that it seemed that the current reaction was not very reasonable. What was unreasonable? That is the attitude. Under normal circumstances, if a country's food production is affected, it is almost shaking the foundation of the country. At this time, as a monarch, Marin's reaction should not be to find a volcano in Iceland as a substitute, but to be anxious. This is the normal reaction. Therefore, before buying Iceland, Marin needs to pretend to be anxious. He has to do the whole play, so he temporarily postponed sending people to Denmark to discuss the purchase of Iceland, but first urgently sent Kohler to the south to meet Louis XII. Then, Kohler took a group of guards and rode south. He did not change horses along the way at the inn system that Marin had arranged in advance, and looked like he was in a hurry. A few days later, Kohler and his party arrived in Naples in a dusty state, looking anxious and asking for an audience with Louis XII. Kohler, the Minister of Finance of the North Sea Kingdom. What is he doing here? Louis XII was stunned at first. Your Majesty, it may be related to our confiscation of their volcanoes. After all, if we confiscate their volcanoes, they will be cut off from the source of fertilizer. How can they not be anxious? John Lafitte said. Louis XII burst into laughter. It's good to be anxious. I just want to make that guy Marin anxious. Humph, he actually wants to snatch my daughter-in-law from me. England belongs to France, and the North Sea Kingdom wants to snatch it. It's really beyond your ability. At this point, Louis XII waved his hand and said, just say that I'm not feeling well these days and can't see guests. Leave him alone for a few days. Then, Louis XII went to drink by himself. As for Kohler, he pretended to be very anxious on the surface, wandering around outside the gate of the royal palace of Naples, scratching his head from time to time, and looking helpless. But at night, after returning to the hotel, Kohler immediately fell asleep. After waking up, Kohler continued to ask for an audience outside the royal palace of Naples the next day, but was still rejected and continued to pretend to be extremely anxious. It was not until 5 days later that Louis XII lazily met Kohler. Kohler looked like he was collapsing, and spoke very impolitely, arguing with Louis XII. However, according to the script, Kohler refused to tell the reason for returning the volcano. On the surface, it seemed that Kohler was keeping the secret that the volcanic ash was fertilizer. And Louis XII was happy to play dumb and refused to return it. When it came to the anxious part, Kohler actually jumped up and threatened faintly, "Your Majesty, a few days ago, King Juan III of Spain sent people to Auric to hire 30,000 elite soldiers from the North Sea Kingdom to help suppress the Moroccan pagans. Although there was no public threat, anyone who was not a fool could hear it. If you don't return my volcano, I will send troops to help Spain." Louis XII's face finally changed, because he also realized the danger. Spain itself has strong financial resources, and it is not a problem to gather 40,000 to 50,000 troops. Otherwise, Louis XII would not have led 60,000 troops to the south, just for insurance. However, it seems that the North Sea Kingdom also has 30,000 to 40,000 troops. Moreover, the battle is very strong. That army has even defeated the veteran Swiss mercenaries. The French know how powerful the veteran Swiss mercenaries are. If the North Sea Kingdom really sent 30,000 troops to help Spain, the French would be in real danger. So, Louis XII was a little discouraged, wondering whether he should return the volcanoes of Marin. This war is a battle of national destiny. If France is defeated because of the joining of Marin's North Sea Kingdom army, France's national destiny may decline, or even be bitten off a big piece of meat. In fact, Louis XII didn't know that compared with France, Marin was actually more afraid of Spain. Because, no matter what, France is just a land hegemon. And Spain is a maritime power that can threaten the overseas colonial interests of the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, Marin would rather see France rise than see Spain become strong. Of course, using France, the land giant, to hold back Spain is the best choice. Louis XII was already a little discouraged at this time, but the king's face made him unable to pull his face to submit to Kohler. So, that day, Louis XII was holding on and did not agree to Kohler's request. However, in the end, his tone had softened a lot and was no longer strong and overbearing. At night, Louis XII and his confidants such as John Lafitte discussed countermeasures. Everyone suggested that before the decisive battle, Marin should be appeased first. If it really doesn't work, even if the volcanoes are returned first, it will be fine. When the overall situation is settled and France wins, the volcanoes can be confiscated. So, the next day, Louis XII sat confidently on the throne in the living room of the royal palace in Naples, waiting for Kohler's arrival. But in the end, Kohler didn't come. What's the matter? Why didn't that bastard named Kohler come? Louis XII called the guards guarding the palace gate to ask questions. "Your Majesty, the German guy named Kohler did come in the morning." However, before entering the palace, his men suddenly called him back. The guard at the gate reported. "Call him back. He is busy with something very important." What else is more important than what he is doing now? Louis XII was a little unconvinced. At this time, one of the two guards who was a Swiss national and knew German said, "I remember what the man who called him said, Master Kohler, there is news from Auric that an island with Dewaken has been discovered." Dewaken? Volcano? John Lafitte, who knew the situation, pretended to react. As for Dewaken, it is the pronunciation of volcano in German. An island? Volcano? No wonder they don't want those volcanoes. By the way, John, send your people to the North Sea Kingdom to find out what the other side is doing now. By the way, find out which island has volcanoes. Louis XII frowned. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. At the same time, Auric also received the pigeon sent back by Kohler from Naples. The information brought back by the pigeon showed that the first scene was over and the second scene could begin. Then, Deputy Prime Minister Hader personally led the team to Copenhagen, Denmark, to discuss the purchase of Iceland with Danish King Hans. Chapter 1447, Milan changes ownership again. After this series of performances, Marin was relieved. This time, the French should believe it, right? Marin's prediction was correct. Louis XII really believed his lies. After all, Kohler expressed anxiety, anger, and even threats. This set of acting skills is enough to win the Golden Man. How could Louis XII, who had never seen a movie, not believe it? Back then, the people in my mainland were also flocking to the shoddy low-cost movies made in Hong Kong. Why? They had never seen the world. So, they were fooled. After 30 years, in the 21st century, the people in the mainland saw that Hong Kong was still the same old thing, and they immediately ignored them. In the final analysis, the problem of knowledge cannot be overcome. In this era, because information transmission is extremely difficult. Not to mention ordinary people, even a great monarch like Louis XII has limited knowledge. So, it is not surprising to be fooled. And the most terrible thing is that Marin's lies are not all false. For example, the French transported volcanic ash back to their country and spread it on the ground, which can indeed fertilize the land. This kind of lie that is 70% true and 30% false is a high-level lie in later generations. Not to mention the ignorant people of this era, even people in the 21st century are easily fooled. It seems that Louis XII was worried that the North Sea Kingdom would turn to Spain because of this matter, so he decided to take the initiative. So he sent John Lafitte as an envoy to visit the North Sea Kingdom on behalf of France. His mission was to appease Marin so that he would not send troops to help Spain. At the same time, Louis XII also sent another subordinate, Charles, the former Duke of Guedes, to the German region to contact some powerful princes who were against Marin. Recently, they have joined forces to make a wave of actions to scare Marin so that he dare not easily send troops to leave the North Sea Kingdom. But what Louis XII didn't know was that one of the representatives he sent out was clearly Marin's people. John Raffi directly reported to Marin the plan of sending Count Charles to Germany to contact the princes to scare Marin. Of course, even if Marin didn't know about it, he wouldn't care. Because he didn't plan to send troops to help Spain. As for Hayter, the trip to Denmark was also smooth. Hans was quite surprised that Marin wanted to buy the remote and desolate island in Iceland, and hesitated for several days. Originally in history, Hans should have died in early spring. But I don't know what happened, because of Marin's intrusion, it's almost summer now, and Hans is still alive and kicking. Hans then asked Hayter about the reason why Marin bought the island. Hayter naturally fooled around according to the script, saying that Prince Caesar liked the short Icelandic horses very much, and he was going to equip each of his dozen followers with an Icelandic pony to practice equestrianism from an early age. After all, children are not suitable for riding tall horses. Heidel even lied that Marin, who doted on his son, planned to build a dwarf pony breeding base in Iceland, specially selecting dwarf breeds to breed small breeds of horses as pets for noble children. This lie was so realistic and flawless. Because Marin remembered that dwarf ponies were indeed very popular with children in later generations. For example, the Falabella horse was particularly popular with children in later generations. A cute kid riding an equally cute dwarf pony was so cute that it made Hans bleed. Heidel described the scene that Marin had described based on his memory to Hans, and Hans believed it after listening. Why did Hans believe it? Because his son had raised a pony when he was a child. The child and the pony standing together were indeed very cute. Unfortunately, the pony that his son raised when he was a child was a tall breed, and it grew taller soon, leaving his son behind, and it was no longer cute. After all, horses grow much faster than people. If there is a pony that can't grow up and accompany children to grow up, it is really tempting. Then, Hans, who had eliminated his doubts, agreed to sell Iceland. But the price was raised by 8,000 gold coins. After some bargaining, the two sides finally reached a deal at a price of 25,000 gold coins. At this time, John Lafitte also arrived in the North Sea Kingdom in the name of French envoy. After learning the news, John Lafitte reported to Marin and quickly sent the news to Italy by pigeon to let Louis XII know. Iceland? I have heard of it. By the way, do you know if there is a volcano on Iceland? Louis XII asked the ministers around him. A clerk named Elta replied, I have heard that according to a traveler's record, there is indeed a volcano on the island in the northwest. Moreover, it will erupt every few dozen or hundreds of years. Really lucky. Louis XII was a little unhappy. He couldn't stand Marin because he dared to compete with him for England. Of course, he was unhappy that he failed to cut off his financial resources. So, Louis XII asked again, is it possible for us to seize this Iceland? As for volcanic ash and soil, he naturally hoped that the more the better. His officials shook their heads one after another. You are kidding, England alone directly suppressed the French naval power, how could France occupy Iceland? Swim over. Don't be kidding. Elta thought about it and said, unless England can be taken by us. England. Union. Alas, I still lack a son. Louis XII was suddenly infinitely melancholy. He decided that once the decisive battle with the Spaniards was over, he would immediately return to Paris and fiddle with the Queen fiercely, and he must give birth to a prince and annex England. As long as England, which has a strong naval force, was annexed, it would not be a problem to seize Iceland. However, poor Louis XII didn't know that although he was not kicked in the balls or sterilized, his wife was sterilized by someone. If it were in ancient East Asia, the infertility of the first wife was not a problem, at most he would find a concubine to give birth to an heir. This was the case with the Ming Empire, where several empresses failed to give birth to legitimate sons. Then, they could only find a concubine to be the emperor. This was the case with Emperor Qinghua of the Ming dynasty, so Emperor Hongzhi, born to a captured Yao slave girl, inherited the throne. The same was true for Emperor Wanli. Wanli's mother, Li Kaifeng, was originally a maid in Prince Yu's mansion, and his father was just a bricklayer. Because he was beautiful, Prince Yu had sex with her and gave birth to Wanli. But, Europe does not allow concubines. Even if you secretly find a concubine and give birth to a son, it does not count, and you have no right of inheritance. Just when Louis XII lamented the lack of a son, Ludovico Sforza, Duke of Milan, who had been hiding in the Mustere Valley on the border with the Graubünden region of Switzerland in northern Italy, swaggered back to Milan with 8,000 elite troops. He returned to Milan with his troops under the persuasion of the Spanish envoy. Originally, he planned to wait until the decisive battle between France and Spain was decided before deciding whether to leave the valley. However, Juan III's envoy told him that Spain had no chance of winning because the French had more troops. If Spain lost, he would never have the chance to recapture Milan. Therefore, Spain needed him to stab the French. It would be best to recapture Milan and force the French to send troops north to rescue. In this way, the Spanish main force would have a greater chance of winning. At this time, there were only 4,000 to 5,000 defenders in Milan, and they were Italian mercenaries hired temporarily by the French, plus some French militiamen. Such a large number of defenders showed that the French had no intention of guarding this place properly. After all, for Louis XII, the most important thing now was to seize Naples and obtain a large amount of volcanic ash soil, so that the grain output of the royal farmland under his name would increase dramatically, and then strengthen the French army and dominate Europe. Although Ludovico Sforza was a little hasty in withdrawing his troops this time, he was not a fool and had planted nails in the city before. So, 8,000 soldiers arrived outside Milan, and after blowing the horn as a signal, someone opened the west gate of Milan for him. Then, Ludovico Sforza successfully led the elite of 8,000 Italian mercenaries into the city and defeated the remaining enemy with low combat effectiveness. Then, a letter for help was sent to Naples in the south through the pigeon system. Report. Milan has fallen and has fallen into the hands of the tyrant Ludovico Sforza. The French officer in charge of reporting military intelligence reported seriously. Louis XII thought about it, then sighed and said, "It doesn't matter if it falls. Once we defeat the Spanish army, it won't be too late to deal with that clown." Then, Louis XII ignored this information and continued to wait for the arrival of the main force of the Spanish army with the main force. Chapter 1448, The Spanish Army Gathers. In the past, Louis XII attached great importance to Milan. Because the Po River plain where Milan is located is the largest plain and agricultural area in Italy. And Milan is also the largest city in Italy. However, since he knew the fertilizer effect of volcanic ash soil, the situation in Louis XII's eyes has changed. The Po River plain around Milan, which was originally ranked at the top, is no longer his primary pursuit. What he pursues first now is the volcanic ash fertile soil of the Kingdom of Naples. Moreover, Louis XII did not originally plan to seize the Duchy of Milan during this expedition. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to seize the city of Milan and plunder it in Milan. Therefore, Louis XII did not care about losing the Duchy of Milan. Anyway, in Louis XII's view, if he could defeat Spain, he could destroy Ludovico Sforza with just one finger. And if he couldn't beat Spain, Milan couldn't be defended. Therefore, even if Ludovico Sforza publicly declared war on France after receiving money from the Spaniards, Louis XII was indifferent to declare war on France. Is Milan worthy? Seeing that the French were indifferent and did not send troops to rescue Milan, the Spaniards became anxious. Even Gonzalo de Cordova, the first Spanish general, was a little impatient. Why haven't the French sent troops yet? The Spanish spy who disguised himself as a fisherman to scout the Kingdom of Naples reported, "No, it seems that the French don't take Milan seriously at all." Gonzalo de Cordova was immediately a little irritated, and a general next to him suggested, "Or, we go to the wild continent again, get a woman with syphilis, and secretly send it to the vicinity of Naples to infect the French again." He was talking about the reason why France's first expedition to Italy failed. More than half of the army was infected with syphilis and collapsed without fighting. But the spy shook his head and said, "I have heard that in this southern expedition, the French army is allowed to rob, but it is not allowed to find women casually. So, this one is probably not feasible. The French are not fools. The previous painful lessons are there. Louis XII even personally participated in the expedition 19 years ago. How could he make such a mistake a second time? Therefore, this good plan was ruled out. Of course, it was not without effect. For example, the Italian mercenaries hired by the French could not control their lower body. However, in the eyes of the Spanish, those Italian mercenaries were never opponents. If there was no problem with the main force of the French army, then everything would be in vain. Gonzalo de Córdoba shook his head and said, "Well, it seems that we can only wait until the army arrives before we take action. By the way, Severo, when will the German mercenaries be in place? At present, the 20,000 people from Aragon have basically arrived. And the promised 20,000 troops from the Kingdom of Castile are also gathering and will soon be transported to Sicily. And now, Gonzalo de Córdoba is staying in Sicily waiting for the last batch of German mercenaries." The adjutant in charge of liaison, Severo, frowned and said, "According to the message delivered by the pigeon, there is a problem with the German mercenaries. The main reason is that they were blocked by the Venetians. Originally, the 20,000 German mercenaries hired by Spain, after gathering in Austria, planned to cross the Alps at the border between northern Venice and Austria. Unfortunately, they were rejected by the Venetians. Obviously, the Venetians are on the side of the French this time. No wonder Venice was robbed of its lucrative spice business by Spain and Portugal, how could it not be resentful? And these 20,000 German mercenaries were fighting for the Spanish, it would be strange for the Venetians to let them pass through. In desperation, the 20,000 people had to return, from Austria to the west, through the Tyrol region in the west. Then, enter the Graubünden region currently controlled by the Habsburg family, and go south to the Italian region from the Muster Valley, the only channel connecting Italy in the southern part of the Graubünden region. But after entering the Duchy of Milan from the Muster Valley, they also encountered problems on the way to the seaside, they were harassed by the people of the Republic of Genoa. According to the normal route, they went through the Republic of Genoa south of the Duchy of Milan, and the shortest way was to take a ship from the port of Genoa city to Sicily to meet Gonzalo de Córdoba and his men. But the problem was that the Republic of Genoa was France's traditional ally in Italy. In history, France had annexed the Republic of Genoa after 1498, when Louis XII became King of France. Then, after France was defeated by Spain, the Republic of Genoa took the opportunity to restore its country, and from then on, it parted ways with France and became a loyal ally of the Spaniards. Even later, the Spanish Empire often borrowed money from bankers in the Republic of Genoa. However, later, the bastard Philip II, the son of Charles V, invented national bankruptcy and refused to borrow money from the Genoa bankers. Then, the Republic of Genoa declined. And the Austrian super tycoon Fugger family was also unlucky with the Republic of Genoa. Because the Fugger family was also a major creditor of the Habsburg family. Philip II created a national bankruptcy and refused to pay his debts. As creditors, whether it was Genoa bankers or the Fugger family, the top German bankers, they could only vomit blood and wait for decline. To be honest, national bankruptcy is really a rogue. If ordinary people go bankrupt, they may be finished. Because even if you make money in the future, there will be a bunch of creditors coming to collect debts. Creditors are not all reasonable. Many lenders are evil forces. Even if you go bankrupt, as long as you get the money, you have to pay them back. Otherwise, you will be beaten up and unable to take care of yourself. However, the national bankruptcy makes the creditors really helpless. That is a country with violent institutions. Which evil force dares to force the country to pay its debts? The army is a decoration. It will crush you in minutes. Therefore, being refused by the country is really a very helpless thing. Even if you want to retaliate, you don't have the ability. Just like the bankruptcy of two developed countries, Greece and Iceland in later generations, a group of losers were watching the excitement and watching the reporters in the newspapers bragging, as if the two countries were finished. However, after a few years, everyone found out, damn, how come these two countries are still developed countries? Especially Iceland, it is more prosperous than before. So, the country is the country, and the individual is the individual, and the bankruptcy of the two is not the same thing at all. You owe the country money, and the country puts you in jail. The country owes you money. How dare you complain? Accept your fate. So, don't think that the United States is no longer good just because the American government is shut down in the future. That is just a process of internal debt default and quarreling. Your uncle is still your uncle. Don't think that China can turn over and become the uncle because of their closure. Unless the US military is disbanded, the US empire is still your second uncle. If one day, the US military can't pay the military salary and the army mutinied, that would be the beginning of the decline of the United States. The closure of government offices is just internal party quarrels. It's not that there is no money, but that the parliament disagrees with the allocation of funds and deliberately slaps a certain Putin in the face. Okay, I'm off topic. Because of the intervention of Marin, the time traveler, the French suffered more serious losses in the First Italian War and paid too much ransom. Therefore, they were unable to annex Genoa. Therefore, the Republic of Genoa is still a younger brother of France and has not changed its side. Since it has not changed its side, Genoa will naturally not allow the German mercenaries hired by the Spanish to use their ports and ships to gather in Sicily. However, Genoa could not afford to offend these 20,000 German mercenaries. Therefore, the Genoese burned down the long bridge pier in their own port. Then, they drove away all the ships on the pier. Without ships and piers, the German mercenaries could only stare blankly. Fortunately, the guide had a carrier pigeon to contact Sicily. After Gonzalo de Cordova learned the news, he gave an order. The entire army moved to the Republic of Lucca, southeast of Genoa, and stood by at the Lucca pier. Then, the Mediterranean fleet of the Kingdom of Aragon went back to pick them up. In this way, 20,000 German mercenaries came to Lucca, and the Spanish Aragon fleet also came to recruit people. Chapter 1449, The French army prepares to defend the city. Louis XII was shocked to learn that 20,000 German mercenaries were about to cross the sea to gather in Sicily. So he sent troops north to intercept the army. However, because the guide of this army and Gonzalo de Cordova's headquarters in Sicily used pigeons to send messages, there was no delay. As for the French, because there was no stable pigeon communication route between them and their ally Genoa, they were delayed. So, when the French sent 15,000 cavalry to intercept, the 20,000 German mercenaries had all boarded the ship, and the French were empty-handed. Looking at the French cavalry returning to Naples in dejection, Louis XII frowned. This is troublesome, the enemy now also has 60,000 troops, we have no advantage. What should I do? Then, Louis XII called his ministers to discuss countermeasures. My dear ministers, the enemy is very strong now. How should we deal with it? John Lafitte, who had just returned from the North Sea Kingdom, suggested, Your Majesty, although we are not completely sure of defeating the Spaniards. However, if we rely on the strong city of Naples, we are still sure of winning. After all, the Spanish have the advantage of muskets. However, facing the city walls, muskets are not very effective. On the contrary, if we prepare more muskets and rely on the cover of the city walls, we will have an advantage. So, my suggestion is to prepare more food and gunpowder, and prepare to hold Naples for a long time. Use muskets and artillery, rely on the city walls, and consume the lives of Spanish soldiers. When both sides have no ammunition, then our most heroic knights in France will have the opportunity to perform. This was actually what Marin taught him, otherwise, with John Lafitte's level, how could he give such professional advice? In fact, Marin was worried that if the French fought a decisive battle in the wild, they would not be able to beat the Spanish phalanx. If the French army was defeated, Spain would rise completely. Therefore, Marin believed that the best way for the French to rely on the solid city of Naples to fight a defensive war and consume the lives of the Spanish soldiers was to do so. Moreover, siege warfare is very cruel. Not only the casualties of the attackers are large, but also the casualties of the defenders. After all, the city wall is so long that there are always weak points. If someone catches the weakness and hits it hard, there will be many casualties. Marin most hopes to see Spain and France fight a long-term offensive and defensive war in Naples, so that not only will there be large casualties, but also a long duration. It would be best if both countries fought hard in Naples and both sides were injured or something. Another trusted advisor of Louis XII, Charles of Guedes, is still building relationships in Germany and putting pressure on Marin, and has not returned. Therefore, John Lafitte's suggestion became the best choice for Louis XII. So, in order to fight a protracted war, Louis XII made a series of decisions. For example, he began to store food in the city to prepare for a protracted war. At the same time, a large amount of gunpowder was also transported into the city and stored, ready to fight a protracted war with the Spaniards. In order to obtain sufficient military rations, Louis XII made two preparations. First, he ordered the French cavalry to forcibly collect grain from all parts of the Kingdom of Naples. When he saw the food, he grabbed it and transported it into the city of Naples to prepare as much food and grass as possible. Second, Louis XII also ordered the original people in the city to be driven out and driven to nearby villages. This was done to reduce a few mouths, so that these people and French soldiers would not share the rations. Without the people in the city, they would not have to bear their food. Moreover, there was less possibility of collusion with the Spanish army to cooperate with the outside. Even of the 80,000 civilians brought by the French, Louis XII also dismissed 60,000 people and asked them to return home, leaving only the strongest 20,000 civilians who seemed to have some combat effectiveness. In this way, there were suddenly 60,000 fewer strong men with big appetites in the city, and the food could last longer. And the 20,000 strong civilians who stayed behind could not only take care of the lives of the soldiers. At critical moments, they can also take weapons to the top of the city to help fight. Because it is a battle to defend the city, and there are enough supplies. Therefore, there is no need for so many civilians, and Louis XII was right to repatriate most of the civilians. After all, the main responsibility of civilians is to transport food and supplies and build barracks. But the problem is that the French army is now defending the city, and the houses are ready. After driving away the residents in the city, the French army can definitely live in the houses in the city. And in the battle to defend the city, there is no need to transport money and supplies over long distances, just make food and send it to the top of the city. In this way, 20,000 civilians are definitely enough. Moreover, these 20,000 civilians are very strong, and they can be used as half a soldier after being issued weapons. In addition to the reserves of money, food and ammunition, Louis XII also asked his men to cut down all the trees around the city of Naples. The purpose is to prevent the Spanish army from using the trees around the city to build siege equipment after the arrival of the Spanish army. For example, ladders and catapults were too heavy, so the army would not carry them with them. Instead, they brought craftsmen and built them urgently outside the city. Just like the French did not bring ladders when they besieged Naples this time, but brought hundreds of craftsmen to cut down trees around Naples and build ladders on the spot. Louis XII ordered the cutting down of all the big trees around Naples, which also caused a lot of trouble for the Spanish army to siege the city. After all, if the Spaniards wanted to build ladders, they had to go far away to cut down trees, and then transport the huge logs to the foot of Naples for the construction of siege equipment. In addition, according to John Laffite's proposal, Louis XII sent troops out of the city to demolish all the stone houses outside Naples. The stones and bricks that were demolished were all piled up in the city. Once the siege started, the bricks and stones obtained from the demolished houses would be the sharp weapons that hit the French army's heads. No matter what armor you wear, it can resist swords, but it can't resist bullets. At the same time, they could not stop the bricks and stones. Facing the fierce impact of heavy bricks and stones, even the enemy wearing the best quality full set of plate armor could not bear it. Before the Spanish army landed, the walls of Naples were piled with bricks and stones, which were specially used to smash the Spanish siege army. Seeing the bricks and stones piled up on the walls and under the inner walls, Louis XII was very satisfied. So many bricks and stones are definitely enough for the Spanish to drink a pot. As for the local Naples people whose houses were demolished by the French, what does their life and death have to do with me? Besides, it is early summer now, and you can live in the wild without a house. At most, you will be bitten by mosquitoes. What, you ask what to do when it is windy and rainy? I forgot to say that Italy has a Mediterranean climate, with hot summers and little rain, and the rainy season is mainly in winter. Therefore, it rarely rains in the wild here in summer. Besides, Louis XII is not a philanthropist, and he doesn't care about the life and death of the people of Naples. Moreover, he conquered Italy not to rule the locals, but for volcanic ash. As long as he got the volcanic ash, he didn't care whether the locals lived or died. Even so, before the Spanish arrived, the French had already piled up food and supplies, guns and ammunition, as well as bricks, stones and logs to hit people. They were just waiting for the Spanish army to attack the city, and then they would all hit the faces of the Spanish soldiers climbing the city wall. Chapter 1450 Simon's Polish Winged Hussars. Marin is happy to see France and Spain fighting to the death. However, he is a little busy now. He is not busy intervening in the war between Spain and France, but busy with Simon's affairs. The purchase cost of 250,000 gold coins has been in place, and the Great Sejm, Parliament, of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania has issued Simon the Earl's appointment letter and seal. Now, it's just waiting for Simon to take his people to Kiev to take over the local territory. For this reason, the entire Hoffman family is busy. Marin has sent an engineering team to Kiev to repair the original castle and the city wall of Kiev. When the repairs are completed, Simon will just go to take over. At the same time, he will marry Princess Anna of the Lamarck family there. In addition to the repair of the castle and the city wall, Marin also needs to help Simon raise an army as a security guarantee for the Kiev area. Because Kiev faces the Ukrainian steppe, cavalry is necessary. It just so happened that when fighting with the 8 princes before, Marin was not very satisfied with the commander of the Cossack cavalry corps, Arthas, so Marin took the opportunity to give Arthas to Simon as the cavalry general of the Ukrainian earldom. And Jürgen, the former more outstanding deputy commander of the Cossack cavalry corps and the commander of the 1st regiment, took the opportunity to take over. Simon didn't know this, and thought that Marin really took good care of him. You see, he gave me the commander of the Cossack cavalry corps. Only Arthas himself knew what was going on. He didn't perform well in the previous war, so he was exiled. On the day when Arthas was given to Simon, Marin suddenly summoned Arthas, who was about to be given away, and gave him a cavalry command knife with a cold light. Swish! Arthas pulled out the sword and was immediately blinded by the cold light. Of course, this knife is bright, because it is made of nickel steel. Nickel steel is similar to stainless steel, both are silver white and naturally shiny. Moreover, the surface edge of this command knife made of nickel steel has been carbonized. Its characteristics are almost the same as the Harvey armor of the ironclad battleship era in the late 19th century. The Harvey armor is to carbonize the surface of nickel steel to improve its strength. Before the appearance of Krupp armor, the Harvey armor was the best armor at the time. The swords made with this technology are naturally extraordinary. As the commander of the Cossack cavalry corps, Alsace is naturally qualified to get one. Grand Duke, what is the name of this sword? After testing its strength and sharpness, Alsace was extremely happy. Then, he suddenly asked Marin what the name of this sword was. Name? Marin was stunned. It's just a knife. Why does it need a name? He didn't know that the command knife using the Harvey armor technology was undoubtedly a treasured sword in the eyes of people of this era. Since it is a precious sword, it naturally has to have a name. Marin looked at Arthas, thought for a while, and said, how about calling it Frostmourne? After saying that, Marin somehow remembered the first filial son of Azeroth, the man who killed his father with the real Frostmourne. Frostmourne? Arthas was stunned. However, seeing the white blade, it is indeed whiter than snow. As for sadness? Well, swords are weapons, and killing will definitely bring sadness. In this way, Arthas made up the meaning of the name, Frostmourne, in his mind. After leaving the palace, Arthas boasted to everyone that he had obtained a precious sword called Frostmourne, which was colder than snow and brought death and sadness. After having a commander, it is natural to summon relevant soldiers. Otherwise, a commander alone is useless. Marin initially planned to continue recruiting from the Ukrainian Cossacks, for example, sending people to the Ukrainian steppes to seduce those Cossack men with strong liquor to serve Simon as soldiers. However, Marin felt that those Cossacks were not very reliable. If you are strong, those Cossacks will naturally obey you and listen to you. However, if you rely too much on them and let them see your weakness, those Cossacks will easily betray and bite you. This is the characteristic of the grassland people. If you can't beat you, you will be submissive, and if you can beat you, you will be bullied and plundered. For example, the Huns in the Wei and Jin dynasties. During the Han and Wei dynasties, the Central Plains was strong in military force, and the Huns moved south to the Central Plains, submissive and honest. But when the Western Jin dynasty's 8 Kings rebellion destroyed the Western Jin dynasty, the once submissive Huns suddenly rebelled, seized the Central Plains to establish a regime, and killed the North with blood. Therefore, Simon's army can hire those Ukrainian Cossacks, but it must not be based on Ukrainian Cossacks. Otherwise, it is easy to be backfired. Among them, it is estimated that the lesson of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt is the most profound. Mamluk means slave, which was originally a Turkic slave soldier hired by the Ayyubid dynasty of Egypt from Central Asia. But because the Ayyubid dynasty relied too much on Turkish slave soldiers, the Mamluks later took control of the Ayyubid dynasty and replaced the Ayyubid dynasty with the Mamluk dynasty. Marin did not want the county established by Simon to be controlled by a group of Ukrainian Cossacks, so the cornerstone of Simon's founding must not be Ukrainian Cossacks. Originally, Marin wanted to give Simon a group of German mercenaries. However, the main body of the North Sea Army is infantry, which has no advantage on the Ukrainian steppe. And the number of German Cossacks is too small, so Marin refused to give it. Otherwise, if these trained German Cossacks were given to Simon, his Cossack corps would be Ukrainianized. At that time, it's hard to say whether he will listen to the call or not. But he doesn't have enough cavalry for Simon. Is it possible to hold a tournament like Adler did and recruit a group of German wandering knights? Marin thought about it, as if time was a little tight. After all, Simon's wedding date is approaching. Besides, those German wandering knights may not be willing to go to the distant Eastern European steppes. To go to Ukraine, you have to go through Germany and Poland. Poland. Marin suddenly remembered, Simon was going to the territory of Poland and Lithuania. why did he need German wandering knights? There are also many Polish wandering knights. It just so happens that Sigismund I is recently forming a winged cavalry unit in Poland. Why not let Sigismund I help Simon form a winged cavalry unit? The number of this winged cavalry unit does not need to be too large, just a few cavalry regiments will do. There is no need to control the entire Ukraine, just to ensure the safety of Kiev. This is what Marin called the core and main body. As long as the core and the main body are reliable, the others don't really matter. With these cores, and using them as officers at all levels, Simon will be able to control the Ukrainian region more easily. Although it is said that recruiting those Polish knights requires a lot of fiefdoms. However, what Ukraine lacks the most is fertile land, and the most fertile black soil. Therefore, Simon has no problem forming a few Polish winged hussars. Chapter 1451 Foreign Legion. Poland is an aristocratic parliamentary country dominated by knights. Although there is a king, the power of the nobles is very great. Therefore, although Poland looks large in population and strong in national strength. However, because the royal power is declining and the power is too decentralized, Poland's national strength has not been brought into play. People in later generations often argue whether centralization is better or local autonomy is better. Marin thinks that it depends on the situation. If it is a peaceful era, both are fine. However, if there is a war, centralization is definitely better than local autonomy. Because centralization can mobilize the power of the whole country to the maximum extent to compete with the enemy. If the local power is too large, it is easy to pull the legs of your own people at a critical moment. Moreover, it is more convenient for a centralized country to do big things. For example, building a high-speed railway and digging a canal can be easily solved. But if the power is decentralized, it will be difficult to do. What? Province A wants to dig a canal. But that canal does not pass through our province B, which is not good for us. So, veto, disagree, strongly oppose, we want to make trouble. So if you want to do big things, you still have to concentrate power so that you can concentrate a lot of resources and do several things with all your strength. If power is decentralized, there will be endless quarrels. Of course, Marin doesn't care about the problem that Poland has no future if power is decentralized. In fact, he really wants to see this. Otherwise, Poland will become a threat to Germany. And a wave of decentralized power can make Germany feel much more at ease. The result of decentralized power is that Poland, a feudal country, has many traditional knight families. In Poland, if you want to form a cavalry, as long as you have money and food to support it, you can still recruit a lot of people. Because the number of wandering knights in Poland is also huge. In Poland's foreign wars, the scale of cavalry is very large. Poland and Lithuania, the two friends, often dispatch 20,000 to 30,000 cavalry-based armies. Even a cavalry power like the Teutonic Knights was defeated by the army formed by Poland and Lithuania. In the Battle of Grunwald, which decided the fate of both sides, Poland and Lithuania dispatched 39,000 people to fight against the 27,000 people of the Teutonic Knights. At that time, Poland dispatched 42 squadrons of plate knights, while Lithuania dispatched 40 squadrons of knights. The number of people in a knight squadron in Poland and Lithuania is generally 180. It can be seen that in the Battle of Grunwald, Poland and Lithuania respectively dispatched about 7,560 and 7,200 plate knights. But in general, it is unlikely that all the knights in the country can be recruited for each war. It's not that they can't be recruited, but there is not enough food and grass to feed all the knights. Moreover, in each war, each knight family can only send out one knight at most, which is considered to have fulfilled the obligations of a minister. Therefore, whether it is Poland or Lithuania, their respective knight families should have more than 10,000. Otherwise, the two countries cannot take out so many plate knights to participate in the war. In the siege of Vienna in 1683, Polish King Sobieski brought an army of 27,000 people, mainly cavalry. At that time, Sobieski only brought Polish troops, and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania had not had time to mobilize the whole country. This decisive battle was led by the Polish winged hussars, who defeated the more than 200,000 Turkish troops with a coalition force of more than 70,000 people, and preserved the safety of the Christian world. Therefore, Simon would not have to worry about the number of knights who did not have the right of inheritance from the knight families in Poland and Lithuania as vassals. After all, the knight families of the two countries may have exceeded 10,000. And each knight family could not have only one male, as long as there were more people, they could be recruited. Those knights who did not have the right of inheritance were also happy to find a lord to serve. If they could get a knight's fief, they would make a lot of money. After all, for those traditional knights, serving a monarch and obtaining a knight's fief was their lifelong goal. Of course, the nobles in Italy were an exception. The business atmosphere in that place was too strong, and the nobles all ran to become merchants, and no one was willing to fight. The reason why Italian mercenaries developed was that those knights who were doing business did not want to fight, and paid people to serve the feudal lords instead of themselves. Then, the profession of Italian mercenaries developed. But Germany was a little different. Germany was because there were too many wars here, and there were not enough cannon fodder soldiers to consume. Then, there were people who were not afraid of death to earn this money, and then the German mercenaries were developed. In addition, the German princes were poor and could not afford to give fiefs, so they liked to use mercenary groups that did not need fiefs. Just give a few commissions to get rid of them, which is much more cost-effective than giving fiefs. But that was only the case in Germany. After all, Germany was divided into 200 or 300 princely states, and the princes' own fiefs were already very small. How could there be extra land to be distributed to their subordinates? Therefore, they had to hire those mercenaries who only needed salaries. But it was different for Simon. Because of the harassment of the Crimean Khanate and the Cossack bandits, the vast Ukrainian black soil was not developed. Want fiefs? There are plenty, as long as you can defend it and are not afraid of harassment from the enemy. How big is Ukraine? The later Ukraine has 600,000 square kilometers. Moreover, most of it is fertile black soil, which is extremely suitable for agriculture. It used to be the largest granary of the Red Empire Soviet Union. Not only that, Ukraine also has extremely rich coal and iron resources, and it is definitely a country with the potential to become a world power. However, after independence, Ukraine's leaders were determined to be Western lickers, and they challenged the Russians every day, but they didn't develop the economy well. So, such good conditions were wasted. Zhang De, director of the Strategic Research Institute, once regretted this. If the leaders were reliable, there would definitely be another big country with developed industry and agriculture. But now, the black soil of Ukraine is full of weeds, which is also part of the Eastern European steppe where cattle and sheep can be seen when the wind blows the grass low. It is probably because the weeds turn into dead grass every winter, fall into the soil and rot, and accumulate from generation to generation, that Ukraine has fertile black soil. To be honest, if Ukraine's seaport was not good and it was easily blocked by the Turkish Strait, Marin would want to develop in Ukraine. Like the Russians in later generations, what's the use of the Black Sea Fleet? Even the Turkish Straits have been blocked. Even if there are aircraft carriers in the Black Sea, they can only have fun in the huge inland lake of the Black Sea. Therefore, Ukraine in later generations will sell the Variag to China. Because they know that aircraft carriers are useless in the Black Sea, and they can't just sail out of the Turkish Straits. Just like China bought the Variag, it was blocked in the Turkish Straits for 2 years before it was allowed to pass. It is precisely because Ukraine does not have a good outlet to the sea that Marin, who is devoted to great navigation, did not think about developing there. However, it is a pity to waste such good land there. Therefore, Marin operated Simon to be the lord and develop the local area. Of course, it is also to provide himself with population and cattle and sheep. After all, the conditions for raising livestock on the Ukrainian steppes are too good. But it is obviously not easy to get along there, not to mention the brutal Crimean Khanate in the south. Even the Ukrainian Cossacks on the grasslands are not good people. In this chaotic and disorderly era, those who can get along on the grasslands are not good people. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will be eaten by people without any bones left. In later generations, in a society ruled by law, when people go to the grasslands, they will meet enthusiastic herdsmen, delicious roasted whole lambs, and mare's milk wine. But in this era, you can just go to the grasslands and try it. Come on, take my saber. Roasted whole lamb. It's better to kill you and roast you. However, Marin asked Simon to form several Polish winged hussars, which is just a plan at present. Even Sigismund I, the pioneer of Polish winged hussars, is still trying to explore the construction of Polish winged hussars, and the scale is not large. Therefore, Simon must have his own power before he goes there. As for the winged cavalry regiment, it has to be formed slowly. After all, as the sons of knights, they are not fools and will not be fooled by you. The reason why so many wandering knights came to Adler to Wicklow County on the island of Ireland was that everyone knew that there were no opponents on the island of Ireland that could fight, so they signed up enthusiastically. But the Ukrainian steppe is different, that is the world of ruthless people. It is dangerous to go there. Therefore, Simon first needs to prove that he can gain a foothold in Ukraine, where ruthless people are everywhere, and then he can recruit people. For this reason, Marin had to provide Simon with an army first, so that he could gain a foothold on the Ukrainian steppe. When Simon has a firm foothold there, he will recruit heroes from all sides to serve him. According to Simon's current situation, Marin believes that his primary goal is to complete the defense of Kiev so that it will not fall easily. Therefore, this first requires a force that is good at defending the city. And if we talk about the experience of defending the city, Marin thought about it and found that the most experienced ones were actually Italian mercenaries. Why? Because the Italian mercenaries are weak. If they are strong, they will fight the enemy directly in the wild. Only weak armies will shrink in the city and rely on the city walls for defense. So, looking at Europe, the ones with the most experience in defending the city are the Italian mercenaries. It seems that the anti-bombardment bastions were made by the Italians. And Simon is currently in urgent need of an army that is good at defending the city. Marin is unwilling to give the North Sea kingdoms several legions, which are all veterans who have experienced the baptism of war and are too precious. Moreover, Marin is also worried that the princes or France will attack the North Sea kingdom. So, after thinking about it, Marin decided to spend money to hire a group of Italian mercenaries to help guard the city of Kiev first. They are experienced in defending the city and can help Simon a lot in the early stage. But it is not enough to rely on Italian mercenaries alone, because they are only experienced in defending the city, and nothing else works. Therefore, Marin also plans to equip Simon with some German mercenaries. In addition, there will be Polish mercenaries and even Polish wandering knights in the future. Such a complex ethnic composition is comparable to the French Foreign Legion in later generations. Therefore, Marin decided to name this newly established legion used to protect Kiev as the Foreign Legion. Chapter 1452, Hiding Troops Overseas and the American Legion. Because there was no concept of nationality in this era, Marin's naming sounded like Foreign Legion to others. Foreign Legion? Brother, what do you mean? Why such a strange name? Simon's brain was not enough. Could Marin tell him that it was a reference to the French Foreign Legion in later generations? So, there was no way to explain, and he could only kick Simon and muddle through. But he couldn't easily muddle through the same question from the old Hoffman couple. So he made up an excuse: if it is called the 7th Legion, it will scare all countries. I already have 6 legions and an unannounced Cossack cavalry corps. If European countries know that I have such strength, they will unite to target me. Therefore, this newly established legion cannot be called the 7th Legion. If it is called the Foreign Legion, it can greatly reduce the concerns of other countries. This nonsense seems to be quite credible. Then, the old Hoffman couple believed it. Then, this statement became the official explanation. In fact, this Foreign Legion was just temporarily loaned to Simon by Marin. Usually, this legion will help Simon guard Kiev. But when a large-scale national war breaks out in the North Sea Kingdom, this legion will come back to help. As for Simon's own troops in the Ukrainian county, the Polish knights recruited in the future will be his own men. In this way, the army of the future Ukrainian county will be divided into 2 parts. The first part is the Foreign Legion that Marin helped to form, the second part is the feudal lord army composed of Polish and Lithuanian knights recruited by Simon in the future. According to the ownership system, the Foreign Legion belongs to Marin, and the military expenses are also borne by Marin. Simon is mainly responsible for the accommodation and food of the Foreign Legion when it is stationed in Ukraine, and he does not need to take care of other things. Simon's own feudal lord army is usually mainly scattered in their respective manors. When encountering war or the time when the Foreign Legion leaves, they will gather to fight. To put it bluntly, this Foreign Legion is just a reserve army that Marin secretly raised in Ukraine. It's just that he was afraid of scaring other countries, so he didn't officially announce it as the 7th Legion. Moreover, this Foreign Legion has a very important task: recruiting a group of Polish winged cavalry. For this 10,000-man legion, Marin gave a compilation of 4 cavalry regiments, a total of 2,000 winged cavalry. During the war, these 2,000 winged cavalry will become a sharp knife, fiercely inserting into the enemy's formation and tearing open the opponent's defense line. In addition, this cavalry regiment will recruit 3,000 Ukrainian Cossacks as light cavalry to fight with the winged cavalry. In this way, only half of the Foreign Legion is infantry, and the other half is a combination of 2,000 winged cavalry and 3,000 Cossack cavalry. If taken out to fight, the combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of ordinary legions. As for the feed for raising horses, Marin has also thought about it. There are 5,000 war horses and 5,000 horses for transfer. Among them, 3,000 Cossack war horses and transfer horses all use Eastern European Mongolian horses that usually eat grass, which is the predecessor of the Don River horse. As for the 2,000 winged cavalry, the war horses use typical European war horses. And the transfer horses also use Eastern European Mongolian horses. After all, Eastern European Mongolian horses save feed. As for feed, there is no need to worry too much. Because there is a lot of black soil along the Dnieper River around Kiev. At that time, as long as we plant more soybeans on the Dnieper River, it will be enough for the war horses to eat. Just plant some soybeans on the fertile black soil in Ukraine, which is definitely enough for the horses to eat. Moreover, raising 5,000 cavalry on the steppes of Eastern Europe is not noticeable at all. To be honest, Louis XII's attention this time made Marin a little nervous. Marin would not care too much about the German princes or France alone. Even if he can't defeat his opponent, he can still keep the basics. However, if the two join forces, Marin will definitely not be able to beat them. Moreover, don't look at Marin now has 6 legions and a hidden Cossack cavalry legion of 5,000 cavalry. However, because the 2 legions are stationed in England, he can only use 45,000 people. Moreover, because at least 10,000 soldiers must be left to defend the capital of Auric, he can only use 35,000 soldiers during the war. France is actually similar. In fact, the French army can probably exceed 100,000. However, the eastern border and the southwest bordering Spain need to retain a large number of frontier troops for a long time. Therefore, the French can mobilize 60,000 troops for war, which is almost the limit. The same is true for the Ming dynasty. Although there are more than 2 million people in the country, nearly half of them are vacant, and the actual number is only 1 million, because the territory is too large, only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people can be mobilized for general wars. For example, in the Battle of Sarre, only 110,000 people were mobilized. Of course, the financial difficulties of the court in the late Ming dynasty were also an important reason for the small scale of the army. The situation in Europe is better, because European countries are generally small in size, unlike the Ming dynasty, which needs too many frontier troops and garrisons in various places because of its large area. Therefore, in Europe, half of the troops can be mobilized in peacetime wars. If it is a small vassal state, the proportion that can be mobilized is even higher. The North Sea Kingdom is not big or small. After annexing 8 vassal states, its land area is almost as large as the land of the Kingdom of Portugal. Therefore, the proportion of troops that can be mobilized here is also decreasing. However, Marin only pays attention to the security of East Frisia, or the security of Auric. Therefore, the proportion of troops to be mobilized is even higher. But even if the 10,000 troops hidden in Ukraine are added, the upper limit of the troops that Marin can mobilize is only 45,000. And this number of troops is not enough for the religious war that is about to happen in the future. Marin's goal is to annex the northern part of Germany and establish a powerful kingdom similar to Prussia. By then, Marin will have to annex many countries. And the forces that hate Marin will also become a lot. Religious wars are not princes fighting for hegemony. There are not many princes involved in the prince's hegemony. For example, only dozens of the 300 German princes participated in the previous actions of the Earl of Baden. Most of the princes are actually watching. Because it's none of their business. But once a religious war breaks out, Europeans will fight for their beliefs. At that time, the potential for war will be fully tapped. In addition, when Marin begins to annex countries on a large scale, it will definitely arouse the hostility and fear of most of the German princes. By then, it will be very difficult for the princes to unite and fight hard. If France intervenes at that time, the consequences will be difficult to predict. Just like the 30 Years' War, in the original history, the most brutal part of the religious war, most of the population of Germany died. And France also took the opportunity to seize Alsace and Lorraine. As long as the French are not fools, once a religious war breaks out in Germany, they will definitely get involved and fish in troubled waters. Therefore, Marin threw out a bait early to attract France and Spain to fight. After they finished fighting, France had no ability to intervene in German affairs. After all, Spain is not easy to mess with. But even if a legion was secretly hidden in Ukraine, Marin still felt that the army was not enough. When the religious war started, the size of the army would definitely exceed 100,000. In the original history, even Charles V, who had 2 empires, was forced to sign the Augsburg Religious Agreement by the Protestant Schmalkalden alliance. It can be seen that the cruelty of religious wars far exceeds the hegemony of princes. Where else can I raise troops? Marin spread out the map. As a result, Marin determined the plan to raise troops in the colonies of the North American continent in minutes. In fact, the Argentine region in South America is also suitable for raising troops. The local conditions are more suitable for reclamation than North America. Because there are not so many hateful forests in the pampas that need to be cut down. Therefore, it is much easier to reclaim farmland than the North American forests. However, Marin's purpose of raising troops is to participate in the European hegemony, not for pure raising troops. Therefore, the East Coast colonies of North America, which are close to the European mainland and can be transported back to the mainland to participate in the war in a month or so by ship, have become the only choice. Otherwise, it will take more than half a year to be transported back to the country in Argentina. In addition to the time it takes to send people to notify, maybe the war is over, and the troops are still floating on the sea. Therefore, Marin quickly decided to form a legion in the New York colony. Once something happens in the country, this legion will quickly board the ship from the port of New York and return to the country to participate in the war. As for the name of this legion, Marin decided not to call it the 7th Legion, but the American Legion. It is stationed in the New York colony, and can not only rely on the food produced by the locally developed farmland, but also the catch of the Newfoundland fishing grounds to feed it. Moreover, this army can also rely on its superior strength to launch a large-scale attack on the interior of North America, gain more control over the area, and conduct further development. And fighting with the Native Americans can also allow a new soldier to quickly grow into a veteran who has seen blood. This effect cannot be achieved through training. Chapter 1453 The First Batch of Veterans. Because there was no concept of nationality in this era, the name of Marin sounded like Foreign Legion to others. Foreign Legion? Brother, what do you mean? Why such a strange name? Simon's brain was not enough. Could Marin tell him that it was a reference to the French Foreign Legion in later generations? So, there was no way to explain it, so he could only kick Simon and get away with it. But it would be difficult for him to easily get away with the same question from the old Hoffman couple. So, he made up an excuse: if it is called the 7th Legion, it will scare all countries. I already have 6 legions and an unannounced Cossack cavalry legion. If European countries know that I have such strength, they will unite to target me. Therefore, this newly established legion cannot be called the 7th Legion. If it is called the Foreign Legion, it can greatly reduce the concerns of other countries. Such nonsense seems to be quite credible. Then, the old Hoffman couple believed it. Then, this statement became the official explanation. In fact, this Foreign Legion was just temporarily loaned to Simon by Marin. Usually, this legion will help Simon guard Kiev. But when a large-scale national war breaks out in the North Sea Kingdom, this legion will come back to help. As for Simon's own troops of the Ukrainian county, the Polish knights recruited in the future will be his own men. In this way, the army of the future Ukrainian county will be divided into 2 parts. The first part is the Foreign Legion that Marin will help it to form, the second part is the feudal lord army composed of Polish and Lithuanian knights recruited by Simon in the future. According to the ownership system, the Foreign Legion belongs to Marin, and the military expenses are also borne by Marin. Simon is mainly responsible for the accommodation and food of the Foreign Legion when it is stationed in Ukraine, and he does not need to take care of other things. Simon's own feudal lord army is usually scattered in their respective manors. When encountering war or the time when the Foreign Legion leaves, they will gather to fight. To put it bluntly, this Foreign Legion is just a reserve army that Marin secretly raised in Ukraine. It was just because he was afraid of scaring other countries that he did not officially announce it as the 7th Legion. Moreover, this Foreign Legion has a very important task: recruiting a group of Polish winged cavalry. For this 10,000-man legion, Marin gave the establishment of 4 cavalry regiments, a total of 2,000 winged cavalry. In time of war, these 2,000 winged cavalry will become a sharp knife, fiercely inserting into the enemy's formation and tearing open the opponent's defense line. In addition, this cavalry regiment will also recruit 3,000 Ukrainian Cossacks as light cavalry to cooperate with the winged cavalry in combat. In this way, only half of the Foreign Legion is infantry, and the other half is a combination of 2,000 winged cavalry and 3,000 Cossack cavalry. If they are taken out to fight, their combat effectiveness will be much stronger than that of ordinary legions. As for the feed for raising horses, Marin has also thought about it. There are 5,000 war horses and 5,000 replacement horses. Among them, 3,000 Cossack war horses and replacement horses all use Eastern European Mongolian horses that usually eat grass, which is the predecessor of the Don River horse. As for the 2,000 winged cavalry, the war horses use typical European war horses. And the replacement horses also use Eastern European Mongolian horses. After all, Eastern European Mongolian horses save feed. As for feed, there is no need to worry too much. Because there is a lot of black soil along the Dnieper River around Kiev. At that time, as long as you plant more soybeans on the Dnieper River, it will be enough for the war horses to eat. Just plant some soybeans on the fertile black soil in Ukraine, which is definitely enough for the horses to eat. Moreover, raising 5,000 cavalry on the steppes of East Europe is not noticeable at all. To be honest, Louis XII's attention this time made Marin a little nervous. Marin would not care too much about the German princes or France alone. Even if he cannot defeat his opponent, he can still keep the basics. However, if the two are united, Marin will definitely not be able to beat them. Moreover, although Marin now has 6 legions and a hidden Cossack cavalry legion of 5,000 cavalry. However, because the 2 legions are stationed in England, he can only use 45,000 people. Moreover, because at least 10,000 soldiers must be left to defend the capital of Auric, he can only use 35,000 soldiers during the war. France is actually similar. In fact, the French army can probably exceed 100,000. However, the eastern border and the southwest bordering Spain need to retain a large number of border troops for a long time. Therefore, the French can send out 60,000 troops to fight, which is almost the limit. The same is true for the Ming dynasty. Although the country has a staff of more than 2 million people, nearly half of the quota is vacant, and the actual number is only 1 million, because the territory is too large, only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people can be mobilized in general wars. For example, in the Battle of Saru, only 110,000 people were mobilized. Of course, the financial difficulties of the court in the late Ming dynasty were also an important reason for the small scale of the army. The situation in Europe is better, because European countries are generally small in size, unlike the Ming dynasty, which needs too many border troops and garrisons in various places because of its large area. Therefore, in Europe, half of the troops can be mobilized in peacetime wars. If it is a small vassal state, the proportion that can be mobilized is even higher. The North Sea Kingdom is not big or small. After annexing 8 vassal states, its land area is almost the same as the land of the Kingdom of Portugal. Therefore, the proportion of troops that can be mobilized here is also decreasing. However, Marin only pays attention to the security of the East Frisian region, or the security of Auric. Therefore, the proportion of troops mobilized is even higher. But even if the 10,000 troops hidden in Ukraine are added, the upper limit of Marin's troops that can be mobilized is only 45,000. And this amount of troops is not enough for the upcoming religious war. Marin's goal is to annex the northern part of Germany and establish a powerful kingdom similar to Prussia. By then, Marin will have to annex many countries. And there will be many forces that hate Marin. The religious war is not a fight between princes. There are not many princes involved in the fight between princes. For example, only dozens of the 300 princes in Germany participated in the previous actions of the county of Baden. Most princes are actually watching. Because it's none of their business. But once a religious war breaks out, Europeans will fight for their beliefs. By then, the potential for war will be fully tapped. In addition, when Marin begins to annex countries on a large scale, it will definitely arouse the hostility and fear of most of the princes in Germany. By then, it will be very difficult for the princes to unite and fight hard. If France intervenes at that time, the consequences will be difficult to predict. Just like the 30 Years' War, in the original history, the cruelest part of the religious war, most of the population of Germany died. France also took the opportunity to seize Alsace and Lorraine. As long as the French are not fools, once a religious war breaks out in Germany, they will definitely get involved and fish in troubled waters. Therefore, Marin threw out a bait early to attract France and Spain to fight. After they finished fighting, France had no ability to interfere in German affairs. After all, Spain is not easy to mess with. But even if he secretly hid a legion in Ukraine, Marin still felt that the army was not enough. When the religious war broke out, the size of the army would definitely exceed 100,000. Originally in history, even Charles V, a hegemon who owned 2 empires, was forced to sign the Augsburg Religious Agreement by the Protestant Schmalkaldic alliance. It can be seen that the cruelty of religious wars far exceeds the hegemony of princes. Where else can we raise troops? Marin spread out the map. As a result, Marin decided in a minute to raise troops in the colonies of the North American continent. In fact, the Argentine region in South America is also suitable for raising troops. The local conditions are more suitable for reclamation than North America. Because there are not so many nasty forests in the pampas that need to be cut down. Therefore, it is much easier to reclaim farmland than the North American forests. However, Marin's purpose of raising troops is to participate in the European hegemony, not just to raise troops. Therefore, the east coast colonies of North America, which are close to the European mainland and can be transported back to the mainland to participate in the war in a month or so by ship, became the only choice. Otherwise, it would take more than half a year to transport them back to the country in Argentina. Adding the time to send people to notify, maybe the war is over, and the troops are still floating on the sea. Chapter 1454, Permanent Fields and Job Fields. The next day, Marin didn't wake up until noon. Then, for some unknown reason, he suddenly sat up from the bed, put on his bathrobe and slippers, and ran from the backyard of the palace to the office area in the front yard of the palace. "Schwartz, have the brothers left?" Schwartz saw Marin, who had just woken up, and was stunned for a moment before answering, "Not yet, they have to go to several departments to handle procedures today. For example, the discharge procedures, and the implementation of welfare benefits after discharge. After all, they are at least at the level of squad leaders, and they have to divide the land after discharge. It will take a few days to complete it." "Divide the land?" Marin was stunned. Then, he suddenly asked, "Didn't I give each of them 5 ugrams of land on Texel Island? Do they need more?" Schwartz nodded and said, "Yes, 5 ugrams is 60 acres, which is the treatment for ordinary veterans. But they are all officers. According to the plan discussed by Kohler and I, the starting land for retired squad leaders is 200 acres. The starting land for company leaders is higher, 500 acres. And the deputy square leader is estimated to get 1,000 acres of private land. Kohler and I have discussed that these fields are not considered noble fiefs and need to be included in the manor system for collective cultivation. At that time, in addition to paying the tithe, these fields will also need to pay another 10% of the land tax. But there is also an advantage, that is, the serfs in the manor can help them cultivate for free. This is what Kohler and I just discussed yesterday, and I haven't had time to report it yet. What do you think of this plan?" Marin thought for a while and said, "The plan is good, but the 60 mu, 5 ugrams, of land given to each household was promised to be tax-free. So, the 60 mu is still tax-free. For the additional land, calculated according to your plan. Also, tell them that the 10% land tax will only be effective while they are alive. If their children inherit the land, if their children join the army, continue to collect 10% land tax. If the children do not join the army, an additional 10% war tax will be collected. In the future, if the fertilizer secret is leaked, then the monopoly of land will be meaningless. At that time, I will choose to distribute all the land to serfs. Then, according to this tax law, taxes will be collected: 15 pounds per mu of tithe, 10% of land tax, plus 10% of war tax. Of course, military families are exempt from war tax. This is Marin's long-term plan. At present, he has monopolized a large amount of land as his own manor by relying on the advantage of mastering the fertilizer secrets. However, Marin knows that serfdom will be abolished sooner or later. At that time, it is inevitable to divide the land among the serfs and make them farmers. At that time, if there is no output from the manor, the national finances will easily collapse. Therefore, Marin made a plan in advance. Even if he lived and did not wait until the serfs were liberated, he could leave it to Caesar. With a stable 20% tax, the tithe is from the church, the national fiscal expenditure can be covered. At that time, the 10% of the land tax will be used to maintain government expenditures. And the 10% of the war tax will be used to feed the huge army. Of course, the nobles' fiefdoms will not be taxed in the future. But that doesn't matter, because Marin has a huge America behind him. In the future, taxes can also be collected in the American colonies. In this way, there is no need to worry about insufficient tax revenue. And now, whether it is Marin or other monarchs, the finances of the current monarchs in Europe actually only rely on the output of their own territories. Even the salary for ministers is the output of their own territories. At most, some commercial taxes and tariffs can be collected. With such a tax system, it is no wonder that European countries cannot afford to support hundreds of thousands of troops. Even a top European power like France only dispatches tens of thousands of troops for a war. You don't know that during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period in China, the Qin state had a population of only 5 million. However, when it destroyed Chu, it was able to bring out 600,000 troops when the Xian's 200,000 troops were defeated. The number of its troops was far more than 1/10 of the population. And now France has a population of more than 15 million. If the Qin state's model of the whole country being soldiers during the warring states period is followed, it would be reasonable to gather 2 million troops. However, because the country does not have universal taxation, the monarch is poor and cannot afford to support 100,000 troops. Of course, now that Marin has a monopoly on fertilizer technology and can eat alone for many years, he is not in a hurry to divide the land. However, you can also test the land tax on the veterans who have been allocated land. When everyone is accustomed to the existence of the land tax, when the land is fully distributed, everyone will be accustomed to it. If the soldiers accept this kind of tax, why do they still need to manage the serfs? The soldiers hold guns in their hands. Moreover, the land income of these veterans is also very high. With the fertilizer provided by Marin, their fields have an output of at least 400 pounds per mu. Even if 10% of the field tax is deducted, plus 15 pounds of tithe, there are at least 345 pounds. Excluding costs, the profit is at least 300 pounds. Under the current high grain prices, the annual income per mu can reach 300 pfennigs, which is 5 gold coins. 60 mu is 300 gold coins, and 200 mu is 1,000 gold coins. This income is not worse than that of ordinary fiefdom knights. Moreover, because they don't need to raise war horses and servants like fiefdom knights, the expenses are more than half less. These incomes are all pure income. After Marin drank some honey water to sober up, he felt that he should improve this plan. In addition to getting the soldiers to adapt to taxation, Marin also felt that land inheritance seemed inappropriate. For example, this veteran became a company captain and was allocated 500 acres of land. However, even if his son joined the army, he might not be promoted to company captain. If 500 mu of land is inherited from generation to generation, it seems unfair. At this time, Ma Lin suddenly thought of the equal field system of the Tang dynasty. According to the Tang system, land is mainly divided into permanent fields, household fields and official fields. Among them, permanent fields are 20 mu, which can be passed down from generation to generation and have land property rights. The household fields are land allocated to young laborers. If they die, they will be taken back. This kind of household fields is actually equivalent to state-owned land for private cultivation. And the land rent is the land tax. In addition, there are official fields for officials. That is, the land is allocated according to the position. This is used to offset wages, that is, if you are given land to farm, you will not be paid. Anyway, the output of the official fields is enough to offset wages. According to the Tang system, from the first rank official to the 9th rank official, the number of official fields ranges from 12 hectares to 2 hectares. In ancient times, 1 hectare of land was 100 mu, and 2 hectares of land was 200 mu. Even if the yield per mu in ancient China was only more than 200 jin, and the yield per mu was 1 shur of rice, the annual yield would be 200 shur of rice, which is very considerable. In fact, this system of official land is much easier than paying salaries. In ancient times, there was no union pay, and it was very inconvenient for officials to receive salaries and soldiers to receive military pay. If you encounter a corrupt official, it will be a disaster if you pass it on in the middle. As for the official land, it is much easier for officials to do it themselves. Moreover, there is no need to worry about corrupt officials exploiting in the middle. Marin also plans to promote this system in the North Sea Kingdom. Of course, the way the nobles divide the land remains unchanged, but they will try to seal it in the north as much as possible in the future. As for retired officers, Marin plans to divide 60 mu of permanent land, plus official land. Needless to say, permanent land is naturally private land. As for the official land, Marin plans to give it a pass-on for 1 generation arrangement. The so-called pass-on for 1 generation means that it will only be passed on for 1 generation. It is mainly because they are afraid that the officers' children will not be motivated, so they will give them a generation of buffer. If the next generation is not good enough, the land will be taken back. In addition, the permanent land is granted according to the number of males. As long as there is 1 male, 60 mu of permanent land can be granted. This standard is 3 times that of the Tang dynasty, but Ma Lin has the confidence to do so. After all, the Tang dynasty was only so small, and the desert grasslands outside the Great Wall were not counted. The reason why 20 mu of permanent land can be given to each male is because after the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population dropped sharply and there was a lot of land. Ma Lin has the vast pampas grasslands in North America and South America, so he doesn't have to worry about not having land to share. As long as you have males, I have enough land to share with you. Chapter 1455, Forming a Police Force. The next day, Marin did not wake up until noon. Then, for some reason, he suddenly sat up from the bed, put on his bathrobe and slippers, and ran from the backyard of the palace to the office area in the front yard of the palace. Schwartz, have the brothers left? Schwartz saw Marin, who had just woken up, and was stunned for a moment before answering, not yet, they have to go to several departments today to handle the procedures. For example, the discharge procedures, and the implementation of welfare benefits after discharge. After all, they are at least at the level of squad leaders, and they have to divide the land after discharge. All in all, it will take a few days to get it done. Divide the land? Marin was stunned. Then, he suddenly asked, didn't I give each of them 5 ugrams of land on Texel Island? Do they need more? Schwartz nodded and said, yes, 5 ugrams is 60 acres, which is the treatment for ordinary veterans. But they are all officers. According to the plan discussed by Kohler and I, the starting land for retired squad leaders is 200 acres. The starting land for company leaders is higher, 500 acres. And the deputy square leader is estimated to get 1,000 acres of private land. Kohler and I have discussed that these fields are not considered noble fiefs and need to be included in the manor system for collective cultivation. At that time, in addition to paying the tithe, these fields will also need to pay another 10% of the land tax. But there is also an advantage, that is, the serfs in the manor can help them cultivate for free. This is what Kohler and I just discussed yesterday, and I haven't had time to report it yet. What do you think of this plan? Marin thought for a while and said, the plan is good, but the 60 mu, 5 ugrams, of land given to each household was promised to be tax-free. So, the 60 mu is still tax-free. For the additional land, calculated according to your plan. Also, tell them that the 10% land tax will only be effective while they are alive. If their children inherit the land, if their children join the army, continue to collect 10% land tax. If the children do not join the army, an additional 10% war tax will be collected. In the future, if the fertilizer secret is leaked, then the monopoly of land will be meaningless. At that time, I will choose to distribute all the land to serfs. Then, according to this tax law, taxes will be collected 15 pounds per mu of tithe, 10% of land tax, plus 10% of war tax. Of course, military families are exempt from war tax. This is Marin's long-term plan. At present, he has monopolized a large amount of land as his own manor by relying on the advantage of mastering the fertilizer secrets. However, Marin knows that serfdom will be abolished sooner or later. At that time, it is inevitable to divide the land among the serfs and make them farmers. At that time, if there is no output from the manor, the national finances will easily collapse. Therefore, Marin made a plan in advance. Even if he lived and did not wait until the serfs were liberated, he could leave it to Caesar. With a stable 20% tax, the tithe is from the church, the national fiscal expenditure can be covered. At that time, the 10% of the land tax will be used to maintain government expenditures. And the 10% of the war tax will be used to feed the huge army. Of course, the nobles' fiefdoms will not be taxed in the future. But that doesn't matter, because Marin has a huge America behind him. In the future, taxes can also be collected in the American colonies. In this way, there is no need to worry about insufficient tax revenue. And now, whether it is Marin or other monarchs, the finances of the current monarchs in Europe actually only rely on the output of their own territories. Even the salary for ministers is the output of their own territories. At most, some commercial taxes and tariffs can be collected. With such a tax system, it is no wonder that European countries cannot afford to support hundreds of thousands of troops. Even a top European power like France only dispatches tens of thousands of troops for a war. You don't know that during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period in China, the Qin state had a population of only 5 million. However, when it destroyed Chu, it was able to bring out 600,000 troops when the Xian's 200,000 troops were defeated. The number of its troops was far more than 1/10 of the population. And now France has a population of more than 15 million. If the Qin state's model of the whole country being soldiers during the warring states period is followed, it would be reasonable to gather 2 million troops. However, because the country does not have universal taxation, the monarch is poor and cannot afford to support 100,000 troops. Of course, now that Marin has a monopoly on fertilizer technology and can eat alone for many years, he is not in a hurry to divide the land. However, you can also test the land tax on the veterans who have been allocated land. When everyone is accustomed to the existence of the land tax, when the land is fully distributed, everyone will be accustomed to it. If the soldiers accept this kind of tax, why do they still need to manage the serfs? The soldiers hold guns in their hands. Moreover, the land income of these veterans is also very high. With the fertilizer provided by Marin, their fields have an output of at least 400 pounds per mu. Even if 10% of the field tax is deducted, plus 15 pounds of tithe, there are at least 345 pounds. Excluding costs, the profit is at least 300 pounds. Under the current high grain prices, the annual income per mu can reach 300 pfennigs, which is 5 gold coins. 60 mu is 300 gold coins, and 200 mu is 1,000 gold coins. This income is not worse than that of ordinary fiefdom knights. Moreover, because they don't need to raise war horses and servants like fiefdom knights, the expenses are more than half less. These incomes are all pure income. After Marin drank some honey water to sober up, he felt that he should improve this plan. In addition to getting the soldiers to adapt to taxation, Marin also felt that land inheritance seemed inappropriate. For example, this veteran became a company captain and was allocated 500 acres of land. However, even if his son joined the army, he might not be promoted to company captain. If 500 mu of land is inherited from generation to generation, it seems unfair. At this time, Ma Lin suddenly thought of the equal field system of the Tang dynasty. According to the Tang system, land is mainly divided into permanent fields, household fields and official fields. Among them, permanent fields are 20 mu, which can be passed down from generation to generation and have land property rights. The household fields are land allocated to young laborers. If they die, they will be taken back. This kind of household fields is actually equivalent to state-owned land for private cultivation. And the land rent is the land tax. In addition, there are official fields for officials. That is, the land is allocated according to the position. This is used to offset wages, that is, if you are given land to farm, you will not be paid. Anyway, the output of the official fields is enough to offset wages. According to the Tang system, from the first rank official to the ninth rank official, the number of official fields ranges from 12 hectares to 2 hectares. In ancient times, 1 hectare of land was 100 mu, and 2 hectares of land was 200 mu. Even if the yield per mu in ancient China was only more than 200 kilograms, and the yield per mu was 1 stone of rice, the annual yield would be 200 stone of rice, which is very considerable. In fact, this system of official land is much easier than paying salaries. In ancient times, there was no union pay, and it was very inconvenient for officials to receive salaries and soldiers to receive military pay. If you encounter a corrupt official, it will be a disaster if the money is transferred in the middle. As for the official land, officials can deal with it themselves, which is much easier. Moreover, there is no need to worry about corrupt officials exploiting them. Marin also plans to promote this system in the North Sea Kingdom. Of course, the way the nobles divide the land remains unchanged, but they will try to seal the land in the North Sea as much as possible in the future. As for retired officers, Marin plans to divide 60 acres of permanent land plus official land. Needless to say, the permanent land is naturally private land. As for the official land, Marin plans to give it a pass down for 1 generation. The so-called pass down for 1 generation means that it will only be passed down to 1 generation. It is mainly because they are afraid that the officers' children will not live up to their expectations, so they give them a buffer generation. If the next generation still can't do well, the land will be taken back. In addition, the permanent land is granted according to the number of male adults. As long as there is 1 male adult, 60 mu of permanent land can be granted. This standard is 3 times that of the Tang dynasty, but Marin has the confidence to do so. After all, the Tang dynasty was only so big, and the desert grasslands outside the Great Wall were not counted. The reason why 20 mu of permanent land can be allocated to each male adult is because after the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population dropped sharply and there was a lot of land. Marin has the vast pampas grasslands in North America and South America, so he doesn't have to worry about not having land to distribute. As long as you have male adults, I have enough land to give you. Chapter 1456, The Coexistence of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. Marin calculated that from 45 to 60 years old, they can still work as sheriffs for another 15 years. The sheriff is not a small police officer, nor is he a hard worker like the Joint Defense Team, so he doesn't need to work too hard. Therefore, it is not a problem to work until 60 years old. As for the 65 years old in later generations, well, that is the age that only officials can work. Ordinary physical work is actually not enough to work until the age of 50. What's more, most people in Europe are almost dead in their 50s. But these old brothers follow Marin, eat and drink well, and exercise every day because of their profession. In addition, Marin is now vigorously promoting hospitals, modern medical skills and traditional Chinese medicine. Although it has only been promoted to cities and has not yet been promoted to towns and villages, it is only a matter of time. With these factors, it should not be a problem for his men to live to 60 years old. Then, the establishment he gave was very reasonable. A sheriff, plus 5 police officers with an establishment, the salary expenses are not much. According to the normal mercenary salary of 3 pfennigs per day, 5 police officers only need to spend 15 pfennigs per day. In a year, it is only about 91.25 gold coins. The daily expenditure of 400 police stations is less than 40,000 gold coins. As for the larger number of auxiliary police, they do not need to be paid. Usually, they can be sent away by giving them more cheap salted fish, sugar, and canned food. After all, these people can be supported by their respective manors. In this way, a lot of expenses can be saved. Traps, sugar, and canned food may be high-cost things for other countries. But for Marin, these are low-cost cheap things. It's a pity that he gets them. After all, ordinary people don't have them. Moreover, these things are not issued every day, but only during festivals, and they don't cost much. As for the professional quality of these 320 old brothers, Marin really doesn't have any expectations. After all, they are all rough guys. It's simply unrealistic to expect them to solve cases like the police in later generations. These rough guys can't do anything except fighting. It's actually a joke to let them be policemen. Because of his distrust of their ability to solve cases, Marin did not even abolish the existence of those sheriffs. After all, although those sheriffs are not necessarily good people, their professional qualities are definitely much better than these rough guys. These traditional sheriffs are often well-known ruthless people in the local area, who can calm the situation. Moreover, they are clear about local affairs and will not cause trouble when doing things. For example, those who can be provoked and those who should not be provoked, these sheriffs are awake. Even those mayors are not as well informed as these sheriffs. Because most of those mayors come from aristocratic families and have different circles. They generally rarely come into contact with civilian circles, or disdain to contact civilians, so they naturally know much less news. The sheriffs are different. They are all local ruthless people, even gangsters. They usually come into contact with all kinds of people, and the news is unknown how many times more informed than those mayors. Sometimes, when there is a murder or a fight in the local area, these experienced sheriffs can guess who did it based on the social relations of the victim without having to go out. This is the power of the local snake, which is much better than the dragon crossing the river. In addition, when conflicts and disputes arise among the local people, these local snake sheriffs go to mediate, and a scare can quickly calm down the two parties who are making trouble. If a person without prestige is replaced, it will definitely be difficult to accomplish. Therefore, Marin finally did not think of using his 320 rough men to replace those sheriffs who are like local snakes. Because these rough men do not have the ability to maintain local stability. However, if the original sheriff system is retained, Marin is unwilling. Because this means that he does not have enough control over the local area. Sometimes, what the local sheriffs say is more effective than the lords. How can this be tolerated for Marin, who is determined to centralize power? Moreover, some sheriffs are also a local scourge. They entangled a group of hooligans, causing trouble in the countryside and fishing for the people. But they can still get away with it. Why? Because the people have no channels to sue them. In this era, serfs cannot leave the manor at will. Even if you go to the town, you have to get the consent of the manor owner, not to mention going to a farther city. So, even if someone wants to sue them, there is no channel. Not to mention, even if you sue, you may not win. Maybe, you will be cruelly retaliated afterwards. So, Marin took advantage of this opportunity to hide the soldiers and set up a police force and dispersed it to various towns. In addition to raising soldiers, it is to divide the power of the sheriff. The existence of the police makes it unnecessary for the gang of gangsters under the sheriff to exist. Moreover, Marin does not allow the sheriff to raise hangers-on. Marin stipulates that in the future, local public security mediation will still be dominated by sheriffs. However, once it comes to armed actions to suppress mobs, the sheriff shall not use hangers-on, but only the police. The specific procedure is that the sheriff feels that it is necessary to send police and greets the sheriff. Then, the sheriff will dispatch the corresponding number of police according to the severity of the situation. If necessary, 20 auxiliary police can be summoned to act together. In this way, the sheriff only has the decision-making power in his hands, but no execution ability. If he wants to do something, the police will naturally cooperate. However, if he wants to exploit the people and do some private work, the police may not pay attention to him. Because the sheriffs are all retired officers, they are from the central system and are only loyal to Marin. The sheriffs will definitely not do anything that is detrimental to the interests of Marin and the North Sea. After all, these sheriffs are veterans who have served Marin for nearly 20 years, and there is no problem with their loyalty. In this way, even if Marin does not have complete control over the local area, he can firmly control the situation through these loyal sheriffs. Moreover, there is no need to worry about local forces being hypocritical. Because the sheriff who controls the police force will report everything in the local area. Marin even feels that this model of using local sheriffs and a retired military officer as sheriff to control local police is more advanced than the later police model. Why do you say that? It is a mistake for later generations to give the appointment of local police to local governments. Because, in this case, the police chiefs promoted by local leaders can easily become lackeys and thugs of local officials. As long as the local police are in their hands, some corrupt officials can really do whatever they want. As long as the news is blocked and those who dare to complain are caught, local officials can basically become local emperors. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, this is no joke. Of course, everything is different after the internet and mobile phones are hungry in later generations. Because people can expose information through the internet. In this way, many problems have been exposed, forcing President Xi to take action to fight tigers. But what about before? Are there no problems? No, there are just as many problems. It's just that at that time, the people had no channels to complain, and those corrupt officials often controlled the local police and blocked the news. Therefore, many problems were not exposed. After all, before the 21st century, because of poor information exchange, people who were wronged had no way to complain. Therefore, thank the internet and mobile phones. This shattered the dream of some bastards to cover the sky with one hand. But now it is the 16th century, there is no internet and no mobile phones. Marin was just a liberal arts student, and he couldn't do these things. If there really were officials who did evil to the local area, he couldn't do anything. Later generations also established police systems in various places. Is it useful? Useless. As long as those corrupt officials control the public security, procuratorial and judicial institutions, and control violent institutions such as the police station, they can really do whatever they want. However, if you send police from above, because they don't understand the local situation and have no prestige, they often can't get things done. Therefore, Marin came up with this system of coexistence of sheriffs and police chiefs. The core content is to use local sheriffs to manage things, but to appoint loyal retired officers to control the police force. In this way, the sheriff who comes from a local background cannot cause trouble to the local area because he has no thugs, but he can solve local affairs. The sheriff sent from above does not have to face the embarrassment of not being able to carry out his work because he is not familiar with the local area. However, the control of the force by these loyal retired officers also guarantees the central government's control over the local area. After all, when it comes to loyalty, is there anyone more trustworthy than a 20-year veteran? In addition, these sheriffs can also act as eyes and ears to reflect the real situation in the local area to the upper level. Chapter 1457 Riot Police Training. Of course, what Marin said here is more advanced than later generations, referring to the problem of local control. But in terms of professionalism, it is definitely not as good as the professional police who graduated from the police academy in later generations. However, in this era, these unprofessional retired officers serving as police chiefs are completely sufficient. Why? Because few people in this era are educated. Lack of education means not having too many ideas, and there is no problem of high IQ crimes. Without complex high IQ crimes, there is no demand for professional police in later generations. Facing a group of illiterate criminals, it is enough to use simple and crude torture. When did the Sherlock Holmes series appear? In the late 19th century. At that time, because the papermaking industry entered the mechanized stage in the mid-19th century, the technology of machine beating and chemical pulping appeared, which led to a significant reduction in the cost of paper and books. Then, Europe entered the scientific era of popular education. As a result, there are more educated people. But at the same time, those criminals also received advanced education and their IQs improved a lot. Then, high IQ crimes appeared. Correspondingly, under the demand, a group of detectives also appeared. To put it bluntly, the popularization of education has brought about the improvement of the abilities of ordinary people. But at the same time, it has also brought about the improvement of the abilities of criminals. Then, it stimulated the emergence of professional police. The current Beihai Kingdom has not reached that point yet. Therefore, there is no need for any professional police. But because Marin popularized education, it will definitely be needed in the future. However, Marin will still insist on adopting the system of coexistence of sheriffs and police chiefs. At most, formal police officers are selected from police academy graduates. Sheriffs can also be selected from police academy graduates who are locals. But for sheriffs, Marin will still use retired officers. They don't need professional knowledge, they only need loyalty. In addition, the police force has the right to mobilize troops. This power is the basis for ensuring the control of the Beihai Kingdom over the local area. Usually, the sheriff can be like a decoration. But once the police need to go out, the sheriff must sign an order. No matter how powerful your sheriff is, you can't mobilize a policeman without the sheriff's order. Marin even gave the sheriffs the self-determination power to suppress local riots. In this way, there will be no problem that local police cannot bear to shoot and suppress because of sympathy for the people. Just like the French Revolution, if the army had not refused to shoot at the people, it would not have become a climate. In addition, Marin also selected the best locations for police stations for local police forces, beacon towers in various places. In order to ensure the safety of East Frisia, Marin built many beacon towers in various places as early warnings. Later, the Japanese artillery tower and beacon tower were combined to create a special artillery tower beacon tower. The artillery tower is originally a very solid fortification, with a moat outside. A drawbridge must be placed to enter, and it is very safe. If there is an invasion by the enemy or a riot by the people, the police stationed in the artillery tower can completely put away the drawbridge and defend it. At the same time, a wolf smoke is lit on the top of the artillery tower to warn. Of course, this is not enough. After all, the wolf smoke may be an invasion by the enemy or a riot by the people. If the judgment is wrong and the response is wrong, it will be bad. Therefore, Marin will also require the raising of pigeons in the artillery tower. Once something happens, the pigeons must be released while lighting the wolf smoke. The letter on the pigeon will explain the situation in detail to avoid mistakes. Marin's idea is complete enough, but when he talked to the rough guys, the 320 rough guys were all confused. Police? What do? Suppress the riots of the people. Kill them directly. Marin spat out a mouthful of blood. If the people just kill people when they make trouble, wouldn't he be a tyrant? However, these bird people really only know how to kill people. It seems that he still has to give these rough guys some professional training. There is no need to expect them to be as professional as the police in later generations. He just hopes that these idiots don't kill people randomly. For this reason, Marin thought about it and finally thought of a way: riot police. If you deal with armed people, there is no need to say, kill. The army's way is pretty good. However, facing unarmed people, it is obviously not possible to use the army's way. Therefore, the riot police in later generations, who are professionally used to deal with people who make trouble and march, became the best choice. In fact, there are not many riot police in China in later generations, mainly because China does not allow people to march or gather to make trouble. Without marches and gatherings to make trouble, riot police have little chance to appear. In foreign countries, riot police are often seen in the news wearing riot helmets similar to motorcycle helmets, wearing heavy riot clothing, holding composite riot shields in their left hands, and short sticks in their right hands. When encountering excited demonstrators, these riot police will line up in neat rows to block the march. When the march wants to break through, the riot police will swing short sticks to beat people. Sometimes, in order to disperse the crowd, the riot police will also throw tear gas. Of course, they themselves wear gas masks. But Marin does not have tear gas, so he can only take the most basic way, that is, use shields to block and use short sticks to whip people. Although this way is more rustic, it is very useful. The crowd without weapons really has no way to face the riot police with shields and helmets plus full sets of weapons. Even if you throw a brick, it can be blocked by the shield. And you can't resist the short sticks of the riot police. If you want to avoid the batons, you can only disperse. But if you disperse, they will achieve their goal. Facing the roving soldiers, the riot police are more at ease. So, Marin ordered his craftsmen to specially make a full set of riot police uniforms. The style of the helmet is similar to the riot helmets of later generations. The only difference is that the plexiglass mask that can be flipped up has been changed to a mesh metal mask that can be flipped up. This mask is actually mainly used to prevent hidden weapons, such as bricks, and can also resist sticks hitting the face. As for protective clothing, Marin directly used a black leather vest similar to a tactical vest. The vest has many pockets, which can be inserted with steel plates. Of course, wooden boards can also be inserted. Usually, it is enough to insert wooden boards to suppress the people, and it is okay not to insert them. If you go to the battlefield, you must insert steel plates. As for the shield, Marin does not have a lightweight PVC material riot shield that can even block bullets, so he can only provide an ordinary wooden shield. What? You said that they can be equipped with rattan shields imported from the Ming dynasty? Of course, they can, but the army itself is not enough, so how can they be equipped for the second-line troops like the police? So, the police should still use ordinary wooden shields. On the shield, you can also write the word police with paint. The shield is painted black, and the words are painted with white lime slurry. As for the short stick, just use an oak stick. However, Marin asked to wrap a thick strip of cloth around the oak short stick to simulate the rubber baton of later generations. After all, the police pursue hitting the opponent to hurt, not to injure the opponent. With a thick strip of cloth wrapped around it, the chance of the opponent being injured can be reduced. However, it hurts just the same. As for the wooden shield being too heavy, don't worry, Just let these guys select strong men to be police. If you are weak and can't even hold a wooden shield, what kind of thugs are you in the violent agency? Dismiss as soon as possible. When 320 hot guys put on a full set of black riot uniforms, they were very eye-catching. Then, Marin, the half-baked police instructor, made his grand entrance. Watch my moves. After that, Marin pulled down the metal mesh on his helmet handsomely, raised the wooden shield in his left hand, raised the oak short stick in his right hand, stepped back half a step with his right leg, and took a fighting posture. Suddenly, he shouted, "Back off! Back off! Disperse! Disperse!" Then, Marin finished his move handsomely. 320 rough men were dumbfounded. Is it that simple? Then, these 320 rough men followed Marin's example, lowered their masks in unison, raised their shields in their left hands, raised their wooden sticks in their right hands, and shouted together, "Back off! Back off! Disperse! Disperse!" At this time, they felt that it was only when there were more police that they were awesome. Just like just now, when Marin shouted alone, he had no momentum at all. Although Marin is also a martial artist, it always feels that he has no deterrent power when he poses like this alone. However, when 320 well-trained veterans do this together, the momentum immediately rises. Ordinary people can't stand it. "What's next?" the veterans asked. Marin said with disdain, "Damn it, do you need me to teach you how to hit someone with a short stick? But be careful not to hurt them, just hurt them." Then, Marin turned around and walked away. Schwartz stayed and yelled, "What are you still standing there for? Divide into 2 teams, form a formation, and fight each other. Remember, the formation must not be messed up. Also, don't really hurt the other party." Then, Schwartz also left, leaving only 320 old soldiers holding shields and fighting each other. Chapter 1458, Sword and Shield Auxiliary Police and Mounted Blade Police. The reason why Marin used such a simple and crude method was because he knew the ability of these old soldiers under his command. In terms of culture, these people are just scum. But in terms of fighting and killing, these people are all top-notch. Although, when they first started fighting, these people would inevitably hit harder because of their habit of killing on the battlefield. But it doesn't matter, because the protective gear given by Marin is enough to withstand the damage of the wooden stick. Even if the leather tactical vest is inserted with a wooden board, it is enough to withstand the beating of the short stick. Moreover, Marin also reserved a group of medical soldiers on the sidelines and prepared some medicinal wine for injuries. If anyone is injured, let the medical soldiers take them for internal and external use, plus massage. In fact, Marin is not very good at how much force the riot police should use and to what extent, he just knows a rough standard. Therefore, he can only let these old soldiers explore on their own. Nothing else, fight a few more times, and these old soldiers will explore the standard on their own. At that time, let them discuss while drinking, and the specific method of beating people will be figured out. Then, it can be promoted. As for the second, third and later batches of police chiefs, after they retire, they will go to learn from these people for 2 or 3 months before taking up their posts. There is no need to set up a special police school, as long as the method of old and new is used. In this way, a lot of funds can be saved. Of course, Marin's requirements for the police are not just riot police who use wooden sticks to hit people. When encountering a war, these people will also go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Therefore, while letting them explore the skills of fighting each other, Marin also found a professional sword and shield commander to train them to use a single sword and shield to cut and kill. The standard set by Marin for the police is that they usually train wooden sticks to fight each other, but the training time for using real swords to cut and stab must reach 1/3 of the total training time. In this way, when these guys go to the battlefield, they can transform from riot police to sword and shield soldiers by replacing the short sticks with single swords. Although the lethality of sword and shield soldiers is a bit poor, it is still very good to use them as auxiliary. In particular, it can cover the musketeers. Except for the cavalry that need spearmen to resist, the sword and shield soldiers can deal with the general impact of infantry. Moreover, in urban street fighting, sword and shield soldiers have much more advantages than spearmen. After all, the spear is too long and it is difficult to turn around in street fighting. And a single sword is much more flexible in street fighting. And the shield can also protect the sword and shield soldiers very well. When defending the city, the sword and shield soldiers are also very powerful. Because the spearman cannot climb the siege ladder with both hands holding the spear. If you want to climb the top of the city, you must use a sword. Moreover, a one-handed sword is best. In this way, the warriors climbing the city wall can hold the ladder with one hand and chop the enemy with a one-handed sword. However, facing the sword and shield soldiers on the city wall, those with one-handed swords are at a disadvantage. Because the sword and shield soldiers have an extra shield than them. They chopped the sword and shield soldiers and were blocked by the shield. It's hard to dodge when the sword and shield soldiers cut them. Otherwise, they will fall off the ladder. But not all policemen will be trained to be sword and shield soldiers. In Marin's plan, among the 25 policemen in each police station, only the 20 auxiliary policemen are trained according to the sword and shield soldier model. And the 5 formal policemen will be trained according to the model of cavalry. In other words, they will be equipped with horses. In this way, the training tasks of the 5 formal policemen are much heavier than those of the auxiliary police. In addition to participating in the explosion-proof training of shields and short sticks, when the auxiliary policemen train the sword and shield soldiers' tactics, they have to learn cavalry tactics, that is, riding and slashing. When the war breaks out, these formal policemen will be incorporated into the army, or they will act with the cavalry, or they will serve as reconnaissance cavalry. After all, these cavalry are quite good at public opinion surveys. When they patrol on horseback, their observation ability is trained. On the battlefield, they can also add help to the army. However, considering that policemen over 45 years old do not have the physical strength to go to the battlefield. Therefore, Marin made a special provision: except for the sheriff and the sheriff, ordinary policemen must retire like ordinary soldiers when they reach the age of 45. Then, the police station will select new young people to fill in. The retired old policemen who are over 45 years old will be transferred to various villages to serve as small managers or take charge of the granaries in the village. In this way, they are not treated unfairly. The reason for this provision, in addition to military needs, is inseparable from the actual situation of this era. In modern times, police use pistols to deal with criminals. Therefore, 50-year-old policemen can still deal with criminals. Because they can choose to shoot instead of fighting with criminals. Even if they chase criminals, they can chase them by car. In this era, being over 45 years old means that they have no ability to fight young criminals. After all, this is the era of cold weapons. Even if the police are equipped with guns, they can only be equipped with smoothbore guns that need to be reloaded after firing a shot. Therefore, catching criminals mainly depends on personal fighting ability. Over 45 years old, it is obviously not competent for the functions of the police, so they can only retire and replace a group of new guys to do it. If we still follow the retirement standard of 60, it would be a pitfall. Can you imagine 5 old men who are almost 60 chasing criminals? Young and middle-aged criminals run away, which can exhaust several policemen. In this day and age, the police don't have motorcycles and cars, so how can they chase? Even if the regular police catch up with them on horseback, because of their old age, they may be killed by criminals who snatch the knife from them like Brother Long. Therefore, in an era without a bursting pistol, the maximum service age of the police cannot exceed 45 years old. In fact, the most suitable weapon for the police is the revolver. Moreover, the structure of the revolver is not complicated at all. Marin played with many revolver-like smashing guns when he was a child. He is very familiar with the structure of the revolver. As long as he can solve the technology of paper percussion caps, he can make a Colt revolver similar to the early front-loading ammunition. This early Colt revolver is loaded in front of the cylinder. First, the paper cap is loaded, then the gunpowder is poured in, and then the lead bullet is pressed in. It must be compacted to avoid falling. But it cannot be too hard to avoid triggering the paper cap. In this way, a black powder version of the Colt revolver that the early Western cowboys liked to use is ready. There are a total of 6 bullets, which can fire 6 shots, which is definitely enough to deal with criminals. But even if Marin has the ability to develop this early Colt revolver, he would not be willing to do it. Why? Because the revolver is too terrible, an assassination weapon. 2 American presidents died from revolvers, and Reagan almost died. Thanks to the development of modern medical technology, he was saved. It seems that after the appearance of revolvers, many politicians died under this gun. For his own life, Marin is unwilling to develop this assassination weapon. In fact, in order to eliminate the problem of assassination, Marin strictly stipulates that all firearms in the North Sea must be more than 50 centimeters long, that is, half a meter long. Anything shorter than this length is considered a weapon. This is because a half-meter-long musket cannot be hidden in clothes as a hidden weapon for assassination. The guards can see it at a glance. Moreover, even if it is hidden in clothes, it takes a lot of movement to pull it out, which is enough for the guards to react. And those short guns are the weapons for assassination. Not only are they concealed, but they are also very convenient and fast to pull out and shoot. As long as short guns are banned, the risk of being stabbed can be greatly reduced. Because the guards will never let people with long guns get close. Chapter 1459, Rubber Production in Cuba. As for the revolver, the firearm itself is actually very easy to make. After all, Marin was a military fan when he was a child, and he broke a lot of guns and was very familiar with their structure. But the biggest problem is the primer, and Marin doesn't know how to make it at all. It's not that the primer technology is difficult, but that these technologies are kept secret on the Chinese internet in later generations and are not allowed to be discussed. Therefore, even if Marin has visited many forums, he doesn't know how to make the primer. In fact, Marin read a book written by a street writer named Lao Nyo in his previous life. There were 2 chapters that were directly 404 because of the detailed introduction of the manufacturing technology of smokeless gunpowder. In such an environment, no matter how much Marin loves weapons, he can't figure out the manufacturing technology of the primer. So, what revolver, what AK, has nothing to do with him. He can only make a mini rifle at most, which is already the limit. And the single-headed bullet with rifling engraved on the bullet head is also considered black technology. Of course, Marin also knew that the early primer was fulminate of mercury. But he didn't dare to study that thing. The primer is very sensitive and explodes much more violently than ordinary gunpowder. A little bit can send people to the west. He didn't dare to study it himself, nor did he dare to let the only scientist, Leonardo da Vinci, study it. After all, this is life-threatening. He can only wait for these elementary school students to grow up and chemical talents to appear. Then, let them study it. It would be best if they can study it, but it doesn't matter if they can't. In short, I am lucky if I get it, and I am dead if I lose it. And our big brother Leonardo da Vinci is currently working hard to modify the steam engine. After Marin came up with the idea of using soft elephant skin as a gas-tight gasket for steam engines, the performance of steam engines has been greatly improved. Don't underestimate the role of gaskets. This thing seems small, but it actually plays a big role. To give a simple example, during the Franco-Prussian War, Prussia used the breech-loading Krupp rifled steel cannon and defeated the French army. At that time, the French army used the front-loading Napoleon 12-pound smoothbore cannon not because of conservativeness, but because they did not solve the gas tightness problem of the breech-loading cannon. Because the gunpowder gas when the cannon is fired is particularly powerful. If the rear door of the breech-loading gun is not properly sealed, the leaked gunpowder gas can directly kill the artilleryman. The French have not solved this problem, so they can only continue to use old cannons during the war. Krupp simply used a copper gasket to solve this problem, which made Krupp steel cannon the protagonist of the Franco-Prussian War and led to the establishment of the German Empire. If the French had the technology of sealing gaskets back then, Prussia would definitely not have won the French so easily. Even if they could win, it would be a miserable victory. Even, they might lose. After all, the French army's Chassep rifle was much more advanced than the Prussian army's Dresser rifle. Originally in history, steam engines did not use rubber as sealing gaskets until the late 19th century. Before that, ordinary leather such as cowhide was used, and the effect was not very good. After all, Marin had been online for a long time and had many sources of information. He knew that elephant skin was soft and thick, and was an excellent material for sealing gaskets. Fortunately, there was a team hunting rhinos in Senegal to make rhinoceros leather armor, so they were asked to hunt elephants together. By the way, we can also get some ivory back. As for animal protection, there are so many animals in Africa now that they don't need protection. Do things that are walking all over the ground need to be protected? These animals were killed to the point of needing protection in later generations because modern hunting rifles were introduced on a large scale in Africa, which greatly improved the hunting efficiency. Just like North American bison, there were tens of millions of them in the early days, and the Indians could not kill them all. Later, in the late 19th century, after the introduction of modern breech-loading rifles, they were almost extinct in a few decades. Similarly, the Sika deer on Taiwan Island were also killed to the point of almost extinction by modern hunting rifles during the late 19th century to the early 20th century. So, there is no need to worry about elephants being killed. After all, modern rifles have not been invented yet. But Marin must have told Caesar before he died that if elephants and rhinos become scarce in the future, they should be protected. Moreover, Marin is now using elephant skin as a gasket, but that is only temporary. Because Marin has already started planting rubber in the American colonies. Once rubber begins to be mass-produced, Marin will not have to deliberately send people to slaughter elephants to obtain elephant skins as airtight gaskets. Marin was just thinking about rubber, and probably because he was talking about it, news came from the port over there. The Cuban colony in America began to tap rubber and sent back the first batch of rubber products. Calculating the time, it has been several years since Marin ordered the planting of rubber trees in Cuba. Now, it is indeed time to tap rubber. But after getting the rubber products, Marin's face turned black instantly. What the hell is this? Why is it still the most basic rubber ball? I am so old, and I still want to play with balls. In other words, this first batch of rubber is all raw rubber. Marin was furious. This is simply a waste of precious resources. However, he didn't think about it. Did he talk about the technology of rubber ripening, that is, vulcanization, before? Moreover, even Marin only knew that adding sulfur to rubber during latex molding can make rubber vulcanized and become mature rubber with practical value. But he didn't know how to vulcanize it specifically. So, he really couldn't blame the Cuban rubber tappers for this. They are responsible for collecting latex from trees, and they don't know how to process it. Marin wants practical cooked rubber, so he has to send people to the Cuban rubber plantation to study how to vulcanize rubber. Moreover, it is best to have craftsmen with a spirit of research. So, Marin selected a group of masters among the craftsmen who nitrate leather and sent them to the rubber plantation on the island of Cuba. The next time they tap the rubber, they will be divided into several groups to experiment with how to vulcanize rubber. And try to figure out what kind of ratio to use to vulcanize rubber. Marin's requirement is that the vulcanized cooked rubber must be tough, elastic, and have a certain hardness. In addition, it must have a certain corrosion resistance. In addition, Marin also asked those craftsmen to study the technology of how to add carbon black powder to rubber. This is the legendary carbon black tire technology. It is said that this technology, which appeared in the early 20th century, can greatly improve the wear resistance of rubber tires. The most important application of rubber is probably tires. Therefore, adding carbon black powder to vulcanized rubber is also an important research direction. If the research is successful, it will directly step into the level of the early 20th century. As for the more complex steel cord technology, Marin did not allow it to be researched. It's not that it can't be researched, but that kind of high-performance steel wire is too expensive. Moreover, in the era without heavy vehicles, the wheels and tires of horse-drawn carriages did not need high-end tires with steel cords. It is considered the top configuration to be able to use carbon black reinforced rubber. After all, according to tests in the early 20th century, tires made of ordinary vulcanized natural rubber were almost worn out after driving 6,000 kilometers. And carbon black reinforced rubber can travel 100,000 kilometers without any problem. Of course, it's not just tire technology. Marin also plans to use rubber to study life jackets and rubber boats. After all, with the increase in the number of ships in the North Sea in the future, the issue of maritime navigation safety must also be taken seriously. If the sailors are equipped with life jackets and rubber boats, even if the ship hits a reef and sinks, the sailors rely on life jackets and rubber boats, and have a chance to survive on the sea and support until rescue arrives. Therefore, the role of rubber is quite large, and it must be taken seriously. Chapter 1460 Dried Bananas and Afternoon Tea. In fact, bananas were also sent back with the rubber. Of course, it was not fresh rubber, but dried bananas. There were no refrigerated ships these days, so it was difficult to bring back fresh bananas. It was not that it was impossible, but the cost was too high. Adding the method of making ice with saltpeter to store a batch of bananas would not be a problem. However, in this way, the cost of transporting bananas from Cuba back to the North Sea country would rise sharply. Canned bananas are not difficult to make, but Marin has eaten canned bananas and felt very bad. In his eyes, sour fruits like pineapples are the most suitable for canning. As for bananas, Marin is more accustomed to another way of eating, dried bananas. Dried bananas are very simple to make. Peel the ripe bananas and slice them directly. Then, bake and dehydrate them directly. If the weather is fine, you can also take them out to expose them to the sun. After all, the temperature in Cuba is high, and sometimes the effect of exposure is no less than baking. But it must be hot in the early stage, because it will dehydrate quickly. If the dehydration is slow, the bananas will easily deteriorate. Then, you can take out the bag and pack the dried bananas. It is best to vacuum pack them to avoid mold. Of course, the heat sealing method, invented by Marin, is now popular in Cuba. That is, after the finished dried bananas are packed in oil paper bags, they are placed on a high-temperature drying table for high-temperature sterilization. Then, take the opportunity to seal them with glue. In this way, the effect is almost the same as that of canned food. Even if some residual air is sealed in the oil paper bag, because the air in the oil paper bag is also at a boiling temperature when it is sealed, it is impossible for bacteria to survive. As long as the dried bananas packaged in this way are not opened, they can be stored for more than a year. In this era, food that can be preserved for a long time is the best food. Because the transportation in this era is too backward. It may take several months to transport food from place A to place B. If something goes bad in 3 or 5 days, it is impossible to transport it to the destination intact. Especially for sailors on great voyages, it is impossible to have the conditions to purchase new food within a few days. At sea, it is often impossible to purchase new food for several months, and only stored food can be eaten. Bags of dried bananas, which can be preserved for more than a year, are naturally the best choice. Moreover, dried bananas have a sweet taste and are a high-quality snack. However, its cost is quite low. Especially in tropical areas like Cuba, it is very suitable for bananas to grow. Now is just the beginning. In the future, there may be banana trees everywhere. In that case, the cost of bananas will be very low. As far as Marin knows, in many poor African countries in the future, ordinary people usually rely on bananas to survive. They can't afford other food, but there are plenty of bananas. When you walk out of your hut, you can see them everywhere in the woods. Sometimes, gorillas will rush to pick bananas to eat. But the conditions in the African tropical rainforest are too good, and there are plenty of bananas, so people and gorillas don't have to fight for bananas. Everyone picks yours and I pick mine, and we can all eat enough. Of course, that is West Africa, the tropical rainforest climate. If it is the East African savanna, it will not be so good. Therefore, famines in the future mostly occur in East Africa, and West Africa is rarely heard of. They have tropical rainforests. As long as you don't get eaten by wild beasts, there are plenty of bananas and wild fruits in it. If a strong man can starve to death in a tropical rainforest, he is hopeless and should die early. The process of making bananas into dried bananas is very simple and inexpensive. Bananas are ready-made, just pick them. The drying process is not expensive, just go to the forest to pick up some firewood. As for oil paper bags, other countries may think they are expensive, but Marin has a modern paper mill in Canada, so oil paper bags are still very cheap. In the future, when the scale of banana trees in Cuba expands, Marin plans to use bag-dried bananas as the standard food for sailors. At the same time, the army must have a regular supply. This thing is low-cost, delicious, and durable, and it belongs to the top military rations. However, Cuban bananas have not been mass-produced yet. There is only one banana plantation at present, and the bag-dried bananas produced can only be supplied in limited quantities. Since it is limited, it is naturally supplied to the aristocracy. So, in the evening, Marin convened the nobles of Auric and held a dried banana tasting meeting. Everyone ate dried bananas, drank draft beer, and boasted, which was quite happy. Because they were all nobles, not the rough men who loved to drink strong liquor in the army, Marin didn't get drunk again after drinking some draft beer. After the tasting session, the nobles present all gave good reviews to the dried bananas. Everyone felt that dried bananas were as good as fried peanuts when drinking, and hoped to have more in the future. Marin naturally didn't refuse. Anyway, this thing was also low in cost. However, it seems that the dried bananas in later generations are different from this one. The difference is that the dried bananas in later generations are more golden in color and look more tempting. The dried bananas that Marin ate are a bit black and have many black spots. Marin searched his memory and finally found the reason. It turned out that there was a sulfur fumigation link in the production of dried bananas in later generations. This link can make the food bright in color, which is the golden color in Marin's memory. Moreover, the sulfur dioxide gas of sulfur fumigation is toxic, and the process is also a disinfection process. However, Marin knew very well that although the dried bananas looked better after such processing, the sulfur gas also penetrated into the dried bananas during fumigation. Although the quantity is small, such dried bananas should not be eaten too much, especially for children. On the contrary, the dried bananas without sulfur fumigation that Marin asked his men to make now, although they look a little worse, are much healthier and can be safely eaten by children such as Caesar and Robert. In the next few days, Robert and Mayun and Mali, born to Felice, who are already a few years old, all regarded dried bananas as their staple food and refused to eat. Only Caesar seemed to have matured and did not eat greedily, but just regarded dried bananas as snacks such as afternoon tea. Speaking of this afternoon tea, it was also created by Marin. Marin opened up the trade route of the Ming dynasty and brought back a large number of tea bricks. Then, the next step is the promotion and sales of tea. However, if Europeans do not have the habit of drinking tea, tea will not be able to open up the market. Although European monarchs are also popular with tea now, they are not very regular and do not drink it every day. After all, tea is not cheap now. Generally, only when there are distinguished guests or when they are in a good mood will they drink a cup of milk tea. So, after much deliberation, Marin decided to learn from the British in later generations, have afternoon tea. That is, around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Marin would summon all the officials working in the front yard of the palace to drink milk tea, eat biscuits, cakes and so on in the pavilion in the front yard of the palace. Afternoon tea and occasional tea are two different concepts. When you drink tea occasionally, the consumption of tea is very limited. Maybe, you only drink it a few times a month. Drinking afternoon tea is different. It is a habit and you have to do it every day. If all the nobles develop the habit of drinking afternoon tea, then the sales of tea. In this way, under the leadership of Marin, the habit of drinking afternoon tea became popular in the noble circle of the North Sea Kingdom. As for tea, Marin has plenty of tea bricks in his warehouse, black tea bricks that can be stored for 10 years. Brother, do you want one? It only takes a few gold coins.